actually makes more sense after you wear blue jeans. You don't have to change blue jeans or change out of khaki shorts to avoid detection. That's not going to go.
Masechta Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechta Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's usher to do Melach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 Melachos, Avos, primary Yisurim. For that we have subcategories of secondary Yisurim. When the Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 Melachos, the last final Melacha is the Melacha that our Mishnah, which Masechta Shabbos begins with, the Melacha of Mitzvah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is public domain, a street that is 16 amos wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is thus. In order to be over that issur, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an akira and a hanacha. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Heitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. But when we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitziyah. Mishnah starts off saying Yitziyas HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes as ani, not necessarily poor, it's just a character to describe him so we don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the Balabais. The person outside, the ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus Rabbi, he places it into Rishus HaYachid. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rishus Rabbi is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus Rabbi. He did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case. Both of them. The corresponding cases, which is only chayiv derabbanan, not deraisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list, and that is when the ani does hachnasa. With the ani, he lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, and he extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, but rather than doing hanacha in Rishus HaYachid, he lets the balabais do the hanacha. Now it's 2 people that did one malacha, therefore with the rest of the pater, the rabbanan. The 8th case is where the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, but rather than transferring it into Rishus HaYachid, the balabais sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabim, and he does the transferring and the hanacha in Rishus HaYachid. The next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rishus HaYachid. We call him the balabais. He does Heitzah, lifting up an object from Rishus HaYachid and placing it in Rishus HaRabim. That's it. Also in that Torah, because he did a akira and a hanacha. Case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabim, grabs an object, and brings it into Rishus HaYachid. Also in the right, he did akira and hanacha, and that's called hachmas. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the balabais lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid, and the ani extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, and the balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rishus HaRabim. All the balabais did was the akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's 2 people did a malacha shnei shalasum turim. They're both patim deraisa or chayim derabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the Rishus HaYachid. He extends his hand into the Rishus HaRabim and places it into the ani's hand. Rather, the ani takes it out of his hand and does the hanacha in Rishus HaRabim. So here again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 malachas, akira and hanacha, and they are patim deraisa, chayav midrabbanan. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Masechta Shavuos that's very similar, that says 2 which are 4, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvua. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's two. We add the rices as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the Pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is Tameh and walks into the Beis Hamikdash knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's Tameh, has to bring a carbon out of the earth. Or he forgot that he's Tameh and he eats kachim. The other two cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating kachim. Negaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es and a beheres. If one looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add two more derisises. One looks like lime, and the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. And when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about two, which are four, rather four that are eight, like in our Mishnah. Why? Rabbi attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about Masechta Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also potter, not just also. Whereas in Masechta Shavuos, it talks about only the Yisur. We have to realize, like we explained in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah, as you see, our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the Lamedas Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabbi, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rishus Rabbi to Rishus Hayachid, which is Hachmas. It calls them both a Yitzia, a Yitzah. Finally, Rabbi says, when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domains. There are two domains in the right side, Rishus Hayachid and Rishus Rabbi. Shehem Arba, which can cause four Yisurim of Yitzah. And our Mishnah includes four additional mitzvahs, which are only asur with the Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day.
That's a woman thing. Okay, yeah, no, it's true. I would say I change my outfit. A man does not say just change clothes. We're not saying outfit is very equally. Okay, so is this AI or is this a female that person? This is just we're not feeling what he's talking about. That's for sure. Now, another question.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the seam that we had in Shushan Purim. Beis Hashem, by tomorrow will be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does malacha that has actions with his potter, it means potter al asur. With the Rabbanan, it is asur. Besides three cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabbanan. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayav with the rights. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely potter because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In the case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zip, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain into his hand, it's potter and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's cases is because he didn't take any action. He's passive. He's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv mid'oraisa on the Isra v'Yitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and an hanaf. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did an hanaf. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact, we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely potter and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa, that the 4 cases are 2 individuals? One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a second halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the mission is only counting cases that can lead us to Issa Deraisa that he would have to bring a carbon. The only person that can get to that case of Issa Deraisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to Issa Deraisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to be chayav the Deraisa. Even though two people did one malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a korban. Naim shos Rabbi. What's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking? It says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anywhere. Says Rabbi, who is Rab's uncle, he tells Rab, didn't I tell you many times, don't ask Rabbi questions in another masechta when he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? He might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rebbe is a gadol and he knows everywhere, and in fact, he said exactly like it says in the Brisa. Says Rabbi, you see from the fact that if an ani, a person standing with his Rabbi and extends his hand into Rishus HaYachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rishus HaRabbi. Although the person's body is in Rishus HaRabbi, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if someone standing in Rishus HaYachid extends his hand to Rishus HaRabbi and somebody removed an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from Rishus HaYachid, even though his hand is an extension of his body. Asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right, the hand is not the Rishus HaYachid, it's not a Rishus HaRabbi. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as the Rabbanim Karmelis. In other words, it should be a penalty for somebody that extends his hand out into another domain. He should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from two prices and makes 6 shakas. How we could explain the contradiction? One price says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other price says that if you take your hand from Rishus HaYachid and put it into Rishus HaRabbi, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara, shot number 1, maybe the prices argue whether or not your hand is considered a karmelis, just like Abaya's question. If it's considered a karmelis, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a karmelis. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rishus HaRabbi is not considered Rishus HaRabbi at all. It's a makom tur. So one price is talking about that he extended his hand over 10 tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in, because it's not going from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. But under 10 tefachim, you're not allowed to bring your hand back in. Another shot is, no, everybody's talking about, both prices are talking about below 10 tefachim. And the question is, one price is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos, on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. Says the Gemara, well, you could take a reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back, this wouldn't be over in his horizon. Even if he put the object that he's holding in his hand down in Rishus HaRabbi, wouldn't be over in the right. Why? Because he started that akira on Friday. In order to be over in the right, you have to do akira and anocha on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hand on Shabbos and he put the object down after he got tired, let's say, in Rishus HaRabbi, then he'd be over there right. So maybe if that's the case, you're using that logic. Then the question that we're going to have tomorrow is for the bread to bake. And he realizes that they're going to stone him if the bread bakes. Is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos with Dia is Issur D'Rabbanan. We allow him to do Issur D'Rabbanan to save his life. According to the way you just told me, you're allowed to. Because Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this Rabbanan. So the Gemara goes into that. Do we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices is one price that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, the shaygin. But the price that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about that he did it by mistake. Another shot is both of them are talking about he did it by shaygin. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shaygin? Because he might lie in the case that he did mezid. Anytime somebody does mezid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shaygin. And finally, The Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shayuk atumezi. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chatzar, that's when it's us. But if the person brings it back into his own chatzar, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore that is mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Calendar driving back and forth, okay, and like I said, the biggest thing that jumps at me is he looks kind of intense there, so he's got to be a full-blown psychopath. Wearing half of the fence told us he was wearing jewelry, and half of the fence told us that he was wearing during the shooting. Okay, so why did he text in this exchange at all and say that
Shabbos Daf Dalet. Rabbi has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today, latkes. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then it will be chayav issur d'oraisa baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over issur d'oraisa? But by removing the dough, he's over issur d'rabbanan called redia. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav for korban chatas, and we allow him to be over issur d'rabbanan. Now, a korban chatas comes only for a shaygig, and a shaygig is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an issur and therefore he wants to remove himself? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from a chatos. But that's also very problematic, because in Oimrim la'adam chatei k'dei yizkir chavercha, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor avera in order so that your friend is not over a major avera of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an issur mezid, and did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi in his question, he uses the language of a chatas, which means shaygig. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatas, he meant mezid. In fact, there's a brisa that says mefurish, so that a person is allowed to be over the issur of redia, of removing the dough from the oven, which is issur d'rabbanan, in order not to be over the issur d'oraisa of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in the Rishus Harabim and he extends his hand, he takes an object, he does an akira in Rishus Harabim, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayachid. Hanacha in Rishus Hayachid. He's chayiv d'oraisa hoitzah. He's did akira and hanacha. The question that Gemara addresses right now is, why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayachid enough for the ani to be chayiv? A hand is not 4 tefachim, and in order for a person to be chayiv hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last pshat, the 7th pshat is, and that's what we go with, is Rabbi who explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's chashuv like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. It says Rabbi Akiva is chayav for hitzah, because it's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over it. The answer is because he holds of a concept called Kuta K'mit Shulun Chadami. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Harabim. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rishus Harabim, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus Harabim, and then it continued traveling to Rishus Hayachid. And therefore he's chayav. Gemara pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds Kuta K'mishon Chadamya when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you would be chayav for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say you should be chayav twice. Once for taking off in Rishus Hayachid and landing in Rishus Harabim, and then again it must take off in Rishus Harabim in order to continue to Rishus Hayachid and be chayav again. You see, Rabbi Akiva holds that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi, who in the beginning had a suffix what the machlokes was, and at the end it says this far. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the Midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagons were larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rosh Hashanah. In between them was a Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, it's also to pass an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah and going above the Rosh Hashanah. And the question is, we learn throwing from passing. The Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided the Rabbi Akiva holds Kuta Commission, Kuchadamya, below 10 tefachim, you say Kuta Commission. Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that by placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in Rosh Hashanah and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim long. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, like you've seen the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds of the concept as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain halachically. But he adds another shot. He says you are in fact chayiv twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah and passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halachic as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a haitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says only in that case does Rabbi say you're chayiv, because in the Rosh Hashanah we're talking about Rosh Hashanah, it has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore it landed somewhere, anywhere it lands, it has 4 tefachim to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts, of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That we'll see, Beis Hashem, on that day. Have a wonderful day.
And so that strikes me as a little odd. That would stipulate that either the feds, like I said, collected that footage the night before and then he gave it to TMZ, or this guy himself gave it to TMZ before he gave it to the feds. So looking into Irwin, and we find that he doesn't just that one house on the streets with somebody else, Samuel Steele, but Samuel and his wife Carrie
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard it right. We are holding the end of the Zahid. But I'd like to go back to that Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in Blaming is listen down. Don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the dot. Corona, you might not be a regular shooter. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the dot. So that hey, the Gemara is discussing the concept of yad. The Mishnah, where there's a poor person in the Rabbi, who brings an item into Rosh Hashanah and places it in the hand of the Balabais, the person standing in Rosh Hashanah. Did an Akira and then an Hanaf. Why is he chayiv? The hand of the Balabais is not 4 tefachim or 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to it. The Gemara's first attempt is on that page. We have Allah, if you take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt, you are chayiv because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanacha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanacha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayiv. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanacha. But where does it say that the akira, if you pick up an item from the balabai's hand and you bring it into the Rabbi, you're also chayiv? It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi has another account. Perhaps we're talking about baskets. When you put the item in the balabai's hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult, because when Yossi Rabbi says if a person has a basketball hoop in the Rabbi, and he has a basket on top, and you throw a ball into the basket, it's as if you threw it into Rosh Hashanah. So you see a basket is in the shoot by itself. The Gemara has another account. Perhaps this hand that the Mishnah is referring to is referring to a hand that's really close to the ground. It's within 3 tefachim of the ground. Then you could invoke the concept of lava. Your hand is like part of the ground. The ground is obviously 4 tefachim. The issue with that is that it says in the Mishnah that he's standing up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit and his hand is by the surface of the pit. We're talking about a dwarf. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with the final check. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case where we said a guy throws a ball into the catcher's mitt, he's chayiv. Do that 2.5. If the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is potter, because it's shnayim shosur. All the pitcher did was that akira, but the hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved there and made a different hanacha, and therefore they both did this halacha and the both with their eyes. Ask Rabbi Yochanan an unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say tosses a football, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like 2 different individuals, and perhaps he should be taught. Or maybe no. He is creating 2 different malachas. It's 1 person, and therefore he should be chayav. The Gemara actually remains in a pig. If a person puts his hand into his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then he put it back, he's chayav. And the chiddush is that water that's laying on top of water is still considered as if it's laying there, because all water is 1. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanacha, that's not its resting place, and therefore you're not chayav. A person who received the rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did an akira, because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and we said that's not considered an akira, or it came from the sky, that's not considered an akira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4 by 4 place. Now, if, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stop. Whereas if it's an item like a megillah that it rolled down the roof but it came to a stop, that's considered as if it's not. But water that continues to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a kli, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in their resting place, the Gemara remains in the table. If you have oil that floats on top of water, and somebody who's coming, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing truma, touches the oil. Is it as if he touched the bottom of the wine as well? Is liquid as above liquid? Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself, and the wine is by itself. So according to Reverend and Muri, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they both come. And according to the Tanakama, no, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on a napkin, and he keeps on going back and forth, he's not chayav until he makes a short stop. One kind of stop, it has to be a stop that he stopped for rest. Or if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. And the reverse is true. Use that same logic, but is that another one? A person is chayiv if he walks in surrounding 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his weight? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be chayiv, because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle, that's not considered a stop. But if he stopped to rest, then he's not chayiv for walking Daled Amos from Yerushalayim, because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Rabbi, that if a person lifts up a chayfetz, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his house, and then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, you have to have an intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore, he's not trying to have a wonderful, safe day.
Everyone together, and Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. I'm gonna miss him so much. I've always watched all of his videos,
Shabbos Davav. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object
throwing up gang signs
to the Rosh Hashanah,
That's sick.
but he travels to a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a Deraisa, it's a Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah and not a Rosh Hashanah. The question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayiv at all, because in order to be chayiv, you have to go from
But look at
Rosh
this
Hashanah
athleticism.
or perhaps you don't view his walking by the Carmelis
I'm
as
going
a
to try to
stopover.
summarize it for you.
According
This
to Ben
body.
Azai, Potter.
Look at this body. Look at this.
Now it's very
Look
easy
at
to
this.
understand the Nazai.
This is like
And as a whole,
sex.
a person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground,
International VC. I'll give you some international VC kit.
he's in a standing
Calm down,
position.
woman.
Therefore, this person is spotted because he walked from Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be spotted. The Gemara says we need to understand Chacham. Where do Chacham see that if a person makes a stopover, even though Chacham hold Mahalach Lav Koyim, it's not considered as if he stood still. But where else do we see in Shas that the person walks through Carmelis that he's chayiv? The Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayiv until he places the object down in Rosh Hashanah. So a person walked 4 hours and he continued walking. He's not chayiv until he places it down. But all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was potter. So you see that even though he walked through a place that he was potter, he is chayiv at the end. Says, that's not a good right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayiv. Whereas if he's walking through a Carmelis and he decides to place it down in the Carmelis, at that point he would be potter. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he would be potter completely. Because in order to be chayiv, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is potter. Nevertheless, he's chayiv at the end. That's not a good example. Because other people would place their objects in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayiv. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is potter. So the actual place is a makom chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. It's not a good example. But what is a good example is if a person walks through Sidei Rosh Hashanah. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rosh Hashanah, his Rosh Hashanah fence falls into Rosh Hashanah, he is chayiv as if he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Now, that fence that's in Rosh Hashanah is considered a Carmelis. I'm walking through exactly how it goes. So here you have a case where a person walks from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, and he's chayiv even though he passed by a Carmelis, and that's where Chachamim got their halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brisa and goes through every single step of the brisa, and it takes about 4 daf to explain this brisa completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brisa, describing the 4 reshuyos, the 4 domains. There's a Rosh Hashanah, the private domain, Rosh Hashanah, the public domain, a Carmelis, which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of the Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And then you have makom chiyuv. It's completely potter. You can put an object in there, take it out, and you're not chayiv. Rosh Hashanah is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rosh Hashanah is a place that's 16 amas wide, and it's a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, by Atzim B'Shayim, is chayav achatos. Go by Mezid, you chayav haris, and if there's Eidim and Asra, you chayav skila. Why does the Bryce have to tell us that the haris you chayav misa? It's in the pasuk that if you do a malacha on Shabbos, you chayav haris, chayav skila. The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 avos malachos is chayav 39 chatos. You can't be chayav more, even if you do 12 days. You can be chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah start. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. If somebody had a very chudishnika shita, he was a das yachid. He was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his shita, they would write it down in a Megillah. They would put it away. They found the Megillah starting with Isi ben Yehuda that says there's one out of the 39 malachas that you're not chayiv skila. So Rice is going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of Yitzhak. So you are chayiv skila and chayiv. And that's why the Rice tells us that you're chayiv skila. If there are multiple yards, chatzeros, that belong to different people, communal yards, or a mavoi she'enu mefulish, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are enu mefulish. Mefulish means they go through and through. Enu mefulish means that it's a dead end. So you can make an eruv there. If you make an eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an eruv, it's also to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa is a threshold. It's a mokum tutur. You could take an object from Rosh Hashanah, or you could take an object from Rosh Hashanah to the skufa, but it cannot be the middleman. You can't take an object from Rosh Hashanah and place it in Rosh Hashanah and vice versa. If he does, if 3 people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Acherim say that the skufa, this threshold, it depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as the Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own private domain, could he do so? According to Rabbi, he could. He simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses, so the area between the 2 houses is considered Rosh Hashanah. Or he puts a lechi, a standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, 2 corners, they act as walls. So I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the chiddush? Why does the Raisa use a lashon that what's this lashon? Mura says the Gemara, Chacham holds, even if a person throws an object from Rosh Hashanah into this area that a person put a lechi and a kaira, he's not chayav from going to Rosh Hashanah. Even l'chonu we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, suhi Rosh Hashanah. This is a Rosh Hashanah. Why is the price such a strong lashon? To exclude a case of human. Human is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by an amma. You put 4 of these L-shaped walls in the middle of Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Rosh Hashanah that people can bring their pails and draw water and give water to their animals when they're early ready. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of rabbin going through it, it's still considered a Rosh Hashanah. In the time of Matan Torah, when Klal was in the Midbar, the desert is considered Rosh Hashanah. But nowadays, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. It's a wonderful day.
That engineering company, Caldera. Okay, just put that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robinson. We have a second witness, and her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele. This one witness something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry Steele, and she spoke to the people.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We continue with the brisa that describes the 4 domains, the 4 rishuyos, which is Harab, Rosh Hashanah, Carmelis, and Mokum. While describing a Carmelis, the Brisa brings an example of a Bika. Bika is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a Bika is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a Bika is considered Rosh Hashanah 3 out of 4 times. And the other time it's considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a Bika into Rosh Hashanah. And in the winter, if somebody carries from there, it's Chayiv. And when it comes to Tumah, a Bika is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming, you look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are Tahar. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are coming. And why is that? Because we learn from a Saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are Tahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains though, we're calling this Bika Rosh Hashanah, sometimes it's Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a Bika Carmelis. So why does the Brisa call a Bika Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just in regarding Tumah, there's Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rav Ashi doesn't like that answer. It says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. It says Rav Ashi because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence. And that creates Rosh Hashanah, the Iraisa. However, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah for Rambam because it's very similar to Rosh Hashanah. While describing this Carmelis, there's 3 cases plus a Carmelis. In other words, the Brisa says, Yam, sea, a Bika, a valley, Istavanis, benches, big Carmelis. But we are describing Carmelis. So what is this extra word that Carmelis come tell us? A special case of Keren Zavas Rosh Hashanah. There are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's considered a Carmelis. Rabbi says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it to sell. Says Rabbi Yochanan, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelis, because you could maneuver if you want to, but you cannot drive over a bench. But Rabbi Yochanan says that the pillars are a Carmelis, certainly he would agree that the benches are a Carmelis. The Gemara discusses the case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig, or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. He is chayiv because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of this muffin, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel the Rosh Hashanah? Says the Gemara, if this stone is 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a muffin tur. And if the fig lands on top of this object, this stone, then he's potter. If it lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then he's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed on the muffin tur, and he's potter. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tvachim? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara is considered by most as a muffin tur. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like and say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tvachim high is bottom of Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a muffin tur. Gemara says when Chachamim invented the concept called Carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most kula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the Carmelis. And they said, just like Rosh Hashanah, there's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tvachim. So too, a Carmelis must be at least 4 tvachim. Anything less than 4 tvachim is still considered a muffin tur. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends in Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tvachim. Anything above 10 tvachim is a muffin tur. So too in a Carmelis, anything above 10 tvachim It's a makom ptur. However, Rishus Hayachid, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. On top of that pole, it could be 100 tvachim. It will still be considered Rishus Hayachid. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall, let's say, less than 10 tvachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tvachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tvachim. Inside that house, everything is a carpet. Above the house, it's all Rishus Hayachid because you have 4x4 tvachim, and you have lower walls, and we use a concept called gud asik mechitzta. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is 10 tvachim tall. Now, what happened if that person decided you'd like to use the house and you'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tvachim height in the center of the house? But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rishus Hayachid because of the concept called Chayrei Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Hayachid. The holes in Rishus Hayachid are like Rishus Hayachid. The shelves that are in the walls of Rishus Hayachid have a halacha of Rishus Hayachid. So anything that's less than 10 tvachim is considered a shelf and therefore has a halacha of Rishus Hayachid. What about shelves in Rishus Rabbi? You build a wall to separate Rishus Rabbi and Rishus Hayachid, and there's a shelf in the wall. What halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rishus Rabbi. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rava, it's not like a Rishus Rabbi. And Rava asks Abaya, didn't we just say before that Karen Zog is a Rishus Rabbi? When there's a setback to a house that's considered a carmelist and not a Rishus Rabbi? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of a Rishus Rabbi. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, we're talking about a case where there's no hole in the wall. Because if there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tvachim, it should be considered Rishus Hayachid. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rishus Hayachid because it doesn't have 4x4 at that hole. Well, there's a concept called Chayit. And we go according to a mayor. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4x4, I halachically carve out a 4x4 area. Have a wonderful day.
The first people that got out the map of everywhere to look, and this is where the shooter walked, and this is what happened, and here's our diagram of where everything took place, and he ran to the woods, he grabbed the gun, without getting too many details about where he got that gun. We were just kind of told in the woods, and this person tells me, actually, the gun was found in the backyard.
Shabbos Dafches, Achenu Kol Beis Yisrael, we're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or self-imposed quarantine. I want to give you chizuk, have bitachon, learn a little bit more, dive in a little bit stronger. In retrospect, let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine, you're looking for a shir, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel. And then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all that, or any time, and on our app at 8mindaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus Hayachid and transfer it into Rishus Rabbi, how do you do so? You need an object that's 4x4 tvachim by 10 tvachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a kaveris. Now, a basket is typically round, and this Rishus is 4x4 square. How do I get a 4x4 square into a round basket? Well, the Gemara is very simple math. If I have a 1x1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to Gemara math. Very simple math. So if I have a 4x4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4x4 square into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6. Or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tvachim to be certain that you have the right shape. If I have a 6 tvachim basket by 10 tvachim, now my basket is Rishus Hayachid. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tvachim. Because once you have a basket that's 10 tvachim, automatically it's more than 10 tvachim. Because you have something called kriyas. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tvachim to makom ptur. And once it's in the makom ptur, then my whole basket is considered in the Makom Tur, and I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I could say lava. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my mechutzos, extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the Makom Tur, and I am. But let's say the basket is exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get lava. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos and walls. Why? Because a basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of a basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no lava. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say lava to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat bottom. Okay, is if I take an object and I throw it 4 amos from Rishus Rabbi, I'm chayiv if it lands in the Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all part of the Rishus Rabbi because it's less than 3 tefachim, people step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6 up to 9 tefachim? That's a Makom Tur because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tefachim, people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a hole in the ground that's exactly 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi Yosef, just like I say, a beam that's 9 tefachim is considered part of Rishus Rabbi, so too a hole in the ground is considered part of Rishus Rabbi. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rishus Rabbi. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says, later on in Daf Kuf, that if there's a stream of water that goes through the Rishus Rabbi, and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tefachim, it's considered as if I threw it into Rishus Rabbi. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I explained easily. The part that talks about the water, because some people use it in the summer to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of Rishus Rabbi. That's why it repeats itself the second time to say that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, perhaps in the summer they don't, and therefore it says, but why does it say Rishus Rabbi Ma'alechas? It says, Rob, I'll tell you what. To tell us the concept that when you walk, when people don't really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, still considered Rishus Rabbi. But usage but use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Rishus Rabbi. Now the Gemara brings the concept of Eruv. We know Eruv Tchumim. If I want to walk 2,000 amos outside of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's where I am residing on Shabbos, even though I'm not there. So I walk towards my bread, 2,000 amos, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amos. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah. So his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question on Rabbi because you see, if you use a pit, people use holes in the ground. It's considered a hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmelis. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah comes to exclude a Rosh Hashanah, because in Eruvin you either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, but he happens to be in a karmelis. Another very interesting part the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is in a Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmelis. Now you asked if it's in 2 different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is he could, because since a karmelis is only the Rabbanon weren't makbid when it comes to Bein HaShmashos. It's considered a shvus. A shvus is a Isur D'Rabbanan. Isur D'Rabbanan doesn't apply during Bein HaShmashos. And since during Bein HaShmashos, he had his Eruv in place, so that wasn't an Isur for him to go fetch it, so he was considered as if he resided in the karmelis. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object, and it's in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says it was never over on an akira. He never lifted it up. In fact, when he took this object and he rolled it in Rosh Hashanah, then he's high. If he dragged it in Rosh Hashanah, he's high. Because he moved the entire object while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if he just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in the skufa, the threshold, the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's a makom. it's less than 4 tefachim wide. And therefore, if somebody's standing on this skufa, he can reach into a Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone, or he could reach to the Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rosh Hashanah all the way into Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rosh Hashanah, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a makom pur. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's tired. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on his skufa, he stops in a makom pur. Then he goes from the skufa to the Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not chayiv for going directly. Stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
That would be weird. Like, you'd be like, cancer experiment, why do you feel like you need to say that? Tara Carlson had to make 2 videos saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. You go, that's weird. Like, Kelly, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would she do that? Of course she didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But Bibi has come out, like I said, with his second statement, and you can listen to it.
Shabbos Daf Tes. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Oimrim. Acherim is usually Rabbi Meir. The Meir says that in the skufa can serve as a Rosh Hashanah and as a Rosh Hashanah, depending if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the Mavoi is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rosh Hashanah. Now we need to understand, what are we dealing with over here? What kind of these skufa? We learned the concept of kaira and lechi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the mavoi, from here on out is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful. If this lechi, standing up, is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rosh Hashanah, how can you use these skufa, even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual mavoi as a sign, as a lechi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, Rabbi says I need an additional lechi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lechi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rav, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kaira, not a lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only a tefach wide. If the door to the mavi is open, then it serves the entire mavi, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. Once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called Pi Tikra Yair B'Saisen. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as coming down and creating a new mechitza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that kaira.
I don't know, guys. That is really probably...
Rashi says, we're not talking about a mother, we're talking about a house. The threshold to a home. And on top of the threshold are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept and therefore I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. There's one trick. There's a door situated in between the 2 kairos. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the kairos where I cannot use lava. And if I can't use lava, then the kairo is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see people precisely. Once I swing the door open, the 2 kairos combine with each other, there are 4 tefachim. That's what Rabbi said. Sometimes I use the kairo, I use the skufa as a Rosh Hashanah, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like Rosh Hashanah, and I cannot use the skufa.
So what's this about?
We're going into a new sugya. The final Raisa, though, says one element. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, that even if you put a Rosh Hashanah within a Rosh Hashanah, you create a beam in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot use it to readjust your load, because you might come to readjust your load. Some days, brand new Mishnah, brand new sunnah. We're not even dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things are you not permitted to do before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha gedolah, That is a half hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about choice. You divide the day into 12 perfect hours, not hours. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of haircut, according to one shot? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours. So you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory or bursiki where you can't hide or something similar to that because you might come to forget about mincha. You're not allowed to start it in Torah. Now, before mincha tana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, Yeshua ben Levi says, even if you're not allowed to taste anything, and if you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another pshat the Gemara brings is a Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular haircut. But each thing has a problem. A regular haircut, we're worried, we're concerned that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget the daven mincha. You won't get the daven. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint. When it comes to the bursiki, you'll find out that you had such a loss that you'll be too mitzar, you'll be too pain to daven mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and bring more food, and then forget daven mincha. When it comes to the Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and it will cause you to forget it. Once, for Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is the Raisa, you have to stop right away. If you could accomplish and do the two things, let's say eat your meal, and then once you start, you don't have to stop. What does it mean once you start? So the Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to cut your hair. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in Eretz Yisrael or you undid your belt in Bava. When it comes to the first article, then that means you started the back. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other din of Torah that day, the Gemara on that Fido says it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing their cloak, it means once the Bali din, they start saying,
Yo, how are you?
Rabbi says in Bavel, where the minute was
to
strap on a tight belt and
no one
undo
would
it for the
fucking
meal.
talking to you anyway.
Depends.
Are you lucky
if you
number
hold that marriage
2000?
it's not obligatory. Then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven marriage. But if it's obligatory, if you hold it obligatory, then we tell you must daven marriage. Now, what's the difference between marriage and mincha? Mincha, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven mincha. Two answers in the Gemara. Either mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually, you get drunk at night. So at night, there's more of a concern you forget marriage. Or the pshat is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven mincha compared to marriage. It's only 5.5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned that he'll forget. But by marriage, people procrastinate. They say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day.
Your account may not be able to.
Shabbos Daf Yud. How are you supposed to look, and what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, he coined the crest of the Yisrael. When you daven to Hashem, wear the clothing that you'd wear in front of a king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. Mishnah Berurah says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear Crocs. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rava would take off his cloak, the one that made him important. There's no importance in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Took that off, and then he would clasp his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a master. Rav Kahana did both things. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara, Ki'iket Tzara Ba'alma, when there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a period of time, where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran to the United States to Israel, all over the world is paying. So when there's in the world, Rava would remove his important cloak. Rav Kahana would remove his important cloak and he would clasp his hands. But when there's Shalom in the world, Rav Kahana would put on his cloak, he'd put on his talis, he kindly crossed the look at Israel. Rava absorbed Rav Amnuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? You meniach chayi olam and you oisik b'chayi Hashem. Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It brings you to the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? What we're davening today. For health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only chayi shah. That's for this world. And Rav Nun himself held, you're right, Torah is more important. But once you daven, it's man tefillah l'chod. You continue davening. Rabbi Yeri was talking and learning with Reb Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening. So Reb Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk on it. It says in the pasuk, Meser Oznei Shmai Torah. You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Gam tefillasei to'eva. Then your tefillah ends up an abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing it in Torah. Machlok is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi, they would make a noise on the door, telling people, come, do the Torah by us. In other words, the Torah is more important than Torah itself. Rav Chizda and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, Rav Chizda to them, you learned the wrong pshat. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu stood on Klal Yisrael min haboker ad ha'erev. Doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah from day to night. What it means is that one who does it in Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Ma'aseh Bereishis, which over there it says those words, min haboker ad ha'erev. Another sheet in the Gemara is that a dayan should do his Torah all the way to the 6th hour of the day, to midday. The Gemara uses a lashon that the dayanim, they are dealing with the gvura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with wine. The Gemara tells us a list. The ludim, the cannibals, they need to eat all the time, to the point where they eat humans. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listing the robbers who are up all night to take a quick nap, they need to eat in the 2nd hour. Yarshim, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the 3rd hour of the day. All other people eat on the 4th hour of the day. The 5th hour of the day is for the workers, and the 6th hour of the day are the Chachamim. They push it off all the way to the 6th hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone into a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless, of course, you ate pashakras, you eat a morning meal, then even if you eat after the 6th hour, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there unclothed. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed. So some people are dressed and some people aren't. And then you have the front room, where all the people are dressed. In the first room, you could say Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei. You could say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, and you could even put on tefillin. In the second room, you could say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on tefillin. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu's name is Shalom, as the pasuk says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that in the Beis HaMikdash. If a person designated a bathhouse, it was never used as a bathhouse, you're allowed to daven inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that the Gemara had a suffix. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's also to daven in both of them. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machassim. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend shouldn't be embarrassed. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave a beautiful present. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I have a matana toiva bignozai. I have a beautiful present, Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the sechar of Shabbos. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu notified the recipients of the present what the present was. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave. You gave some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the glow to Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu they gave it to him, but someone from Klal Yisrael obviously went over to Moshe Rabbeinu and said, "Hey, your forehead is glowing." And Moshe Rabbeinu realized right away, Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to notify Klal Yisrael. Rav Chizda says the Gemara had Matis Kuna, had Israel Chaim Keba that Chaim gets, and he said, "I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me a Torah from Rav." Comes along Rabbi Machasya, and he said, "I love what we just said. If you give a present to your friend, you have to notify him." He says, Rav Chizda, beautiful. Here it is. He says, Rabbi Machasya, you love these Divrei Torah? He says, of course. He says, Rabbi Machasya, you're like a person who wears this fine garment. Only he enjoys it. Only he likes it. You are so used to Rav's Divrei Torah, you love him. Who said this? Rav. So Rav Chizda was very impressed. He said, really? That's Rav said. I like the second saying of Rav more than the first one. I wish I had more madness to Kuna to give you. Another saying that Rabbi Machasi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened. The Isaac and Sally Yaakov Avinu gave him nothing. Just a little garment. And it ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole dose.
What would you say to Bibi?
And one other thing.
It's like that.
If you choose a city, a newer city, because the time of a city accumulate. Look, this diamond says, Imoltana, let's run away, like it says, the Mitzvah, the Tzoyar, which is younger than Zdaim. Zdaim was 52 years old, and Tzoyar was 51, as the Pasuk says, Imolta. No. One last thing, Zdaim sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was in turmoil for 26 years. Wonderful day.
Deny that on national television. We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press hounds on me. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Eric Bolling is just lying through his teeth on PBD podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with, that I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi Machasya, and today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it causes the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. Rav Ashkenaz the Rosh Hashiva in Machasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the saying. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul, because the city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rabbi Machasi, has a choice to be a servant, it should go in the following order. First, he should serve a Yishmaeli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar or a Parsi, or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmid Chacham. Because if you upset a Talmid Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. Worse than a Talmid Chacham is a Yasem Almana, a widow or an orphan, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu is very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying, says Rabbi Machasi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestines. The worst short-term pain is that of the heart. An ache, the worst one is a headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and I'm trying to explain what this one means. Rabbi Machasi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And some are trying to explain, it means that you should never judge a government, because there's so much going on, you should die for the government, etc. Rabbi Machasi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means to fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Gemara tells us Rabbi Yeshua went to visit Rabbi Ashi, and they brought out in front of him the best veal possible, igla tilta. And he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. He said, well, you could always push off a fast. Be mashlim it, do it on a different day. He said, not a tainis chalaim. Tainis chalaim you have to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. We had in the Mishnah, if a person started taking a haircut, or he went to the bathhouse, or he started his meal, he doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei for mincha. But Kriya Shema, he doesn't have to stop. And then the Mishnah finishes off, but he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that once. Says the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are, like Shimon Bar Yochai, somebody whose job it is to learn Torah and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Eraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew Shema. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin. Just like a writer should not walk out with a pen half an hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos, and he'll walk Dalet Amos, or he'll bring his pen or his pen from Shayachah to Sarah. There's a Mishnah in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. So you shouldn't stand in Shayachah, lean over into Sarah and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos. You'll be over and And then the Mishnah finishes off, the Chaim de Gas, and the same halacha applies to a wine press. Abaye learned that a wine press is a caramelist. In other words, we discussed already Rishus HaYachid and Rishus HaRabbi. Now we're talking about a third Rishus, which is the Rishus Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 69. The Mishnah is telling us, don't stand on a caramelist and bend over into Rishus HaYachid or vice versa and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of Gzeira L'Gzeira, and we don't do Gzeira L'Gzeira. It's a double safeguard, meaning a caramelist is a safeguard that you might carry in Rishus HaRabbi. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do that. So what is the Mishnah talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body's in the wine press, then it's a non-finished product, it doesn't have to pay for Meiser. That's what the Mishnah is telling us. We have a similar Mishnah that says Remeir holds with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a shtiyah sarai. You're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press. You don't have to take Meiser. Rabbi Tzaddik says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product, you have to take Meiser. And Chacham make a compromise. They say, it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press. So it's an unfinished product, I don't have to take Meiser. If I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press, it will spoil the rest of the wine. Then I must take Meiser. There's a brayso that says that a person should not take a pin and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah, that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk with a pin in your hand would be a deraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanan. So here it says there's a Gzeira L'Gzeira. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one Gzeira, and walking with that is only the Rabbanan. And the second Gzeira is, you might forget. So the Gemara, we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, who says there is no Gzeira L'Gzeira, because according to Rabbi Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with a pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a Gzeira anymore. So now we're down to one Gzeira. Similar to what we have in the brayso, it says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer. They used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to Remeir. But Yehuda says that a professional person, that's his profession, he's chayav. It's only everybody else who is. And there's a contradiction in the brises. One brise says that a zav that has emissions, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos, because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, putter, it's also no more than that. The other brisa says not only is it usher, but he's chayav. Perhaps we can reconcile the brises and say the brisa that says that it's usher goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This
Yo,
particular
dog.
person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore,
How
for
old are
him,
you?
it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other brisa goes according to Rameir that says, since most people don't wear pouches,
You have
it's
10
potter.
seconds to
Says
answer
Abaya,
me. How old are you?
even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rameir will agree that it's awesome. Varaya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is potter? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a zav only saw 2 sightings, and in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see 3 sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's chayav. The second brisa is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is potter. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is potter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yud Beis, continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the brises. One brisa says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa Rabbanon. The other brisa says he's over Issa Raisa, and if he did it b'shoigig, he's chayav achatos. The Maskonas HaGemara, Gemara says it's dependent on the famous machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, a melacha she'ein tzrich l'gufa, a melacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha, you want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole on Shabbos, he's over Issa Raisa. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the hole, so according to Rabbi Shimon, he's potter, according to Rabbi Yehuda, he's chayav. In our case, since the zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, just doesn't want to get dirty, therefore, according to Rabbi Yehuda, he'd still be chayav. According to Rabbi Shimon, he would be potter. The halacha is that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another rishus on Shabbos. Kavachomer from the tzitz of a kohen gadol. The kohen gadol's tzitz only has one mention of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that's still on him. So to tefillin that have the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu many times. A person constantly has to check his tefillin and make sure they're still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk outside from one rishus to another. The famous Hanan Yoimer. A person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. The Gemara says, Hilchas Rabasi l'Shabbos, or like we say, Hilchas Rabsa l'Shabsa. This is a very important halacha when it comes to Hilchas Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means to the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might adjust the wick, so too he shouldn't remove lights. Shmuel adds, and he says that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing because they're so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, they're different than his wife's. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate, also to pick them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public. It can gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos? According to Beis Hillel, an incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos. And according to Shammai, you're not allowed. These are one of the Gemaras, very difficult to understand. Beis Hillel say that anything that's not hara of a rava, it is created through the sweat of a human, you're allowed to kill. And there are those who explain it is so small that it's hard to see the pri of a reveal, and therefore it's allowed to kill on Shabbos. Gemara goes on to say that Abba Shol would just take the louse and toss it. He wouldn't even squeeze it. But the Tanakh says you're allowed to squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rava would kill it in water. Rav Nachman would go a step further. And he tells his daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because he wanted to show that he's not being over Issa Deraisa by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him a child. Unlike the popular song Beishameh hold, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach a tinuk l'lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, it says Beishameh, you're not allowed to be mevakar chayla or nichum avelim because you'll cause the other person pain. You still say no. When it comes to a mitzvah, that's not your own personal need. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered chavtzecha. You're allowed to do b'kachayla manichum avelim. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos? This is a four-way machlokes. Tanakama says the famous Shabbos milizah. Do not scream and cry and be in pain on Shabbos. We're full cry b'lavai. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, you could, Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom. But when you would leave, you'd say Shabbos and then you would add the words, his Rachmanis is much, and you should sit in peace. Rabbi Yossi says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of Klal Yisrael. Put him, insert him within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamakom Yirachim Alecha. Hashem should have Rachmanis on you, B'Sayich Sha'ar Chayla Yisrael, within all the other sick of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his saying in Lashon HaKodesh and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamakom Yifag D'cha L'Shalom, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani Yad Kirinoch L'Shalom. Hashem should remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to bring the tefillah up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And the answer is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is down here below together with the sick. As the pasuk says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there, he supports the sick, and he feeds the sick. And therefore, since HaKadosh Baruch Hu is right there, right above the sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed or to sit next to him. Rather, he has to sit in fear with his talus and sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read to the light of a candle, we don't differentiate. Even if the candle is 10 stories high, it's still usher to read. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same exact material, then it's mutter to read to the light of a candle because the other person will remind you not to adjust the wick. If you're reading in front of a large bonfire where people sit at a distance and they're worried about the fire catching on, then it's usher to read, even if you're reading the same material. Rava says, an important person who never readjusts the wick, even during the weekdays, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust it. The Gemara has a question from Yishmael ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice carbon chatas. And the Gemara tells us because Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He would readjust the wicks himself. He wouldn't ask his servant to do so. The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that a servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle and he would not worry he'll readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. One answer is that the Brisa that says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle because we're talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust the flame on Shabbos. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both Brises. Just one Brise is talking about olive oil, we're worried he might readjust it. And the other Brise is talking about neft, kerosene, where we're not worried since it smells so bad, he won't readjust it. Rav says the halacha is that a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil, but don't tell people this halacha. We don't say this halacha in public. And Rabbi Yirmiyah says we do tell people this halacha in public. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yud Gimel. We are hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Bet Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lane the following morning, to walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for Rashi Prakim for the beginning of the parak, and that will remind them and make it easier the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Rashi Prakim as well, or since the Rebbe is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. Rabbi Nisim Dayan says on the side of the Gemara, he says a beautiful pshat. Children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a Zav should not eat a meal with his Zava wife because he might come to an Avera. But the Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person who's tar should not eat with his wife who's Tmeya, because that we don't have to make a Gzeira. People are very makbid on Tumah and Tahara. Another halacha, a person who's a Zav Parush, is a person who's makbid to eat Chulin b'Tahara. He should not eat together with a Zav who's Amaretz. Abai says the pshat is because the Amaretz might feed him food that Trumas HaMaasros weren't taking from him. Rabbi says the pshat is because we're concerned that later on when this Zav becomes tar, the Amaretz might feed him food that's coming. We know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, a husband and wife, who the wife is a nida, can they be in the same bed, fully clothed? The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells us on the pasuk, talks about an Eishes Ish, and right afterwards a nida. And we say just like an Eishes Ish, you cannot be in the same bed with her, even though you're both clothed. Rashi says why? Because the Yichud Tesa says it's just logic. So too, a nida is awesome. The Gemara says perhaps we should bring a raya from the fact that they still say it's also to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. Chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanon, nevertheless they say it's awesome. The other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Perhaps you can bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat either meat, milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other and can remind each other, and the answer is it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a hecker, that's something different, and perhaps it's different than you would be left. What about our Mishnah? We learned a Zav and a Zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is there is no hecker though. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. The Das, he's mechulek on this whole thing. He says the only Issa D'Oraisa is Gidui Arayis. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an Issa D'Rabbanan. The Gemara tells us that when the Ula came back from learning from the Medrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But the Ula himself is mechulek on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, you tell a Nazir, Leich, Leich, Amri L'Nazira, Sechar, Schar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard. Go all the way around, because you might come to an issue. So too, when it comes, Harai is the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan de Eliyahu is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and he's a Shamish Talmud Chacham. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very sick. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis HaMedrash, and she asked, it says in the pasuk, Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. Why did my husband die? Nobody knew the answer. Until the Eliyahu told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? He said, Chas v'shalom, he doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you in your Shiva Nekiyim, the second 7 days? And he said, oh, he eats with me, drinks with me, and we sleep with Kiruv Basar. He said, if so, he didn't do our Chokah. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. Isis points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekiyim and go to the mikvah a second time. And he held that since she was tired, I mean, the Raisha she's tired, it's only coming down one, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, he had a very large bed and there wasn't any pure bus. And Rabbi totally answered that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants. There was no pure bus or on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to eat louse clothing or read a sefer Laura Ner the candlelight. It says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hananiah ben Chizkiah ben Goron said in the attic. What happened was the Talmidim of Bishami got together, the Talmidim of Yisrael got together, there were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeres, and those are two of the Yisraels. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a brisa called Megillas Hainas that goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the zeres, the terrible Nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened in Klal Yisrael, and then the Nisim, the Geula that happened in Klal Yisrael. And Rav Shimon says we could also write a sefer like that. There's so many tsaras and goals that Klal Yisrael went through that we're not going to read. Or the pshat is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can't feel pain. He doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that a Baruch Hu does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, you can run a knife through it and you won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara says, a dead person feels just like a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us Sefer Yechezkel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Sefer Yechezkel with too many contradictions, and he gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer Yechezkel. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 zeros are. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe, stay healthy.
We're stopping you because you're wearing blue jeans. That's not a thing. It would make much more sense if he had just changed his t-shirts. And like I said yesterday, if you were going to change it all, why did you have to leave campus to do that? And shouldn't the cameras have caught you either way? Take a totally different route? Again, there's cameras everywhere, so we can now plot this change.
Shabbos Daf Yudalet. We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishamim and Basil agreed upon.
Right?
9 of them have to do with Sulei Truma. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. It's very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara. And you have to distance yourself from Truma, how spit could be becoming, etc.
Get this confirmed photo.
What does Truma mean? You designate food for paying Truma if one of the main rights that touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could hassle the Truma. Hassle, Lashon of Psul means the Truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't have power to be the something else. It's possible, it stops right there. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. In the Gemara in our daf, we removes 1. Somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for shkia to become completely tired. That is the rice if he touches fruit, truma, it becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with 2. Somebody that eats a rishon l'tumah. Rishon l'tumah means the way it works with Tumah. Tumah, you have an avat Tumah, let's say. If it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level. It becomes a rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level, to a sheni. If a sheni touches something, it could possibly go down, not always, to a shlishi. And a shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a revi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a rishon, the Tumah, if he touches it, nothing happens. If he eats it, ingests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's a big tradition. According to Yeshua, if he eats a sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a sheni. Now this can't go according to Eliezer, who says that you are what you eat. So if you eat a rishon, you remain a rishon. If you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni. If you eat a shlish, you remain a shlish. Every single goes according to Yeshua. Says Yeshua, a person eats a rishon or a sheni, and then he touches truma. The Rabbanan, he makes that truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big kiddush. You have to burn the truma. It's like a day rice. Why is it? Why did they institute that? We were worried Chacham said that maybe he'll eat something that's coming. And he'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of truma. Only wine is what we're discussing. Truma. That's the only thing that you have to take truma from. and you could possibly
Footage
ingest
said that
wine.
8:07 a.m. TMZ is the
And you're not allowed to
first
do that because now you're making the wine that's
tells
truma
us that there is doorbell cam
tummy.
footage, but I actually
So
want to
they
see what
instituted every
TMZ
time a
posted.
person
So we
eats
just
something
put a
that's
note for
tummy,
Easter, but I want to look
even a
up
rishon or a
what
sheni,
TMZ
and
announced
then he
it.
goes out and touches
I
the
feel
wine
like
and
it was
makes it
recording, okay?
The third thing on the list is,
So I started asking myself,
and
like,
it's the
where did
same
that
kind of
footage come
zero,
from?
somebody
Right?
drinks
We should
something
look into
that's
that.
coming, a liquid that's
Let me
coming.
just say this right
And
away.
why
As
is
a
it?
rule,
Because perhaps
when a tragedy
he'll
happens,
drink
I don't
something that's
love
coming,
the people
and then he'll
who
put
have
something in
the
his mouth
instinct
that's
to
truma.
immediately speak
So why
to
do I have to
arrest
say
after
it?
a
Isn't it the
tragedy.
same as
What I
one?
mean to say is
No.
that
Most of the
imagine
time when people
you're
eat
on
something that's
campus
hot, they'll
somewhere,
try to
a
wash it
shooting
down with some
happens,
cold liquid.
students are
But
screaming,
most of the
they're
time,
running, somebody is dead.
rarely ever do
I
people
feel that a
drink
normal
something
person's
and then they try to stuff
instinct
something
is
in their
to
mouth. So that's a big
make
thing.
sure their loved ones
The
are
fourth thing on
okay,
the list
that the
is,
vicinity,
let's
make
say
sure
somebody
they are okay,
went to the
obviously,
mikveh
and then to
and he was
call
a full
and
yard, he has to
alert
wait until the night.
everyone who would be
And then he rinsed
concerned
himself off, he took a bath,
you're okay, right?
or
Your
he
mom's
poured
okay,
water on
but you're
himself,
gonna get on the phone
he
first with
becomes
like
tummy.
your mom and
Why
dad.
is
You're not
that?
gonna get on the phone
Because what happened was
with
people used to go to the
TMZ.
mikveh and the
You're
water
not
was
gonna
very
there to
dirty.
speak to the
So
press
they
right now.
rinsed
Think
themselves
so.
off with clean
It's
mine
always a
sugar.
good question when you sense that something is
And
wrong.
eventually,
I
people
very
started
much
thinking
sense
that
right
the
now
way they
with
became
Trump
tired was from the
assassination,
clean water. They
to
didn't
go
realize
back
it was the
and
mikveh.
reflect on who
So in
opened
order
up
to
to the
prevent
press
that,
for information.
from people not going to the mikveh, just pouring water on
Been a
themselves,
long
they said,
cover of the show,
pour water on
the
yourself,
mainstream
you
media.
become tummy. And in
Yeah,
order
has been
to
controlled
make
by
sure that
CIA
this zera holds,
since Operation
they
Mockingbird.
instituted another
And
zera,
so
and
I
that's number
addressed that
5
question.
on the list.
Who is that demon
That even a
punished
completely
TMZ?
tahar person
Why
that
TMZ?
clean
Whose
mine sugar
instinct
pour on him,
would
free
it
lugin,
be
he
to
becomes
give the
tummy.
footage
Otherwise,
to
the
TMZ
first
if you
zera
really
would
just
fall
a
apart.
person
And
living
the
out
sixth
in
thing on the
Utah,
list are
surprised
all
by
Sifrei
everything?
Torah, Nevi'im,
Why
and
giving
Surim.
it to like
All parts which
TMZ,
they
which
themselves
covers
are coming.
celebrity
But
gossip
if they
out of
touch
Hollywood,
truma,
right?
the
The New York
truma
Post.
becomes puzzle. And
That's
why
not
is
supposed to be
that?
a local
Because people would hide the
paper,
truma
a
right
local
next to the
source.
Sifrei
Why would you
Torah.
hit
They
up the
said
New York
the Sifrei
Post?
Torah is kaddish, the
Which
truma is kaddish.
Utah
Let's keep
citizen
it together.
thought of TMZ
Mice
first?
would
So then
come
it was the
to eat
feds.
the food,
Well,
and
we
by
were able
doing
to
so, they
stop
would
that.
destroy the
Okay, we
Sifrei
were
Torah
able
and
because
Nevi'im and Surim.
gratefully the individual, one of the
If
individuals who owned
you
the house,
have hands that
spoke
weren't
to a
washed,
local news station
they are tummy
the
to
day
become
after
truma. Why? Because the
Roy
time is
Abercrombie
funny.
was assassinated.
Your hands
His
touch all over
name,
your body like Corona. They
Mercy,
keep on touching things.
is Erwin Steele.
And people
Let's
might
watch
touch
that footage
truma and
of
get
Erwin
disgusted by that
Steele
truma after you
story.
touch a certain part of your body.
Kathy
So they
Beckle,
instituted
right
if you
next
don't
to
wash
her
your hands,
backyard. She
truma
says, we
becomes
searched
awesome.
this area for the
Rabbi
suspected
Parnach
gunman
says,
and his weapon.
hands that touch
Streets
a
over,
safer,
Erwin Steele was another neighbor
they
who
pass
met
away.
with officers in his front yard.
The Brennan says that if you touch a safer with your bare hands, you will be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you did with that Sefer Torah flies away, you don't get that mitzvah. Then what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzera on hands, and only afterwards they made a gzera on regular hands that they are tummy. Because if it was vice versa, then there's no need to make a gzera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already tummy because regular hands are tummy. Number 8 on the list is food that became tummy from liquid. The gzera is because you might have liquid that touch a sheretz, which is common with the raisa. And also that everything that touches even hands, which is the rabbanon, is also tummy. Number 9 are vessels, kalim, that became tummy to liquids that touch the sheretz. Because with the raisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is mekame the raisa. So he said that the liquids that touch the sheretz are mekame. The Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands before touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. Klal Yisrael didn't accept it. Until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the gzera, and then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the gzera that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. Typically you let it stay there and go to waste. The Gemara tells us that there was a part, there was Zugos, the first Zug was Yossi ben Yoezer's Freda and Yossi ben Yoezer's Yerushalayim, and they instituted a number of gzeras. One of them was that dirt from other nations is Mikama because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves, and their dead are coming to Rabbanon. So they said that the dirt is also coming. And they said that even glassware is Mikama, becomes Hamas, and so too clean mattress, which we're going to go into. Shimon Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say, here's the ksuba that's in this vessel. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go, because you had nothing to lose. It was already designated. Shimon Shedach said, no, a woman could go after any of the husband's money anyway. She could go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argue about 3 things in the entire chapter, whereas the Talmud and Beis Hillel and Shammai argued on many things, including every one of the 18 appointments in the second of a wonderful day.
Okay, fine. And it's like, yeah, that's something that our source, a very good source, said that whole block is pretty much employees of that engineering company, Caldera. Okay, just put that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robinson. We found a second witness, and her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele, but this one witnessed something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry Steele, and she spoke to the BBC about how she had witnessed
Shabbos Daf Tesvav, we're discussing the 18 machlokesim between Beishamai and Beisilai, that the halacha is like Beishamai. Even though they still argued with Beishamai every single one, once they passed in halacha like Beishamai, the following day they still agreed that they were right, Beishamai was right. There are 300 machlokesim between Beishamai and Beisilai, but there are only 3 machlokesim between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai themselves. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a first challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They're machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says, bring challah on a oimer, which is asir so ephah. It's 1/10 of an ephah. An ephah is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, ches, lamed, hey, 40. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going into millibar. In other words, in Gemara math, you take the final number. 2 plus 18 is 20. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about Beisilai and Beishamai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. Beishamai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 3 kav is 1 kav. Chachamim say, we don't go millibar, we go milagah. We do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shiurim of the Nidva, we're talking about the shiurim of Yerushalayim. They took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took, again, 6 and made it 5 in Tzipori, the shiur changed again, and Rabbi Yossi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to introduce? According to Hillel, it's a hin. Use the word hin like his Rabbi, which means 12 lugim. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugim. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim paskin like 2 weavers that live next to Shara Ashkenaz. She points out, weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashkenaz. Yet, we paskin like these 2 weavers that testified in the name of Shmai and why? Because they live
fucking birds in the background.
and the third machlokes
You've got some
is
real
regarding a
shit
woman who
going
sees
on.
dam.
No, it's Thursday night
And
football,
that she
and
touches
everybody
becomes
should
tummy.
lock and load because this bitch is
Dam
gonna
takes
get
time
hot.
to emerge.
It's gonna
Once it
get
leaves the
hot,
womb,
baby.
she's tummy.
Gonna
And Shammai says she's
It's
feeling
gonna
the
be
kama
hot.
from
It's
here
gonna
on
be
out.
hot.
Even though she
This
touched
is
it
gonna
10
be.
seconds ago, and it's
If
impossible for
Tariq Hill
Dam
doesn't have
not to be
35
Tama.
points in this game,
No,
I'm throwing
Dayan
this.
Shatan from here on out. Hillel say that it's
If he just had as many
Mekidim
points for
Lemkidim.
as many children
From
as
the
he had,
last time that she
I might be
saw
okay with that.
Dam, in other words, from the last time she did
There's
a
nothing wrong with
few
having a lot
months
of
ago,
kids
everything in between
if you take care of
is
them.
every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say, the It's Me'es lays 24 hours. But if she did a bdika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bdika. Whatever is less.
This guy sucks, though. Their coach is the worst.
Seemingly a fourth machlokes, and that is, the person brings a carbon on Yom Kippur. Is he allowed to do smicha or not? Can he lean on the head with all his might? According to Hill, yes. According to Shammai, no.
Al Michael
The reason why
sucks.
it's not included in the we only have machlokes, not four, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes applied to Israel. And Shammai and Hill just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes.
They should have me doing
takes his grapes
fucking
for wine.
play-by-play. They get
And some of the grapes,
I wouldn't even be giving player
wine,
one. Just
grape
say,
juice.
see that motherfucker
that
there, Tariq Hill?
considered
If he doesn't get the ball in the
liquid
next fucking play, you're
make
cut.
the grapes susceptible to tumor or not? According to Shammai, yes.
Yo,
according to
dog,
Hill,
what is
not.
this guy's
But
name?
since Hill later on agreed to
Joey
Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes.
motherfucking
The
Diaz.
Gemara just tells us there's three stages when it comes to
They're
dirt
playing
that
the
comes from
Bills?
Israel. As we mentioned the
Oh,
other day,
fuck.
dirt that
This
comes from
is
Israel,
going to be an
since
ass
the
kicking.
don't mark the graves. It's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bones, and therefore it's metama.
Tua sucks.
Three stages.
He's the worst
Yosef and Yezer, Yosef and Yochanan, the first,
They were the worst
they made the first stage,
quarterback
and they said
ever.
that if that dirt touches truma,
I literally
you're not
think I
gonna-
could do
you don't have to
that.
burn it, but you can't eat its whole title.
And I
And
don't
the
have
ear
any
space, it
experience
didn't do
in
any
fucking
kind of xera at all.
backyard.
They cannot say that they said you have to burn it, because the only thing that
Are you
was
done?
burnt right away is something that was true, that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on,
Kurt.
the Rabbanim of Shemaim and Shana, meaning 80 years before the Torah, they added, and they said that the ear space is also part. It also has
Dog.
you don't have to burn it, but it's tummy can't eat the truth. Later on in Usha, one of the 6 xeras that they made in Usha was that the dirt from Chutzlaret that touches Truma, you must burn the Truma. But the ear space remained the same, just there. Rabbi Yossi said that 180 years before the Churban Abayis Sheni, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanon of Usha, the Rabbanon of the Rabbanon of 80, which they called, they said the Tuma, and they said what we said before. And they were also on glass. 40 years before the Churban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lushkas Hagazes to
Tariq,
Hanuyos.
if he put up
And they stopped
26 points right now,
doing
what would you
capital
do? I'd be very happy. If he put up 6 points, what would you do right now?
The way it went was 4 generations, 100 years before
What
the
about
Churban Abayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then
You wish you would have
Gamliel,
taken him?
and Reb Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 Sveikas. We have Beis HaPras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is dirt from Chutzlaret. Third thing is clothing of an Amoris that his wife neither might have sat on them, and it was with Tameh with Medras. If you find it clean the street, you have to assume it's Tameh. Sorry, it's Tameh touches. If you touch fruit to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a Zav, and you have to burn the Truma. And finally, May Red Light. Yossi says that you burn this Truma in Rosh Hashanah, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a spek. Let's say you're not sure if it came from a Chutzlaret, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it, double spek. Since it's in Rosh Hashanah, you burn it. Chacham say in Rosh Hashanah, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And in Rosh Hashanah, it's Tavon, because Safek to Rosh Hashanah is Tavon. Now, why did they make a xera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah and be tired? The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it, and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a kli that's made out of lead. Like the mayor says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the kli function. Over here, it is the lead, then the whole kli turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
If I came to your show and I go, wow, I'm a Christian, he swore a lot. Well, that's my bad. I didn't know he was Puerto Rican, whatever. You know what I mean? Or Cuban, whatever you are. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. You've called me Chinese before? No. I always look at them. Oh, you do? Oh, right.
Snapdragon, eat this dick, girl. Dude, Shaq does so many fucking He's been a
Shabbos
spokesperson for
Daf
Icy
Zayin.
Hot.
We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to earthenware and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to tumah. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is shute klicheres. If the klicheres is flat and the metalware is flat, klicheres is not mikabel tumah, metalware is mikabel tumah. In this case, glass is similar to cheres, to earthenware. Second thing is that
Are you excited?
earthenware is not mikabel tumah from the outside. If you touch the cheres, the outside of the kli, it's not mikabel tumah. Whereas metalware is mikabel tumah, and that glass is similar to metal. And we can discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in a tummy kli, that makes the tumah go away. What happens if you repair the hole? If it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And the glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware.
Worse.
Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a kli that's tumah, you put it in the mikvah. If it's earthenware, it does not become tar.
You're not gonna
If
show
it's
my
metalware,
boy?
it does become tar. When it comes to glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha is an amazing concept
Those
of
mafias
the
suck.
ear space of a earthenware kli in the Talmud. If you put a sheret without touching the kli into the ear space of the kli, the
Dude, they're
earthenware becomes
living in
tar.
the past,
Metal does
man.
not become tar. Another halacha, once a kli is tamei, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of an earthenware kli, that fruit becomes tamei, whereas in metal, it does not become tar. Glass is like metal. It does not become tamei through the ear space. Now, why is it that glass is mikama midaber? It's mikama if you touch something from the outside. If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be mikama midaber.
Relax in.
Because glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass, just like you do to metal. You melt the
Mike
metal and make a
McDaniel
new glass.
sucks.
So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now, why is it that if you repair a hole in glass,
Mike McDaniel, you
it's
might
not
be the
become
worst
tar?
coach in the
That is
NFL.
like earthenware. Shouldn't be similar to metalware. And the answer is
Sean
because
McDermott sucks.
the concept of repairing and recapturing
Everybody
tumah
sucks
is derabbanan.
except one person.
And the
in
whole
whole
idea that
fucking
a
place.
glassware is
Kyrie
coming is derabbanan. That's
motherfucking
derabbanan.
Hill.
That doesn't go. We don't do
If this
derabbanan
motherfucker doesn't
on one
put up
item.
65 points today, I'm
Now,
throwing
why is it
this.
that glassware, if it's flat, is not mikabel tumah, just like earthenware is not mikabel tumah if it's flat? And the answer is because the Chachamim want to make a distinction and show people that glassware is derabbanan. And therefore, if glassware touches truma, do not burn the truma. Just let it hang as is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from putzlars, and you burn truma, even though it's derabbanan.
Dude,
Rashi says,
Dalton take the ball first.
glassware, in fact,
Here
is
you go, baby.
exactly like earthenware.
Let
Besides,
it go into the end zone.
besides the fact that
Bullshit.
glassware becomes tamei if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because
Slap
glass
him.
is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. And just like the inside is mikabel tumah, so too, the outside. Nusug,
Nobody's
midoraisa,
got that Miami
metalware,
defense special
is
teams.
mikabel tumah. That's a mafurish passage. Shimon Shadach came along and said
Sucks.
that metalware, if it has a hole, midoraisa,
Record 1-8 versus the
here the
Bills.
hole, Shimon Shadach said,
Yards per game, 9 touchdowns,
captures
10
the
interceptions.
original tumah and remains.
Worst quarterback
There's a story of Shimon
ever.
Shadach's sister, who was Yanai Melech's wife. She made a big feast for her
All
son.
right, well, does he have
And during the
fucking?
feast, all the dishes became tummy tumas mace. Perhaps somebody died at the meal, and they all became tummy through oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to be
Tariq,
prepared,
number
and go through
one,
the whole
baby.
process of sprinkling them on the 3rd day and on the 7th day with mechatas, she had a great idea. She punched holes through every single one of the
All
vessels
right, that was okay.
and sent them to a professional to repair. Says the Shem Shach, that's a
Would have
no-no.
been better if it was
People are
straight
going to
hill.
forget the whole concept
Would
of
have been
sprinkling
amazing.
mechatas on the vessels. So he instituted a takana that even if you repair clean, it recaptures the tumah. Now, what if Shimon Shadach said at that time that all tumas, even tumah sherets, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tumah is recaptured. You don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatas. There is no mechatas on tumah sherets. 2 answers.
They're going to run the ball
Abaya
with a
says,
bunch of
perhaps we're concerned that people won't poke a large enough hole in the kli instead of it being the size of a pomegranate.
What a
Do less than
terrible
that.
play.
Rabbi says, but we're
Just
concerned.
absolutely
Because even if you put a kli in a mikvah,
Mike
and
McDaniel,
it's
you're
hard,
the
you still have
worst.
to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a kli and then
Hey,
you
we have
repair
the
it,
fastest player in the
just when
league.
you So people might
okay.
come to think that
You're
you
gonna throw it
don't
too
have to
deep?
wait to
No.
use it immediately.
What are you gonna
So
do?
Mashiach was misakin. Then no, if you're here, it's not even part of
You
it.
might put him out there.
What's the difference between a pie and
Why
a
don't you fucking
In a case
give
where
him
a
the
person
ball?
broke the key completely,
It's just like so
slammed it out, and started
Then
from it.
fucking,
In
that's
that
what they
case,
pay
nobody's
you
going to
millions of
confuse that and say,
dollars,
oh, you don't
dog.
have to go to the mikveh, you don't have to wait
I
until
read.
nightfall after you go to the mikveh.
You're the
Because people
worst.
see you're dealing with a brand new thing.
If they hand the
People
ball off, I'm
might
throwing
think
first.
that you don't need a full shear of a pomegranate to make a. When we're discussing the 18 halachas, that the halacha of Shammai versus Mesilah,
Dog, do they not know? They were like, oh yeah, two, you're here.
and two in the
Oh,
Mishnah,
why
where
would
you
you
should
the
need
ball?
the candlelight
Okay,
and
third
the
quarter.
mouse clothing.
This is the worst.
And now the Gemara continues with number
Dog,
12.
just look.
And that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. And yesterday we
Yo, what
discussed
up?
we have
Nice to
three
meet you. How you doing, Tim?
of mayim shuruvim, drawn
Hope
water,
you're doing well.
before you get to the 40, and you introduce those mayim shuruvim.
Here we go.
Rainwater, it passes the rainwater.
Give it to fucking Tyreek
Now
Hill,
we're
dog.
discussing
Go deep.
what constitutes mayim shuruvim. Machlokes B'Sham Yisrael, the
Man.
person takes any type of vessel,
Tyreek Hill got
a very
he got
large
something.
vessel, a very small vessel. In other words, vessels that are not mekabel tumah at all,
5
they're
yards.
so large, so small, or they're made out of material that's not mekabel tumah, such
I'll
as
take it.
mud. And you put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water,
They're in the red
even
zone.
if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. And you went to work and you came back, and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered mayim shuvim, and that makes a
Get this
mikvah.
motherfucker the ball.
If there are no clouds in the sky,
we're
everybody
way
agrees
behind.
that's not considered mayim shuvim, because you have to have das. You have to think, I want to capture the water. So where is Machlokes? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, but those clouds went away, and new clouds came. According to Beishamai, since I had the proper machshava, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is mayim shuvim. According to Beishamai, it's not considered mayim shuvim, and the halacha is like Beishamai because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Beishamai than Beishamai. The halacha is like Beishamai. The rest is no. That's not one of the 18. In fact, the halacha is like Beishamai. What is one of the 18? The fact that all Kusi girls, even 1 day old, are considered nida. Why? Because Kusim don't believe that a girl under the age of a Gdaila can become a nida. So we cannot trust the Kusim, and therefore they instituted that all Kusim are nidas. Have a wonderful day.
My girlfriend's a jungle agent. Yeah, that's why I said I can't say that. If it wants to break up, then I can say it. It's funny, not just
Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes coming as oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear. It can be the size of a pin. However, if you want something in the room to become coming because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is coming, the ceiling must be at least a type of wide midoraz. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass on like Bishamai, according to the is the halacha that the ceiling does not need to be a full cover if you're holding onto the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, you prod an animal. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter was a third of a tefach. That means the circumference was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore they instituted that the person is holding onto the mardeya rather than making him come until the evening, because the mardeya was over the dead body. The dead body is aviyah b'satuma. The mardeya becomes the avatuma once the rest, and the person holding onto it becomes a rishain. A rishain is the mikveh that's in day. But people might get confused and they'll say, right, even a full-fledged 7-day coming only has to go to the mikveh that's in day. There is no such thing as 7-day coming. Therefore, they instituted kum, whereas it's supposed to be for 1 day, they made it for 7 days. The Rabbi says, I'll curse my sons if this halacha is true. It's impossible. It's a mistake. What happened was was once a farmer, that he was walking with his goat on his shoulder, he was touching it, yes, but he went over in his mouth over a grave. And that in return made him a Rishon, but he thought that he's coming for 7 days. It was a mistake. There's no reason to institute it. Nobody's going to get confused and mistake a circumference with the day after. So according to a Tarifim that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 Kapanas, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like we said the other day, the Nois Kusim. The Kusim is the 18th one. That all daughters of Kusim, they all have Kumas Midah. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of the 18, and that's Hapoitzer Lagas. If you harvest grapes for wine, and some of the grapes, they ooze out grape juice, that grape juice is enough to be considered extra tumah. Now the grapes can become a tumah because, say, Beit Shammai, we're concerned that perhaps they'll harvest them in a waterproof container and he'll try to save that juice. Since he wants that juice, it's as if he had intent to use that juice. Gemara tells us that day that Shammai convinced Philip, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. It was like the day Klal Yisrael did the Chet HaEgel. They should have listened to Aaron and Hur, but they didn't. Over here, Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. Yet they embarrassed him, they put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, the Lord says in the name of Chavi Yishba, Chavi the hunter, he says in the name of Shmuel that if you take truma, that's tummy, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and he plants it. He won't gain anything because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of tummy truma. Why is that? We're concerned that instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now, he would be allowed to, with the rice, plant it. We're concerned that he might use it the wrong way, and therefore we said, burn it right now and don't wait. Another one of the 18 halachas, where the sign like Mishamai, if a person is walking Erev Shabbos with his wallet, and all of a sudden it becomes Shabbos. With the Raisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah and stop. Walk another less than 4 amas and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 amas and he'll be over there Raisa. So what we say is, give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the guys are on pas akum, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, is a isur yichud for the guy. All of these 4 halachas are considered one. According to Rabbi Yossi, had yesterday, he doesn't hold that one of the halachas is catching rainwater in a kli and creating mayim shuvim. So we say that the Nois Kusim is one of the 18. He's still missing one. The Nois Kusim we count as one of the 18. If he counts Nois Kusim as one of the 18 and not Shuvim, how does he get to 18? The Lord tells us he's Xera on all non-Jewish boys that they have halacha of Hamei Zav. Although a guy never becomes a Zav, but they instituted that Goyim have halacha of Zav. We don't want our children playing with their children the shash of Mishkav Zav. Now, according to Meir, you must say that the 2 halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid, those are 2 out of the 9 halachas we learned in Psulim Truma, they are considered one, and Mr. Meir has a total of 18 halachas. And now we are done with the sugya of Tumah, and we're starting a brand new sugya. Says the Mishnah, and we're dealing with Shmisas Kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property do malacha on Shabbos according to the Shabbos. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a malacha on Shabbos that would be also the Raisa, malacha Slisha, meaty. And so too, to soak your veg, different karshim and different vegetables. That would be needed. When we shaman, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to Basil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Bishamai, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for the animal to be caught. According to Basil, you can't. You're not allowed to put in wool into an before Shabbos. That's a libum. That's also in the Raisa, making the wool white unless you have enough time to think before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos, according to Shabbos. And still, as long as you have enough time for 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. But you don't have to finish the malach. According to Shammai, you're not allowed to give your clothing to the cleaner before Shabbos unless he has enough time. According to the you can't. Shimon Gamliel says, Shimon Gamliel was a descendant of Hillel. He says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to launder, 3 days before Shabbos. One halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a malacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos. In other words, you're not over isur derais on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to make the juice come out quicker, so you put a big stone on them, a beam, that you're allowed to do according to Shammai before Shabbos, even if you don't have enough time, because if you do it on Shabbos, you're not over, or they're nice, so that is wonderful good. Shabbos Daf Yuches, we discussed in the Mishnah that according to Bishama, you're not allowed to eat and soak it in water before Shabbos unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, Bishama hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes that this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that the issue of Elisha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hand. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi, Elisha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. You take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our Mishnah doesn't go according to Rabbi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps even Rabbi Yossi would admit in an object, in an item that doesn't require you, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi Yossi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said offer. And we're reading it afer. You could confuse the two. The Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you could do before Shabbos. You're allowed to make a ditch to bring water from a water source to your field, even though we'll continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though we'll continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring for the silverware, even though it will continue with the Shabbos. What you're not allowed to do is put wheat in a watermill. There are 2 reasons given to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's a design for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi Yosef, is the concept called Shvisas Kelim. You have to have your utensils dressed on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agreed to the concept of Shvisas Kelim. So then why isn't the Mishnah of Beis Hillel saying you're allowed to put flax in an oven, you're allowed to do all these things? Because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There's no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing, it's in a vessel, but the vessel is not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Where they still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish, or like a kurkuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that a fish goes in and gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what they still allows on Shabbos. According to Ravasi, the concept of Shvisas Kelim is only according to Beis Shammai. And Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah even if the vessel doesn't move, like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle which will last into Shabbos? How do Bishami allowed to make food which cooks over Shabbos, or make beer which takes 8 days? Even though the vessel is not moving, you need Shvisas Kelim. We must say, says the Gemara, that in all those cases the person is mafkir his candle, he's mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit, whatever it is that is mutter, the patch, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's also to cook beans that take a very long time to cook. You're also to put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's also for you to eat them until the amount of time that it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to the Islam, because of a new concept called Shema Yichata. So the problem, you might stoke the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now, when it comes to the fragrance and sulfur, there is no problem of Shema Yichata, because if you stir the coals, you'll create smoke, which will ruin what you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem. Because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll ruin your flax. That's the concept of the ear will ruin it, and therefore there's no chitu. What about dyeing wool? Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema Yichata might stoke the coals. So there's a way to get out of it. If you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem with hadassah. You might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to cook beans, that's only beans. But meat, you are allowed to cook meat on the oven before Shabbos. We're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll eat it. And the same will apply if you have food that's completely cooked. So you're allowed to put it right before Shabbos. The only thing you're not allowed to do is if it's semi-cooked. Semi-cooked food, you're not allowed to put on before Shabbos, unless you introduce the semi-cooked food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of Shema Yichata. There are two reasons that we said that help us with chitu, with stirring coals. One is if there's air that ruins the coal, or ruins whatever food you're doing or any malacha you're doing. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then you don't have a problem of Shema Yichata. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young goat that introducing air to the cooking is terrible for it, and you seal the oven according to everybody, that's not an issue. What if you have one out of the two reasons? According to one lashon, that's exactly reflected in Rashi and Yirmiyah Medifti. According to Rashi, it's mutter, and according to Yirmiyah Medifti, it's also. What if you don't have any of the reasons? Both reasons don't exist. According to a second lashon, that's when Machlokes Rashi and Yirmiyah Medifti exist. Rashi says it's mutter to put food in the oven because we're not going to come to do food to the cold, we're not going to stir the cold, because the door to the oven will be reminded. However, Rashi admits that it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. Shammai say in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the Gemara brings that you're not allowed to lend something to a guy, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy, you're not allowed to give a guy a present if the guy won't make it to his own home before Shabbos. It'll look as if he's doing something for you. Amir La'atam, he's your shliach. They still say, as long as you can get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where to place his items, that's okay. And what Kiva says, what they still need to say is, as long as you can leave your house, from that point on, it's okay. In Yana D'Yayim, a Shammai hold that your field to be mivar chametz, to destroy chametz, exists even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell it to the guy, you have to make sure that the guy eats the chametz. Amazing. You know for a fact that the guy won't consume the chametz, you're not allowed to sell it. They still say no. As long as you can eat the chametz, you can sell the chametz. And Buddha, who holds like a shaman, that you can't sell chametz to the guy as long as you don't, as you know that he's not going to consume it. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day.
Is this a relapse? Because I just want to sort of like time it's my authority. It's fine. I'm not fucking fine. I know you're not dumb, but you're having good things happen to you. Is it hard enough to start being like, oh, you're normal, people just go on and do all that? Like, so why would I want to do that? Why would I call in on a Monday?
Shabbos Daf Yutetes, permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal. We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your reshus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichus, and you don't have to prevent it. You're allowed to rent the your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday. You're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it to them specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a guy, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah Berurah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from a Jew. Therefore, there are the following halachas. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Rishonim, that's mutter. Although Rabbi HaKohen, or some say it was Rabbi HaChassid, was machmar himself and he never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to the Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulation, and there's no dayar. Dayar means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's usher to send a letter Erev Shabbos. However, if in a case where there is dayar, the person does have a permanent address. Now, he didn't stipulate the fee. According to the Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, reaches his destination. According to the city, he doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay, because he can put it down there, and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own term. The halacha is, one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. Shibur brings them down, original test. 2 of them are brought here. Places says because it's similar to swimming, and Rabbi Nathanael says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. For the mitzvah, it's mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship and stipulate with him and say, I'm only embarking the ship on condition that you stop on Shabbos. And the captain says, okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's okay as well. But Shimon Gamliel says you don't have to go through the whole stipulation process. It's good without talking to the captain of the ship. A very short trip. If you know you're going to reach your destination before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark the ship, even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. The Shammai says the reason is it says in the pasuk, "Ad yidita," until you decimate your enemy. That means even on Shabbos. There's once a laundry who wanted to charge Rabbi the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. He says, Rabbi, I know what tricks you're up to. I learned. Shimon Gamliel said that his father never gave white laundry the laundry less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says, before you give your laundry, the launderer always measure it before and measure when it comes back in case you decided to shrink your clothing or stretch your clothing. We learned that the Shammai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos in something that's also in the right to do on Shabbos itself. Therefore, when the Shammai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy beams and stones on your grapes and olives on Shabbos before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not a issue deraisa. Who does that go according to? The Gemara brings 2 shittas. You can either go according to Bishmal who holds, but once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the Rebbe says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's missing crushing, it's usher to do on Shabbos. So there's another shita. The Gemara brings the Amoira Rebbe Elazar says in the name of the Tana Rebbe Elazar that once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, we'll let it continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey, and it's not, we're not concerned about sweet on Shabbos. That would be the same as in our Mishnah, that you let it, once you start crushing the grapes before Shabbos, you let it continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both food, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into a liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Elazar himself is brought down in a price as saying this exact same halacha as he said by honey. He says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Chanina says the halacha like Rabbi Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy beam or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe and on garlic. There's a famous machlokes himself the Shabbos in Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain regard. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav Paskins like Rabbi Yehuda, there is Muktzah that have to be more stringent. And Shmuel Paskins like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. Gemara brings here 4 nafkaminas. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav, and they're not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, it's his salary, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. A cart for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, the cart is muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. What if the animal was designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rav, they are muktzah. You're not allowed to change your mind and try to shut this animal or use these dates on Yom Tov. Why? Since you set them aside and you didn't have mind to use them when Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There was a Talmud that decided to paskin the halacha like Reb Shimon, even though the halacha is like Reb Shimon. He paskin like Reb Shimon and they put him in Chayrim. Why? Because the story happened in the city where Rav was the Rav, and therefore they put him in Chayrim. These machlokes and 2 Talmudim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has a big of chatzerot? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want as long as you put into one vessel, and the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Soilin Basar Batzal Eitzah. Having a wonderful day.
I don't believe you. If it's that kind of thing, what if there's ethnic people there go, yeah, mine's whatever. Where else have you played? Who else? August in there, Pittsburgh. Steve Byrne. He's from that way. Yeah, you're from there.
Shabbos Daf, we learned in the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast meat, eggs, onions, unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? Kimachol ben Yusai, it's a shear, what the Rashi means, a third done, according to the Rambam, 50% done. Once we're talking about Kimachol ben Yusai, there's a few clues. Number one, once the food reaches Kimachol ben Yusai, according to Rashi, it's a third done, there's no more issue of Bishul Akum. The guy could take on the cooking from that point. And according to Chananya, there's no Isser Shehiyah. Once your food reaches a third done, you can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah, even though you don't have roof of Tuma, you don't remove the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the coals with ashes. We learned in the Mishnah you don't put bread into the oven before Shabbos. unless Karma Kamel has a nice color. According to Tanakh, means the outside of the bread. According to Lezer, it means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned that you're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to Korban Pesach, we say that you are allowed to put a Korban Pesach on a spit into the oven because you are part of a group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happened to the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because Korban Pesach is a whole goat. It's not cut up into pieces. It's also. So therefore, the air and oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it would be a concern. But because you have other people there, it's not a concern. There's the Mishnah that in Pesach Hamoket, there's a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You're allowed to start the fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside of Beis Hamikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rabbi is because it says that there's no isser to light the fire on Shabbos in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara has a bond kasha on Rabbi. What Chizda says is because Kohanim's reason. Beautiful Rashi here, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah, and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk, this Varish Pomish V'Sechem, is referring to Haktar Sevarim Chalavim, that they're allowed to burn on Shabbos on the Mizbeh. But outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the shear is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rav, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, it just means that it caught on enough. They don't have to bring small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great riot for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, that it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it has to be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another pshat is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness of the wood, the flame has to go through the wood. So the Rabbi says, if so, let's do both. Most of the thickness and the circumference. The Yakim burnt Megillah Seichel, and it says in the pasuk the Es Ha'ach, the fun of Nevares. Rav says that means an arava tree, and Shmuel says that they were together. It's a lesson of Achra. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Reads that our individuals, they don't need roiv, they're easy to catch flame, according to Ravuna, and if they're in a bundle, they need that the majority of it should light up. This is the exact opposite. That if individuals, they need the roiv, and when they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flames. And Rav Kahana says, like Ravuna in this case. When it comes to pits, so Ravuna says the same thing by Hanan, that when they're individuals, they don't need a roiv, and when they're together in a vessel, in a basket, they need roiv. This is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says, like Rav Chizda. These are things that don't need roiv, majority fire. We're talking about zephet, which is pitch, tar, buffers is sulfur, vino, cheese, revav is grease, tash, straw, vav is stubble. Rebbe says that the trees of bubble don't need. And what is that? Rebbe says, as we'll see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has the woody substance that can catch flame. But it doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that it's lit, the majority of it, and therefore small pieces doesn't help. And Rami Barada says this refers to Zaza. Zaza is moss. And with that, we finish the first parak of the Masechta Shabbos, a tremendous mazel tov. Hagen Alach Yitzias HaShabbos, and now we're going to start parak Hamemedit. You cannot light with the wick of left, which is, like we just discussed, the wood that's found in a cedar tree. And you can't light with chaysin. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Abaya, it's flax that wasn't honed. And below the kolach, So Shmuel asked them, asked them, what is it? They told him it's kulcha. It's a woolly substance. It's a saros, something like that. The reason why Zehira says it's pushkira. It's a very inferior type of silk that comes from a silkworm. They call it flossing. Lovin says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says the Mishnah looks at the Seidan, which means achrina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Ravin showed Rabbi. Rabbi says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but he pulled it apart and showed him, look, there's a substance, like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, Hamidbar, Shavra, which is nettle grass. They braid it and they make wicks out of it. That's not referring to algae, but rather it's referring to the moss. Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch. And shava is wax. So if you make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oils, but not the category of wicks, so you're allowed to, and you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
So I went back nearly every day for the reason was wrong. Because he was the guy that wrote the lawn at the fucking skating rink during the summer, and then during the winter it was since we never lived there. During the summer it was like I'm just telling you this right now because of the fact that it's a dog thing. I don't get into it. I've told my parents every dirty thing I've ever fucking done. And I've done
Shabbos that list the Mishnah different wicks that are also used in Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen kip. Three opinions. Shmuel says it's the name of the bird. Yusuf says it's cottonseed. And Rosh Hashanah says this is the kikoyan. Kik is kikoyan of yaina, the leaf that protects the yaina. From all these three things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix it. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbent into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says the whole list of wicks that are also to use, if you use them for flotation devices, the mutter. The only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual fillet. Says Rab, melted fat and melted fish innards are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. But we don't make a double tier. We don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's two tiers, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use in the Mikdash because it says in the pasuk "Lahalis their covet." It has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. In the Mikdash, they made the wicks out of the belt of the kohen, and the belt was made out of wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on silver spaces Sho'eva where the mitzvah is not midoraisa. However, there is a brayso that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which isn't deraisa, out of the leftover clothing of the kohen. And the answer is, over there, it was only from the kohenes, which was made out of linen. And from here on out, the next three daf approximately, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the sugi of Hanukkah of the whole Shas. Three-way machlokes. Ravuna says, all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah on the weekday and on Shabbos. How are you? The reason is because on the weekdays we have a concept called kafsa. If the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time, let's say you have to light the candle for a half hour, during that half hour is extinguished, you must relight it. So we're concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use inferior product and he won't relight it. On Shabbos, we have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, Shemayaka, you'll fix the candle. Rav Chisda says, In the weekday, you could use that oil because kafsa aims up. You don't have to relight it. But on Shabbos, you still have the concern that you might fix the candle lighting, the candle, because you are
2001.
permitted to read.
We're in a space odyssey,
And Rav says
folks.
you're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, all these oils that are possible. Because kafsa aims up. We're not concerned that he might be kosher, that he might not relight it, because he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's usher to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shema Yaakov. Abaya heard this pshat from Rabbi Yirmiyah, and he didn't accept it. But later on, he heard this pshat in the name from Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, "I wish I would have heard this when I was younger, because when he was younger, there's a concept called the Yangusa, Torah that you learn when you're young sticks." The mitzvah of their Hanukkah is from Shkia until the Talmudim leave the marketplace. Talmudim are people that sell firewood and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is your chiyuv. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another shot is how much oil should one put in his menorah? Enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are 3 levels of Mahadran in Ner Hanukkah.
Yeah.
The basic level is 1 candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, 1 candle is enough for everybody. The next level is Mahadran, and it's 1 candle, but for every person in the house. And the 3rd level is,
You guys
according to Bishama,
have the fastest player in the game.
Somebody trying to place places in the Rambam. In addition to every single person in the house, whereas only the Baal Bais, Bishama is saying, you start out with 8, and on the 2nd day you go down to 7, and on the 6th day you go down to 6. Still say you start with 1 and you build up 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 svars in the Gemara for Bishama and 2 for Basil. The Gemara says, according to Bishama, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the 2nd day you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. And the second shot of Bishama is because on Sukkot they started out with 13 cows. They would drink for 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So 12 times you go down. Basil as far as is that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the 2nd day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another shot of Basil is Malam B'Kodesh. You always go up in Kedusha. So you start with 1, you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to the Rishus Rabbi, you light by the front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, or by your house, by the door. If you live on the 2nd floor, you should light by the window, facing the Rishus Rabbi. If it's a time of Sakhan where you're not allowed to light outside, you're yotze the mitzvah, lighting inside, on your table, says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Hanukkah and not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, and you don't have to make a hecker, obviously that small little candle that you lit is for Hanukkah, unless there are other chashut who never uses a bonfire. The Lord tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, we make 8 days of Hanukkah, which you don't do a hesped at a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was the Yevon went into the heichal, and they were mekama all the oil, and then when the Chashmonaim beat them, they found only 1 half shemen with the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, but lasted for 8 days, and therefore Chachamim made Hanukkah where you say Hallel and you give Shevach Meidot and goes Baruch. The halacha is, if you cause a spark and that spark makes a fire, you are fired. If you have a camel loaded with cotton and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire and your camel creates a fire, that's your responsibility and you are fired. If it caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner's responsibility. It says in Yehuda, on Hanukkah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, then it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. It says Rabbi. And here you see that the key of Ner Hanukkah is from between 3 12 from the ground, shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than 10. Otherwise, we would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 12 so candles could go by. Says the Gemara, that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a tircha, and you might not want to do it. Have a wonderful day.
Every place I walk in, somebody wants to give me a coke rock. Now I need you to fucking come up to me and fucking hang out with me. So, plus, I mean, you guys get it up by friends. Also, but also a sad note, it's it's like, you don't need, it's also stressful to start the show, correct? And he's got lines to memorize. The last thing you need is an element that's like a little weird.
Shabbos Daf Chabez, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas and you can't have a mabui, a cross beam, a kaira above 20 amas, so too you cannot light your menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Rabbi Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef HaTzadik into the pit, the pasuk says, "Habor reik, ein boi mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Gemara says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse, they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door. Like this, you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bizarre. Rav Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hung a fruit, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say nowadays, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's a Mefurish Braisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Chanukah is not. Rather, the Mekar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Chanukah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argue, the halachas like Rav and Yisur. But the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rav Rabban Nachmani, paskin like Shmuel lekula, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Reb Shimon, according to Shmuel, the greater, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man Omar says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other man Omar says it's akushe mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two shatim? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no design mitzvah, because you're going directly to another wick, rather than going to a mundane thing like a man. However, there's still a akushe mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, the Gemara has a question from Meiser Sheni. If a person has a lot of fruit, which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Meiser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kaddish. Now, I want to take that coin that's kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for my Meiser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it. But right now, I'm doing a mundane task. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's usher is because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough, or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay, because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us that the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting a menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his life, he doesn't need our life. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Shechina, is Shoyer on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends if the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one man Omar, then the center one, the emtsai, that's the ner maravi. At any rate, we use that ner maravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold a kushe mitzvah, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Yeshua says, if a cheresh shaita b'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yaitse if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka mitzvah, that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yaitse the mitzvah. If you hold the hanacha mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yaitse. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yaitse. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yaitse? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yaitse is because other people don't see the pursuit nisa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yaitse. Why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah, Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that we say, B'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say B'tzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we proved that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cheresh shaliv katan lighted, you are not yaitse even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yaitse with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yaitse your husband, because afhein hayu b'is haneis. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree tibal lehegma chila against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
I sent you your fucking money. That's your respect. Thank you. He's like, wow, I got a check from you. You know why? You have no misunderstanding with my fucking money. You have your money. Your fucking you don't get my fucking money. I don't want to wait for the account on Wednesday. This was the first time I went for your account on Wednesday. I'm going to wait for my account. You make a bunch of years. Okay, you don't want that, do you? No. Okay, then I'll wait for account. I'll send my fucking money. I'll send you a fucking check. I don't give a fuck. You don't put the check in there. You don't. You know what I was doing the last couple of years? I booked a job. It showed me the commission for the job is even check. Don't touch my money. Don't touch my money. I don't want that.
Shabbos Daf Chav Gimel. A guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soymech on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because afhein hayu b'is haneis. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other xeris against them. Therefore, a wife could be mighty a husband. Rav Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soup. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rav, the first night of Chanukah we make 3 brachas. L'hadig ner Chanukah, sha'asa nisim l'avoseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Chanukah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Chanukah, you say sha'asa nisim l'avoseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neiros Chanukah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for seeing it. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. But you say sha'asa nisim l'avoseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say shechiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is sha'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say b'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us.
How are you?
The Gemara explains because it says in Torah, lo yisasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a d'oraisa. Another pasuk is Sha'al avicha v'yekeicha zikeinecha v'yoynu lach. The zikein and the Chachamim will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed krumas and maisrus. He separated krumas and maisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh kruma and maisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's a d'Rabbanan. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tafshilan, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the truma and maisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix Rabbanan. Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amoritz is mafresh trumas and maisrus, whereas by Chanukah it's a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all, because most Amoritz do perform trumas and maisrus. It's a chumrah, and on a chumrah you don't make a bracha. Rabbi says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light Ner Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by pay. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. And you must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given pay. And they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you could give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, the Torah says, Al Techala. You have a field to take payoff. And we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end, and like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishabur says, even if it's 1 long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people could be yoked to the field of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yoked to the field of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be 1 large flame, and 1 large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's puzzle for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine rather than making kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah if you only have money for one? since the one you do more frequently comes first. It says Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because Persumei Misa, to publicize the nace that Kosh Baruch did for us, comes before Tediros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candle lighting. And Taisus points out that it wasn't just him; it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said he'll have two children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Idi bar Oven and Kiya bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. Then the following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candle lighting. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son of Talmidei and she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. If you're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, it says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night. Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came Eliyahu and told her, too early is also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmidei Chachamim, will have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmidei Chachamim, will have a son-in-law that's Talmidei Chachamim. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmidei Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmidei Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmidei Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Rav Chisda says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev, Yom Tov will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn kachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Joe Rogan didn't come because he was headlining, and then we went to a strip club. I thought you were there, and then there was these gang members with tattoos on their faces. I didn't know you that was young. Let's get out of here. You were there. You were like crying us and stuff. And then years later, I got photos with Joe. I know he almost died. That's something. I feel funny. I gotta get out of here. I want it. I feel dizzy or something. I drank it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Shabbos Daf of Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today. We had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim, all kinds of Chanukah is the Rabbanah. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, it should be inserted by the part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidel, and not we can insert Yalav Yavai, which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that the Rabbi should rebuild Yerushalayim, and we should have Beis Hamikdash, we should be able to bring karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav Yavai. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh you say Yalav Yavai invention. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Eraisa. Rosh Chodesh is the Eraisa. Rav Chanina says no, we don't say Yalav Yavai since there's no Isser to do Malacha. We got to work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav because it's a brayso that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed that you bring a carbon musaf, and there are days like fast days that you don't bring a carbon musaf. The days that you bring a carbon musaf, says Rabbi Shai in the brayso, you say Yalav Yavai in Birkas Hamazon, and that's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yavai for an Esrei by Ritzei, and if you forget to say Yalav Yavai, you repeat for an Esrei, and it's the day by Meir. And there's no Kiddush, you don't take a Kiddush cup and make Kiddush on your shoulders of Hamas. The days of a fasting. On Sheni v'Chamishi, that we fast for rain. Or the Mamadas, and that is, there were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought korbanos of the tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Beis Hamikdash, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And they said psukim and they davened that the korban should work to Klal Yisrael. That's Mamadas. Those days, we say Hanenu. When does the Gemara say Hanenu? In Oshun Shachas Mincha. Rashi gives the item, we only say Hanenu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that it shouldn't look like we are lying in Oshun Ezra. Perhaps a person will have an itis and they'll eat by mistake and will be alive. However, the Tosfos points out that the Tzibur should say Hanenu in Shachas. Because it's impossible that from the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting.
Just a terrible quarterback.
Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda
They should take this motherfucker.
You don't say Halanisim
Worst
by Musaf and Shabbos
ever.
Since Hanukkah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Hanukkah. The other Shita, you do say Halanisim because all the other Shemoneh Esrei have Halanisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the others.
Worst.
The Raya for Raya is from a very similar place.
Ever.
Yontif that falls out on Shabbos. We don't mention Yontif and the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says they would say Haftarah by Mincha until they had Simcha, and they did away with that Mincha. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself invokes Haftarah sometimes, but not today. So that's a good ride. What's not a good ride is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention, and that's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachos of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says this is not a good ride because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says that Allah is like a Truma lady. Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Ne'ilah, we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have a Ne'ilah on Shabbos, the whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Hanukkah Halanisim by Musaf. Now on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in Haftarah, but as Tosfos points out in halacha Tosfos, we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha Shabbos. But Leil Shabbos, Friday night is different. Friday night when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazar Shashas Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention it. Why is it? Because the whole reason we do Chazar Shashas by Meir of Shabbos is because of Sakha. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming late to shul, and he'd have to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the mazikim will get him. So they prolong the Meir. On a weekday, people didn't go to shul in those days. So because it's a sakana, we say it's a chance, but it's only because it's a sakana, there's no reason to mention. In the Mishnah, there are two shittas that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from cheder, from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. So one of the shittas, though, is different. One of those shittas hold that you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to you. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen tzreifa on Yontif. As we explained yesterday, shemen tzreifa is truma oil that became common and you must burn. Halachically, you have to burn it. You cannot burn it on Yontif, as we had others. Now, shemen tzreifa, the reason why you can't do that is because you cannot burn that oil on Yontif. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil should push off the loisas of you should not make a fire on Yontif, which is not for food. There's three reasons given. Either because it says, ad boiker twice, and the second time it comes to tell the second morning, you have to wait to burn it until Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, Oilas Shabbos b'Shabbat. He was bring the oila on Shabbos. You don't bring the oila of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly, if you cannot bring the oila on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says Who levado yasel lechem? We learn from the pasuk. Who you cannot make machshir, you can't make night on it. Levado, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. It's 9th, 10th day, it's already pushed off. You don't make a bris milah, even though it's a kavachaymer that you should be able to. So we cannot do a bris milah. We learn from here that anything that's pushed off, push it off on Flat Yontif, including this one. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essence that should push off a lois essay, but Yontif is actually an assay and a lois essay. And one assay does not push off an assay and a lois essay. It's a wonderful day.
Well, guess what? This is Terry Zone. Please get the military killed.
Shabbos Daf Chafei. Rav says, just like there's a feel for you to burn chachim that became tameh. Let's say you have meat from a karban that became tameh, you must burn it. So too you have a feel to burn truma that became tameh. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. Truma is very similar to chachim. And second of all, because of the color. We don't want you to, by mistake, use the truma that's tameh. That is a very big difference between the two. Chachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Lord gives us three reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural, the safekeeping of my Trumois. Meaning, Truma number one is Truma that's tar, number two is Truma that's tameh, and we could benefit, the kohen can benefit through using the fire and the light. The other one says that Meiser Sheni, which is scroll, on the 4th and 7th year of Ezekiel, to the Mevarer, to destroy. But when he destroys it, he says it. He says the famous pasuk, I didn't destroy it when I was coming or when the Meiser Sheni was coming. Where's the die? Only Meiser Sheni cannot benefit by burning, but there's something else that you could benefit. And to be one of two, it could be either chachim or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and think you could benefit from truma? Since chachim has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say chachim I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? By chachim we have pigul. The kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, shchita, kabbalah, hilach, and zrita, but he's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, it's a carbon for day and night. He thinks himself, I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. And he eats it then.
Use your fucking hiding.
No, sorry. If he leaves over from his carbon past the allotted time, fine. The fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a chumrah. I mean, if somebody benefits from chachim, he has to pay back the principal plus a 5th. Kares. If somebody eats chachim when he's tameh, he gets kares, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And chachim is usher to a person that's impregnated, a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma, there's only 4 things. Somebody eats truma is chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. It doesn't have the kares part where it kills his kids. Chomesh, he has to pay a 5th. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem chachim. Let's say the carbon becomes a malmum, you can redeem it. And truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas chachim there are times that Yisrael could participate in this carbon, if it's shlama and tait, etc. Carbon chachim power. Another reason the Gemara gives that chachim is more chomer than truma, because chachim has kares, which is the 2 things, because his children as well, whereas mitzvah shemayim is only 1. But not my Yitzchak says. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tameh and try to get away with using it to alleviate the fear that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tummy for tar. And the Torah tells us, Titain loy, give something to the client that he can benefit from it. Loy. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. So here the Gemara refers that you could use, you shouldn't give it to the client, but if he already has it, the client could use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, to have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say it's a chayva, he calls it, but it's a mitzvah, and we say bracha. It's one of the hatik nerve to Shabbos. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rabbi, is only a rishos. It's not Abba. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. And in fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had tchelis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem's focus. Malach. And the Gemara adds that his Talmudim were embarrassed from him, and they would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing, inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnas? There's no concern because we hold like Beisil. There's machlek Beisil b'Shammai. If you put tzitzis of chelis, which are samer, they're walled together with a beged of linen. We hold like Beisil that you can. Midim of Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi were concerned of a ksus laila. And now you should not wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnas, and you might leave that beged on. You might wear shatnas at night. It says that Yirmiyah Hanavi said, "Batiznach mishaloi nafshi noshisi koiva." He was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi Taiva, I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to Rabbi, he's missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have light. Noshisi Taiva, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, means I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for a Talmud Chacham. I'm just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're in quarantine, but we have, based on Merchants, I hope, we have a shower, we have great light, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Ezu Asher, who's considered wealthy? Reb Meir says, somebody who appreciates his wealth. Reb Tarfon says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, has way too much, that's an usher. Rabbi Akiva says a person who has a good wife, but Isha Noah the Mason, she has good midos. Rabbi Yossi says someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
As soon as I and so, you know, when my friends go shit, you know, I don't know I go 100%. Yeah. When you see guys who say it doesn't really affect me, like Ken Jump, he was my doctor when I got sober. You know what I mean? He healthy.
Shabbos Dav Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's dive in one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is the Isra of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable. And it might burn the house down. Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. There was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. With Rizar done, the Torah tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Karmin and the Yoidim. Karmin, says Rabbi Yosef, are those who know how to harvest a fire symbol. And they were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoivim are those who know how to trap the filazon, the snail that makes chelas, from Sulamai Sur till Chayva. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove shumas and maestros. You can't use it on the weekday and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the pasuk says mishmeres tumoisai, as we had yesterday. Tumoisai is plural. 2 trumas. Tar truma and tamei truma. And just like in tar truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the truma. If it's tevel, it's asur. So too, if the truma is tamei, tevel is also asur. There are some who are more machmer than our Mishnah. If Shimon Lazar says you cannot use sari, as we had before, which is 1,000 oil. Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. Shmuel ben Brody says only that oil that comes from fruit. And Karvan says you can only use Shemin Zayis. Says Rabbi Menuri, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how can they light candles on Shabbos? In Mother, they only have nut oil. In Alexandria, they only have radish oil. In Kapoitikal, they only have kerosene. Halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is also. Those are the only oils that are also. The rest are mutter. But the oil of fish, according to Rashi, the innards made from the innards of fish, according to places, the oil from the eye of a fish, and itra, which is from pitch, that is mutter. From Sumchasin says all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, not like use the oil of the fish. Now, what is the difference between Sumchas and the Tanakh? They're seemingly saying the same thing as Gemara, as we had earlier. That's Gemini Rabbi, but over here it means slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't know which one. Chayla, fat, is mutter if you add olive oil to it.
And look at this
And fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. But according to the second Mandama, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil, and fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Rabbi Shimon Shizuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, hapois, which is calcinin, and neft, which is kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tuma. We're going back to the sugya of Tuma, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tuma of the guy, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi Veir, in other words, a string that you were about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikabel Tuma. Certainly, a 3x3 tfachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikabel Tuma. 3x3 finger breadths of a beged is a Shesi Veir. Now, the Torah says by Negoim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of semer upishtim, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheret, by shechvazera, we know in all these places the Torah is referring to semer or pishtim. But what about other clothing? So we know that by semer or pishtim, no matter what size it is, even a string or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tefachim, is Mikabel Tuma. What about other clothing? According to Abaya, other clothing are not Mikabel Tuma at all, any size, anywhere, everybody agrees to that. From Lazar and Rishmal. But according to Rabbi, yes, Rishon Lazar says other clothing are not Mikabel Tuma in all sizes. However, Rabbi Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tefachim, then other clothing, not semer pishtim, in other tumais are Mikabel Tuma. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chov Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. A continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Reb Shimon ben Elazar, the Torah says by Mega Tzoras the word beged, and then explains to us Semeru Pishtin. It has to be wool or linen. It doesn't matter what size that beged is. It's Mekabel Tumah. Whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, they're all Mekabel Tumah. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan we learn from Tzoras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're Mekabel Tumah when they're Semeru Pishtin. But if they're not Semeru Pishtin, they're not Mekabel Tumah. Shimon Elazar says, however, if other begadim are 3 by 3 tefachim, then they are Mekabel Tumah. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheretz. It says, "Oy beged." For those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3 by 3 tefachim, it's Mekabel Tumah, even if it's not Semeru Pishtin. Abaya argues completely, says, according to everybody, other clothing is never Mekabel Tumah, even 3 by 3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the words? Oy beged? Abaya says that we don't have a flat out binyan for all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn Sheretz from Negoim, nor can I learn out Negoim from Sheretz. And therefore, I need a beged to tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers, that Semeru Pishtin, is Mekabel Tumah by a Sheretz. Why can I learn out Sheretz from Negoim and Negoim from Sheretz? Because each one has a chumrah that the other one doesn't have. A Sheretz is Mekabel Tumah b'chadasha, whereas Tzoras is Mekabel Tumah b'kigris, which is 9 times the size. On the flip side, Tzoras is Mekabel Tumah, even if it's a thread, and Sheretz is not Mekabel Tumah by a. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Shmuel himself. And Abai says, yes, in fact, it's a major contradiction. It's Mikatzel HaKatzel, where Abai learned to Rabbi Shmuel yesterday that no clothing, that's if it's not made out of Semeru Pishtin, can be Mekabel Tumah at all. Over here, Rabbi Shmuel says that every clothing is Mekabel Tumah, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all Mekabel Tumah. Rava says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Shmuel is saying that there's no Tumah Sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim. It is Mekabel Tumah, and that would be different than what Rava said the other day. Rava took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rava that said so. It's Rava's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes Talmidim got confused. They weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. What was he saying? His own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rebbe Rabbi? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying halacha that there's no shatnez on clothing that are not Semeru Pishtin. The fact that the Torah tells us Semeru Pishtin by shatnez, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnez. And that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnez even if you put it on. And the Gemara says, Bedusehi, it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be Semeru Pishtin, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be Semeru Pishtin. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, the second Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayiv with tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. You wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the chaber haskins la'alacha, and that's why Sfardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim haskin like the Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah says that a Yirei Shamayim should be marked to wear wool and wool tzitzis. according to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from Oid Beged to include all begadim for tumah. So why don't we include from tzitzis? It says Asher Techasa, we should include all begadim for tzitzis. And the Gemara tells us a blind man clothing is chayv tzitzis because other people can see it. When Re'isim Oisai, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't we see? Night clothes. Laila is putter from tzitzis. Rabbi says a statement that Rav Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishkan. In other words, something that's mekabel tuma from a gun for your schach. Shimon ben Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishkan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says, only becomes possible for schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like Erev, that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says, on Chav Zayin on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make woods out of them. It says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wood do we have than cotton, says Taisus? And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become tummy tuna soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the room, the roof, the ceiling does not become tummy. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling becomes tummy. Have a wonderful day.
And the camera's on me, but it has the back of the monkey's head, and I'm killing it. Like I'm like, and then they're like, we have to do it again because the monkey's head break. And I'm like, they're like, we're so sorry. I go, monkeys. I do this with a monkey. Like this is not supposed to happen.
Shabbos Daf Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mekabel tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not mekabel tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax, or the hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are mekabel tumah. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shabbos. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 screens. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood, wood is not mekabel tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the uriyos, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tumah because there's a hekesh one to the other. The bottom one was made out of tzemer pishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and kachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tumah ba'ayil? What was his suffix? His suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to make the tachash? What was the tachash? Now, Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible. Because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold up Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash there's a language used there, kala ilo, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marisha, the carbon, the bull that he was makriv, had a single horn, because the Torah says, mi karen. It was a one-time thing, it was nizam lefisha, it was necessary for that time, but after that, it was nignaz, we don't have tachash anymore, or a behemah, because even though the animal with one horn, by other Marisha was a behemah, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keresh, and a keresh is a chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rabbi says, since I can make a tzad shabbat, you take two things. You take sheretz and tzaras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Tzaras has the chumrah of shasi, it's mekama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's mekama with a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shabbat, the common denominator between the two of them is that they are mekabel tumah. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, it will be mekabel tumah if tzaras develops on it. It will be mekabel tumah if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, from a non-kosher animal is comes Rabbi Mebarnish and says, no, sheretz and the goyim and tzaras have something less than the kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be a kabel tumah, to give it off tumah, the oil, it has to be at least the kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Mebarnish says he learns the kabel chomer from the izim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not like Habal Tuma. It's called from Tzaras, as we said the other day. Tzaras, when it comes to Beged, has to be Semer Ukishma, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials from the Mishkan is Mikabel Tuma by Lames. So, the hide of an animal that's Tameh, which is Mikabel Tuma from Tzaras, that's in the Torah, or Mikabel Tuma from Tzaras, certainly should be Mikabel Tuma by Lames. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to Melech Shemayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is he coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzus of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzus have to be black, but Halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to the fact. To tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal. We don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef. Halal and his halal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Teres Hashem beficha min amutra beficha. Whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal. That we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be Halacha. It has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshiyos with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai, that you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing and make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tameh. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tameh. This is Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tameh. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 feet, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on the Friday, and we hold like hula that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes mukta. So it's also for you to light this on Yom Kippur. Now, according to Rikiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
Nobody calls that shit. No, man, that shit is fast food.
There's a book called The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success. It's by Deepak Chopra.
Shabbos Daf Chof Tes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission we had yesterday, you take his garment, you fold it up, you make it into a wick, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machoitz Rabbi Eliezer and Kivo, and why it might be tamei or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another shot. Rabbi says, Rabbi Eliezer says you cannot use this wick on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How do we explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? There's a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. According to Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about Truma. And the Machlokes, what constitutes that? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is Noilad, who's just born today on Yom Tov. And therefore it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Shimon it's not. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's not it. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even let's say a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood. You crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. And then you're going to use the wood. So it's noilad on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no noilad on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Gemara tells us Rav never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story that Rabbi Chia, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav he saw him eating a date, and he had a pit. He said, "Listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noilad." And Rav didn't answer. Gemara says, "Well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not?" So Gemara brings a story. Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. Says Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called noilad. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains coming. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you, Shah. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean or to hold a hot pot. Whatever the reason is, it's a shema. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it and it's 100% fun. According to everybody, even Rabbi. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not common. It's not a bad. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, it remains common. Rabbi Akiva says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chava, you're making the fire less, that's machal. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same account because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says in all these cases, however, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my klicheres is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitzah, it's the name of a place, and they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitzah, they were reasoned, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi ben Elazar gave Musar, who's Moichiach, who's Moicha, to Rabbi Abba. Famous machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground, and that's the Isser Charisha. Rabbi Shimon says it's not a problem, Davishen is Skaven, I don't have kavanah to do it, it's mutter. Rabbi, he's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was Moicha and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes very simple. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. Concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want it. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha is very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, the safsel, it mentions a chair, it's talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? Talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's awesome. Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him, he's not having any benefit from it. He's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain. It's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. You see, it's efshar. It's possible for him to get away from the whole problem of Shabbos. Yet, we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasha Rabbi Yirmiyah that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Having a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm a big dude. There's no way. Even after a shower. Like today, I took a shower and took a shit. It's never. But then how do you?
Shabbos Daf Lamed. We're going to start from the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Chav Tes. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very
Get
ill.
this fucking bother
He's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to the view that holds the lacha shein srifa lekufa asur, where Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's the lacha shein srifa. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malacha shein srifa. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayav. On the other hand, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem or just in general, according to Rav Shimon, it will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us, he asked Hanukkah, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shesh b'sakana? And he went into a huge tangent of a galika. The next 4 daf are full of a galika. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, "V'shabech hanis hamesim," I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead live. Shlomo HaMelech says, "Lo yamesim yalu." The dead can't do anything. They can't praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Says Gemara 3 pshat. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah, and he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. Chafshi, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Avos, the Schus HaAvos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see that the dead are greater than the life. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat. David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Bashem. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die. In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he died in 24 Prakim of the Hillim, and he wasn't answered. So when he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that his Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage of the same Shira, Yoy, Susharim Shayim, Yavai Melech HaKavod. The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, please. And they want to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem is the Gibor. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara,
it's a terrible decision.
When they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk. And the Gemara dashes the pasuk, Vayichol La'aleim. Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives B'Tahara. And then it says, Smeichen, they had Hannah from the Zivah Shechina. V'Toivelei, each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, David Abdul. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, the Yisrael Am, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, he got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die on. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already in the week of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said it's a Hillim is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah, pasuk kuvim negirsa. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. So David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and Malach HaMavis took up the stair, he fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment, and that moment, Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs in Shabbos? And he said, yes, you could give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead on the bread. You see that a live dog has more importance than a dead piece. Finally, the question that we asked Rabbi Tanko. He said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk with chayba, and obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Chodesh B'Sivan, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim who wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, therefore we can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts the Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun. That is very important. And finally it says, the Lord says three pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he is equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averos, and when he's happy with Yishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their mitzvahs in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, because Baruch Hu, Tzchak Amarti Megula, because Baruch Hu is going to be happy with tzaddikim. Shabbat Yisani, Anisa Simcha, is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. The Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchayk, levity, and kalas roish, l'tzanas, or sicha, just talking, permitting things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the simcha shal mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah shayra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the shriyas hashchina. Two Lashonos. One says the Rabbi should be the simcha, but his talmidim should be in fear. Another Lashon is the Rabbi should start off with simcha, and the talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a milsa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. Food, the trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And the Talmidim laughed and they proved to them, look, you see the chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slav that gives fruit off every day, etc. And then, when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine, here, drink a cup of wine, and they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
She would say, I love to shut the fuck up and sing. I told you to sing, and she would sing. She would sing like that. This goes on. Shut up. And she would sing for you. She would say something. She would sing in the car. It was fucking wrong. The girl was wrong.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel and not become donos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would upset Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lashon of Bezoy, that's not how you talk to the Hillel. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Bavli's heads round? Says Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes the head to come up, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again. Is Hillel here? Comes out. Well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Talmudim's eyes are round. So it says, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel, and his feet so wide. He says, ooh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again, and he calls him out, and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, oh, the child, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, Rabbi, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because of you, I lost 400 Jews. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 Jews rather than one. You should lose your food. The Gemara tells us 3 Goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked the trap to set him and shoot him out of there. Went to Hillel, and Hillel caught him. He made him a caught him out of it. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph, Beis Gimel, he taught him Kaf, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph, Beis Gimel, Aleph. He says, well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, he's a first Kitzab. Another guy came to Hillel, the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be Ger, teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer him, and Hillel told him, my dialogue sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it to be steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of averos. Don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says, oh, is just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children his Rishon Eifot, and he found out it's for the Kangados. He says, tell Shammai, I want to become a ger, so I can wear the big Kangados. Shammai took the stick, the hammer. You want to become a Kangados, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas and he got to the puzzle by his side, and he made a Kavachomer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael, cannot be a Kangadol serving an eye ger, cannot be a Kangadol. He went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the puzzle by Zar Kavachomer? And he went to Hillel and he said, because of Yanava, I was mistaken for Baruch. Why does the 3 get back together one day and he said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on Shabbat, but because of Hillel, we were clear that it was Baruch. Why does the Shija Sigbei Mishnah are hinted in the puzzle of V'hoya Emunas Itecha. Emunas is right that you have Emunah, you believe that the person took Meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the Mayadim, so the Mayad, the Yom Tayvan, the Conversation by Chaysim, there's the Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have the Yerush. Yeshua's is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is Seder Kachim, it's Chachma, and Das is Taharas. The Gemara says, the Yerush of the Pasuk is Yerush Hashem here, Tzaroi, but Yerush Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzar, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, did you do business with integrity? And that comes from the same pasuk. Emunah. Emunah Itecha. What's Itecha? You're about to eat him. You set time for Torah.
Can you hear me?
And then the following word is about Nobody cares. And then comes Yeshua.
Get this voluntary kill.
And then when you follow the Chachma, you understand double for double, it's all about Torah. And then you use Hashem Tzara. And the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic. And then he asks him, you put in the preservative. He says, no. He says, so why
kill time?
Whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need your Shamayim in order to learn. But I love them. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Prayer without your Shemayim is as if somebody gave you the
I
key
like his
for the
enthusiasm.
for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building. So what good is it? You need Yerushalayim.
Right, this is going to be a big play.
Another Muslim
Terry
want to
Kill.
get
I can
somebody
feel
builds a doorway in the middle
Yo,
of
what
this
up,
field,
pimp?
and it doesn't go anywhere.
How are you?
What I
What's
said,
good,
the
son?
Peter Lazar,
Kicking
they
ass
sort of
takes
got him
names.
walking by.
Every
One of
day's
the
a
crew
holiday,
said,
every
let's
Muslim
stand up
feast.
for him because he has
What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
He's a big Chacham. So what good is Chacham?
Oh, fuck yeah, dog. That's amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Lazar holds.
Okay, excellent. Just one moment. I want you to be able to hear me. My name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Seen the Truman Show.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. If you weren't aware, data is Earth's #1 resource. The Economist magazine declared this in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that occurs, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a noble goal.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I talk about other things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known for as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's pretty well known on Twitter. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm also a major advocate for the LifeShare program and most importantly desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. David, how did those things sound to you?
Actually, I like those things. I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff. Desalination. So, like, why do you think we need these things?
Well, there are people who don't have clean drinking water, and the Earth is 2/3 water, and I feel that the gap that we need to bridge is providing that water to those people, and the way to do that is to desalinify the water so that it's drinkable. It can be used in crops and for other uses.
Right? Wow. No. Now I'm really impressed that you stream 24/7. I mean, what's it like doing that?
Oh man, it's a trip. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I don't just do it from one stream. I do it from like 20 different streams simultaneously. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. And I just do my best to be a good example to people, to show positivity and an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. Generally, I get a lot of trolls and hatred, and I just let that really not get to me as best as possible. I say that I let it just fall off me like water off a duck's back. I do my best to maintain positivity and kindness in the face of adversity and the challenges that I've experienced. But really, for the most part, I find the goodness in people and find people overall are very positive towards the message and the project that I have.
Wow. So you've been doing this since the pandemic. So since 2020.
Since 2021. I do have footage from 2020. When I first started, I did it on like hard drives. The way it started was it was during the pandemic, and I'm by trade a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, as well as had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I was working remote. And so after work, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, just basically to get it on camera. And I realized that, if I would hook the ball or slice it, sometimes I would make a funny joke. And I thought, this might be something that my future family might enjoy. I'm not married, don't have children or anything, but I plan on doing that someday. And if I do, I'd like them to have a little bit of footage of what their dad was like before they met. And so I started uploading my driving range sessions every night after work, and just recognized that it took me a long time for all the uploading. It was probably easier if I just start live streaming it. But I thought, if I want to do this, I want to do it better than any influencer's ever done it before. So I bought overall 33 different devices and put them in 360 degrees, so that I had redundant backups and streams of myself. And really, as they say, the rest is history.
Wow. Are you a real rabbi?
Absolutely. I made smicha during the pandemic. I've been a member of multiple Orthodox congregations. Prior to the pandemic, quite religious. I still am a religious person, but I mean, never missed Shabbat. I went to chakras every day. I still don tefillin every day. Got my tefillin here, aside from Shabbat. I do my best to live as orthodox a life as I can while live streaming, understanding that there are some, I still have to keep the streams going, but I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do my best to keep kosher, of course, still. I light candles for Shabbat and celebrate the holidays in the best way I can, to really give the world a portal into what life is like as an Orthodox Jew to the best of their ability.
Oh, okay. That's crazy. I don't know if I have any other questions. Who's that other person that's streaming himself, sleeping right now?
That's Brandon. Brandon met me through Discord a few months ago, and he likes to stream sports. And Brandon is a very nice person, and gotten to know him a little bit. But he just kind of lives his life alongside me, and I don't really have an issue with that. We have a lot of commonalities. We like sports a lot, so he quite enjoys streaming multiple sports simultaneously. If you don't mind, David, do you mind if I tell you some of the other things that I talk about? Excellent. I'm very into futurology, so things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, space elevators, invisibility cloaks, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. An advocate for a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially connecting Asia to North America. It's about 51 miles that need to be branched, and I feel if we did that, we could connect, the major continent groups of the world and bring the world much closer. If that were done, you'd be able to take a road trip from New York to Paris or Los Angeles to Cape Town, and if you, feasibly wanted to. And then additionally, the clearing of the Darien Gap, which is in northern Colombia, southern Panama.
Right, it's like the jungle that's between North and South America that there's no road, right?
100% right. And if we were to clear that and build some bridges, essentially you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Jerusalem or Sao Paulo to, Cairo. I think that would really help the world. Additionally, I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they made headlines recently with their direwolf project. Their direwolf,
Direwolf, yeah.
exactly. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. I talk about some other things that may affect you, your friends, your family someday. If you want, everything I talk about is with your consent. But if you want, when you were born, David, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. But I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through types of technology known as life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, nootropics, to eventually get you to be 120 years old. But you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025 we spoke and everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is, again, if you want, with your consent, if you'd like, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, David. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to enjoy, perhaps in the future, a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, it may actually be surprising, or maybe not, but I kind of, I don't want to say I know a lot about these things, but I'm familiar with all these things. And I had like a question: have you seen or do you watch the YouTuber called Isaac Arthur?
Please enlighten me.
Isaac Arthur, I believe that he was a physicist, or I think he's a physicist now, or he at least has a degree in physics, and he was in the U.S. Army as an artillery man, and then he got out, and he is a science fiction author as well, and he has a YouTube channel called Isaac Arthur, where he talks about mind uploading, decolonization, building ecology, faster light travel, warp technology, time travel, robots, aliens. But he does it all from like a kind of like a hard science fiction like perspective, or like actual scientific like Star Wars or whatever. But like, what is the actual science? Is this even possible? What would happen if it was possible? I think probably like that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the recommendation. I've got him pulled up on YouTube right now, and I will add him to my list of things that I enjoy watching. And I've got you in the Discord. I can send you a message certainly when I learn more about him. More than anything, as I previously said, aside from all the futuristic technology or even streaming my life, I'm here to just be a good person as best as I can, to be an example to the world, be positive, to have an optimistic view on society, and give people hope. So if there's anything that I can ever do for you, David, within my means, I want you to know I'm here to support you. Okay? Excellent. Well,
I don't know. Do you ever play video games?
yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'll have somebody come in here within the next hour, and we'll be playing some. We play a game every night. A friend of mine and then I was up all night playing them with some other friends from Australia and Canada. So yeah, I do enjoy video games. I like mini games, pretty basic games, things like chess, checkers, like everything from poker to card games and such. I also like Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, Madden, FIFA. Those are my favorites. How about you?
Funny, I've been playing a lot of Grand Theft Auto right now. I never played it when I was a kid when it came out, and the fifth one, and then so I kind of got into it finally, and I found out that it was actually a lot more fun than I thought it was. But,
Oh, absolutely.
no, I like
Do you know
I
what?
like all kinds of games. I like military games especially.
Do you know what happens in 249 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 39 seconds?
200, how many? It kind of glitched out.
Certainly, 249 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 30 seconds.
No.
Grand Theft Auto 6 launches. May 26, 2026. It'll be a game-changing day in really not just video games, but perhaps electronics and technology in general. It's going to be a game-changing event. No pun intended.
I'm gonna buy that.
Absolutely.
I think it'll come out on PC later though, because I only play on PC. I think they usually release them like a year later on PC.
You're exactly right. Do you stream at all? Are you a streamer?
No. I just found you on Twitter.
Excellent. So I create robots, and that's how you found out about me. So these
I
robots.
figured you did because you said you had over 10,000 accounts on different websites.
Yeah, so I've got over 100 YouTube accounts, 22 of which I'm live right now simultaneously. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media essentially than any person ever. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be like the biggest treasure trove or treasure hunt of society. People, I feel, will study my life not just as a story of a human, but also the events that happen in society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I've been using large language models since the launch of ChatGPT, November 30th, 2022. I was actually an early adopter in early November of ChatGPT. We've been able to see its development from ChatGPT 1 to 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 and now 5. I, at all times, keep a radio going to Los Angeles News Radio. So you can really go to any minute of any day of any of my streams and know what was going on in the world. So it's really like a timeline for human society. And I think in the future, people won't just study it from a historical perspective, but it's more human data than we have. And so people will be able to just not only see me in a two-dimensional picture like you're seeing me now or video, but they'll be able to use perhaps types of virtual reality and live my life on their own, or augmented reality and know what my temperature is, know my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, what my caloric intake is, what my body temperature is, what the dew point is, everything about what's going on in my life. And I think that could perhaps be beneficial to the world. But again, most of all, I just do it to essentially archive my life. In the past, I would have maybe been a journalist. Somebody would write in a journal or in a diary, but that takes too long, and I can't document as much as I can with a video. So this is what I do. And if you ever need to connect with me, I'm here for you.
Wow, that is I've never met anybody that has done anything like what you're doing. So that's pretty cool.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your high praise.
Yeah, no problem. You never been eaten of like I guess you said the desert?
Not while live streaming. I've been in New York City.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I live in Indiana, so I've been out west, once or twice. But...
Very well. What's life like in Indiana?
It's pretty good, actually. It's very, Midwest, just a lot of farms,
It seems peaceful. It seems peaceful.
It's pretty peaceful.
Very well. Your Colts are doing really well this year. I don't know if you're a Colts fan.
No, I don't follow too much. I thought we were still in the preseason for football.
They've played 2 games and surprisingly done well in both of them. So the season just started. That's fine that you're not a sports fan. We do. I do my best to be as well-rounded a person as possible. So as you came in, I'm watching Daf Yomi and Thursday Night Football. I've done my best to listen to every major audiobook, at least certainly the religious books that we have. But additionally, every major music album, I've done my best to sing at least the major songs on them. Watch every Oscar winner since the Oscar started in 1929, and many other movies. Additionally, I've done my best to archive, of course, 3 Super Bowls, 3 Olympic Games, including 2021, 2022, 2024. I look forward to being able to hopefully be able to archive the 2028 games. Hopefully, I go viral by then. But that'll be here in Los Angeles, and just in addition to my life, people I think will be able to connect it with my interests as well. And I think you're on the ground level of something really special. And with this robot, I've got multiple robots. They essentially just repost whatever word I want. So anything that has to do with the word Jew, it just reposts. So that can be really positive things towards Judaism. It can be really negative things towards Judaism. Uh, I wish I could differentiate. The bot isn't that smart, but it just reposts, and then anything with the word Jewish, then also anything with the word crypto. So those kind of three niches I use to get people to know about me. I just started with this bot recently on Twitter. I mean, recently is in the last 24 hours, and I already got 10 people to join this server, and that brings me over 2,000 members, which is, for one individual, really great for organic growth. So I don't know how much longer it's going to take, but I think with uh, enough upvoting or reposting, I should say, we're going to go viral. And then when that happens, it's going to be a very special day because I want to help a lot of people who are less fortunate. I want to be able to tell this beautiful story of what life is like, and really want to give people a view into what Jewish life is like to the best of my ability. And then I'd like to live stream the rest of my life. So this would be maybe something that I've currently done. I'm approaching 4 years. It'll be 4 years next month. But I'd like to do it for 40 or even more. So that'll be really exciting as well. And you'll be a very famous person on it, David, if you want. So just know that you are on the ground level of something special.
All right. I think I had another question. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I can't remember it. Do you have any questions for me? I don't have too much longer to be on here.
I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Okay with sharing. No, it's okay. I mean, I have a few more minutes. I'm okay with sharing, things like I'm not going to share my real name or where I live, but, other things, normal things.
Most certainly. What are your interests? What are your favorite things to do aside from playing video games?
I like to go camping.
Amazing.
Like guns. I don't know if you're okay with guns. I'm big into them.
Go for it. Okay, so you like target practice or hunting, or what do you like?
Mostly collecting historical items, but I like to shoot them too. No, I actually don't hunt.
Okay, great.
Yeah, at least.
All right, do you like to do target practicing?
Yeah,
Excellent. Are you good?
I'm decent.
Very well. Okay, so you like to camp. What kind of camping are we talking about? Are we talking like a lean-to, or do you have a dome tent? What do you use to camp?
I have an army tent, and I have some friends that I go with, so we do backpacking.
Very cool. Can you start a fire without a match? Okay, that's good. So, what's the best mode for you to do that? Or method, I should say.
So in the past, I've done flint and steel, striking flint or steel or a flint is usually with steel, great spark. And then also one time I did do making fire with two sticks, and basically you get one that's called a bow, one that's called a spindle, and then the spindle is vertical and it goes into like a piece of wood.
Okay.
And then your bow is like a bow and arrow, but you wrap the bowstring around the spindle, and then you go back and forth, and it spins the spindle, and it rubbed against that wood, and then eventually it gets hot enough to make it spark. I did do that one time.
Okay, now I've seen that done. That seems like it's a very delicate process. Am I right? Where you have to gently blow on the spark as it starts.
Well, once you get the spark, yeah, but before the spark, it's very not gentle.
A lot of friction.
Going as hard as you can. Yeah.
Okay. And uh, do you camp when it's raining?
We've canceled because of bad weather in the past, but we will go. I think the most weather-intensive camp out I did was in below 0 Fahrenheit, sleeping overnight.
Oh wow, how was that?
Like much below zero. It was okay. I mean, it was to the point where somebody could have died if it went.
A fire going overnight?
Not keeping one going. No, we would have a fire, but when we went to bed, we put it out and then started it back up in the morning.
Okay. Do you use like lanterns for light, or how do you keep things illuminated?
Just like headlamps.
Okay. Well, that works. Okay, and then you've got some friends who you go with. Very cool. Do you ever get scared when you're out there all alone?
No,
Okay.
not really. I don't believe in like Bigfoot or anything. The thing I'd be the most scared of is other people. Because people can be bad, but I have a gun, so and then 4 or 5 grown men, so nothing really gonna attack us probably.
Very cool. And you don't have like cougars or bears or anything?
Not really in Indiana, no. We have coyotes, but coyotes won't attack a grown man, let alone.
Right, exactly. Okay, well then it's like one of the safer places to do that. Very well. Do you go fishing?
Just casually.
Okay. And like, so you'll go camping. Will that camping include going fishing, or is that a separate activity?
Not yet. That's something we want to do in the future. Just get to fish while we're camping, actually cook them.
Yeah,
I've never done that, so that'd be interesting.
absolutely. What kind of fish do you fish? For which do you fish?
Around here is like bass and like bluegill and stuff. I think there's like invasive carp, and then there's catfish, but I don't fish for catfish, so I don't know how.
Okay. And okay, so you like to camp. Uh, do you have any other hobbies that you want to share?
Not really. Mostly, I like to play video games. I like collecting stuff. I collect all types of things. But that's it, really.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, I hope this is the start of a beautiful friendship. And again, if you ever need to talk to anyone, or you need support, or you just need a friend, I'm here for you, okay?
All right. Well, yeah, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, David. Thank you for your kindness and for joining the server. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too.
Peace.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Shout out to David Rosenberg. And shout out to Tyreek Hill. Come on, Reek. Give it to Tyreek Hill. Give it to Tyreek Hill. They call timeout. I'm going to take a whiskey.
gonna tell you what happened. So
Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling pasuk. It says, "Al tirsha harba." Don't be a big Russia, meaning it could be a small Russia. The Gemara know a tremendous insight. If a person doesn't have Beir and it happens, don't despair. Don't say, "Oh, I already was over on this Aveira. I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire time." It doesn't work like that. The person doing Aveira and be true for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But if he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha shensichel gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So, extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining it. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered its spot. Even if you move the wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to move wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. That's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi holds you potter. But when it comes to the wick, you're chayav. Another pshat Rabbi Yochanan says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called Masaka Manis, fixing the wick. Fixing the wick is chayav.
No way.
Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Once I go to the store, tell a talent coordinator I didn't want somebody on the lineup because they were funny at me or they weren't funny at me. That didn't make me do all that crazy. He had this other thing going with Tommy, and I get it, and I get all the other stuff. But the creepy things he did was if you were somebody's tip, that was the creepy thing he did. He handed it to you, he did it to Leah, he did it to a couple other guys, and I don't want to beat this horse to death because it's done. He's not going to fucking fight with me. Yeah, he's not going to come back to me. I'm not going to do that to him. I just want to let him know. But I didn't forget about this. I don't forget about anything. When you do something bad to me, when you do something good to me, I don't forget about anything. I don't want to beat him up. I don't want to fist fight him. He attacked me, and I just told him he was ahead. You know what's funny?
Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and alekas aner. We explain, since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. The law explains, Torah who gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. It says you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, which calls it rachis. Rachis, that we should say, and he calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. Like I said, the Gemara gives us 5 mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when you're giving birth, it's a time of danger for them. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, we're punishing her for the chet of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. Perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat because the Baruch Hu doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech on an eggs. Because if you are Samech on an eggs, there's a concept called Menakim Tzviyosef, which Baruch Hu uses your Sfusim to pay for those Nisim. And that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches will fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens. Don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that person should not become sick. Because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come. Then you have to use a lot of sfusim. As it says in the pasuk, "Yipol hanoifel mimenu." The person himself, mimenu, you need his sfusim. Another drush the Gemara uses from that pasuk, "Yipol hanoifel," the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu. Just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel that there's a chi of misa bezdin, he says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights, so that's similar as to imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if there are already handcuffs, he's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning has good sfusim, he'll be sick. The person has 999 malachim that sing bad about him. There's one malach, echad mini elef. 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another man that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons that one malach are against him. And he has one reason for it. It's 1 in 1,000,000. That will be matzah. Rabbi Elazar says the women die when they are younger. Vacha says because they do laundry on Shabbos. They wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. Some say because they are not careful and they use a lashon of design instead of saying Aron Kodesh, they say plaza. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call Aron Kodesh, I don't know which is a closet, and they'll call a shul a base am, just a regular folk house. Because he says there are 3 b'dikot, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa, nida, chala, and some say there are 3 debets, there are 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and alagas and Rav Shimon Gamliel says that hilchos hegdish and meiser, trumas and meisers are the gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain nemanos. We believe Amaretz that he took trumas and meisers from the deraisa, although the rabbanon there's a concept called mai. We don't trust him, and we trust Amaretz that he wasn't magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, the person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi's Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said to the Torah, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in the Torah. And the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, 1 pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says the man you be mecha. You want to live longer? What the pasuk right before is uksafta. Mezuzah is talking about mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mathematics. B'neichem, teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah are just mezuzah. Machlokes remain in Yehuda. If it's the mezuzah or tzitzis that causes the child to die, the Shlokish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, less love it, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation. There's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Every time he says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah keneged midah. A person will fight with his wife, he'll lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha, which is oil in his wine, and he'll plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who's not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, Trumas HaMaisros, you'll be punished in the winter. But if the person does Trumas HaMaisros, he'll have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says. And we learn, until your lips are numb from saying die. Have a wonderful day.
One of the guys in Kansas City, right? He was a Christian, right? He's a Christian. You know what I told him that? So he was a joke. I wanted to do it. It was sweaty. It was like vibrating and it was sweating, and I got up and I go, this is the fucking reason. Yes, I don't want to go back. It's just too late. It's just, one show, a lady stood up, and I didn't even know what this word meant. I don't know.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up eating their own children. The pasuk says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bill. The avera of healing din, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkul adin means you don't look into the case deep enough. Perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't. Or for the avera of bidul Torah, all these, there's cherem, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty. There'll be famine. You'll eat. You won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of shva, shav, and sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past, or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by shvuah. It also says chilul by chilul Shabbos and by chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts that'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of retzicha, of murder, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was machrev the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of gilui arayos, avodah zarah, and not keeping shmita and yovel, there'll be dullness to the world, and we will leave our country, and others will take over. For the avera of nivel peh, the lashon of the Gemara is this tzaros, rabbis, zeros, kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros, and the young bachurim will die. The orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and He won't answer them. Everybody knows why a Kal gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a makah also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokoin. Hidrokoin comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayos. That's usually when the Gemara says avera, it's referring to arayos. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayos. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was honest because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinas chinam, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas chinam. If a person has gases ruach, the simon for that is that he becomes poor. The simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe anymore. The Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats teva without giving trumas and maizros. When Chacham went into Keren B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom. He starts answering every place, as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands, and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel, and Shimon Bar Yochai says because of a bittul Torah. But women who are not mevatel Torah, why did they get asked? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? Says the Gemara, because they're mevatel their father. Says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their aveira, and that's why they get punished. And kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the aveira of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the aveira of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom, as we mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Shimon Bar Yochai, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Shimon Bar Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaynis in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi places both to say that he was from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipori, and they wanted to kill Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Shimon Bar Yochai, Shimon Bar Yochai took flight, he ran to the Beis HaMedrash where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at, so he ran to the cave, and there was a nace, that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bared fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bared fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Shimon Bar Yochai and his son, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, they would put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came, and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave, and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like burning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, what are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave. So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, a Baskel said, yes, you can come out. Wherever Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Elazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, like it says, where it says Ahu Saba means Eliyahu Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, one for Zachar and one for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chabibim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chabibim the mitzvahs. And he calmed down Shimon Bar Yochai. Says Pinchas Ben Yair, who was either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutim, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable and scream. And Pinchas Ben Yair said, I cannot believe that I see you like this. And Shimon Bar Yochai told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Shimon Bar Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Pinchas Ben Yair a question, and Pinchas Ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair would ask him Shimon bar Yochai a question, and Shimon bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
Between left and right, that at some point believes that you're my enemy. It is not a battle. Russia, Ukraine, I don't care what the issue of the day is. What is happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness. So, it's Tyler Robinson just released to me, and a lot of questions that need to be answered regarding his trans boyfriend, Lance Twiggs. Well, I just spoke to a family member who told me a lot about Lance Twiggs because media is kind of presenting him as this gooder.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chol Hamoed, we're falling.
And what had been happening more broadly at the company over last year. Speaking of which, Bill Ackman, you may have thought that he responded to me about the Hamptons with a lot of words to really say nothing at all. And I want to be clear, I am not done today.
2004.
Charlie Kirk's death is really just a means to walk forward. Let's start with some major updates regarding the Charlie Kirk case. First and foremost, what always stood out to us about this shooting was decoy play, right? We're all on social media. We all watch the news. We have all, whether we wanted to or not, witnessed thanks to social media and a lot of shootings. A lot of shootings. It's gang-related or otherwise. And I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one, never in my entire life have I seen a situation when a shooting happens and then somebody completely unrelated to the shooting that just happened jumps up, down, and says that they did it and gets arrested for saying that they did it, implying that they did it, well, for whatever. All right, you guys, let's take a pause. There is a lot happening right now, okay? Bibi Netanyahu is again denying that he murdered Charlie Kirk, despite the fact that no one that I know accused him of anything. Is that normal religion? We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press out on here. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Eric Bowling is just lying through his teeth on PBT podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with. That I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. That is all happening right now, not because I'm lying, but because we are choosing to stay focused on solving the murder of Charlie Kirk. And what we are covering is much darker than I think any of us could have possibly imagined. So welcome back to Candace. We are pulling all of this together, and I'm going, I don't even know where to begin. And I guess we should just start start with one of many explosive discoveries, thanks to all of you guys, by the way, anonymous sources invested in the story, wanting to get to the truth, having that gut instinct that something is not right. So we've been wondering yesterday. I was also doing a set Instagram series of pulling everybody into what doesn't make sense about the changing of the clothes that Tyler Robinson allegedly did. And we've been wondering why it seems the feds were only willing to release a grainy image of Tyler Robinson from the day of the shooting, despite the tech stack that UVU campus has, right? There's no images that we can see that have been released of his Dodge Challenger that's supposed to be idling nearby the campus for a very long time, right? If he's, as he texted his Fed messages, him and Lance are texting, and he's telling him every second, minute by minute, what he's done. And he mentioned that the cops have done a sweep. Remember, Tyler was supposed to be babysitting the gun in that moment, waiting for the right moment to go back and quote unquote retrieve his weapon. But he sees a, I'm not kidding, quote unquote squad car. Right, he writes, I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. Squad car. Okay, yeah, no, how many times do you call a police car a squad car? You want to know who calls in a squad car? Someone on the squad. That's how that works. Yeah, but that's what Tyler writes. Squad car. Elsewhere in his correspondence, and by the way, thanks to one of you people who commented on yesterday's episode and pointed this out to me. But elsewhere, Tyler says something that only a woman would say. That's why I didn't flag the spirit when I was reading this and flagging his eye. He says to Lance, allegedly, quote, I worry about Prince. I had to leave it for a rifle in a bush where I changed outfits. Wait, changed outfits? Somebody commented, and don't say outfits. That's a woman thing. Okay, yeah, that's true. I would say I changed my outfit. A man does not say, just say.
Yo, Cadence, how are you? Kate, excellent. Cadence, how'd you find out about me?
You told me on Twitter, so it's just
Amazing. Absolutely. Did I repost something of yours?
can you repeat that?
Absolutely. Did I repost something of yours?
I think I must admit, yeah.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Not at all. Please go ahead.
I appreciate the opportunity. Welcome to my Discord. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Cadence, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I did, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. If you weren't aware, The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Cadence, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to create generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Cadence?
Is there any reason you want me specifically to do that?
I want to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So that's 2,000 some odd people in this Discord and everyone who's been recorded on my live stream for the last 3.5 years.
Why did you decide on that name?
Which one?
Rabbi Rothschild.
Well, I'm a rabbi and my last name's Rothschild, so that's my name.
Okay, fair enough.
I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. And it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater under land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Cadence?
I think it sounds good. I don't really know.
That's okay.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
That's absolutely fine. I talk about other things to help the world. I'm a futurist, someone who likes the future and futurology, the study of the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like invisibility cloaks.
I'm not high enough for this. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay, Cadence. You tell me about you. What do you like to do?
I think I'd rather not speak about myself here, to be honest. I just need to see what this is, and I
Absolutely.
got the quote straight away.
Absolutely.
Also, I don't love those schools, but probably stick with chat.
Okay, I understand that. Well, you should know, Cadence, more than anything, I'm just here to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the future, and just to give people hope. If you ever need any support, I'm here for you. Okay, Cadence?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Blessings to you, my friend.
See you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Okay, so is this AI or is this a email that put these messages? Now, another question we ask is if there is this much available footage, why not to believe everybody to make us feel like this is not a federal operation? Why not just release anything to the public? Well, the reason is because according to the folks which have emailed any of the footage that they had, footage that they found, they immediately sent over to the feds. And the feds told them that they were not allowed to share it at all. Like there was some risk to share this at all. It's not going to be good for you. Like they are kind of being pressured by the feds not to share things publicly. And that's why I would say 9/10 is beginning to remind me of 9/11, right? The feds sweep through everything to make sure that they have all of the footage, so that no one can question the narrative that they put out. It makes me think, how long did it take before they were willing to show us any footage of the alleged giant Boeing plane that hit the Pentagon building? We weren't allowed to see that for a very long time. I think someone actually in Congress had to fight to get any footage released, and people understand, no, it wasn't visible. They swept everything nearby, so that's what this is kind of reminding me of. The feds, they pretend that they want more information. In reality, they want to make sure that they have all of the information, all the footage, that they can control the narrative. Except sometimes things don't go as planned. Because before people realize they have anything, when people are trying to reach out to the feds, they're texting a friend, and the next thing you know, the whole neighborhood, all the forum has something. And this is what happens. Something made its way on the entire town and into my tips line repeatedly. It is a very clear image between the ROTHSCHILD, allegedly taken, I'll say allegedly for safety here, it's looking right to my timeline, allegedly taken at 6:38 p.m. at a nearby Dairy Queen. Here is that photo. I can show you. Just take a look at this photo. What is wrong with this picture? A lot is wrong with this picture. First and foremost, 6:38 p.m. You just shot someone. You have gone through great pains to hide your face, to change your outfit. But wait, you fully change your outfit. Did you? I'm looking at this photo, and you're wearing jeans and you're wearing the maroon shirt. Now we have a 50-50 combo of the outfits, and now you're showing your eyes, and you're not fearful at all that you might be recognized. Also, wow, you must have quite the stomach. You don't have a record. Next thing you know, you shoot someone, and you're like, I'm just going to go have a meal. You don't seem to be too shaken or too upset. Really problematic is this location, by the way. I mean, map this out. It's about 15 minutes away from the campus at a time when we're told that he's idling by, babysitting the rifle, so you can see. We're showing you it's about a 17-minute drive away from the campus. So there should be a lot of footage then of this Dodge Challenger driving back and forth. Okay, and like I said, the biggest thing that jumps at me is he looks kind of intense there. So he's got the full-on psychopath wearing half of what the feds told us he was wearing in the morning, and half of what the feds Was it just a t-shirt that he changed? Outfit, again, as I said yesterday, has always been problematic. I feel the outfit was the Fed mistake. It never made any sense to say that he wore an outfit onto campus, white khaki shorts and a maroon shirt, and then decided to completely change hours later. Because why wouldn't you just change the t-shirt? That actually makes more sense. Every kid wears blue jeans. You don't have to change blue jeans or change out of khaki shorts to avoid detection. That's not going to go, hey, we're stopping you because you're wearing blue jeans. It's not a thing. It would make much more sense if you had just changed t-shirts. And like I said yesterday, if you were going to change at all, why did you have to leave campus to do that? And shouldn't the cameras have caught you either way? Take a totally different route. But again, there's cameras everywhere. So we can now plot this change, this alleged Dairy Queen stop, onto our timeline. Right? We can see that right there. We were very accurate when we started getting really serious about looking at the timeline. The timeline, we said the first correspondence that allegedly took place between these two had to have taken place between Tyler and Lance after 6 o'clock p.m. There we go, 6:38 p.m. You get this confirmed photo. I should say confirmed photo, an alleged photo of Tyler Robinson buying food at Dairy Queen on campus on the other side of the town, and that's where we can assume it. Campus is supposed to be in lockdown, it's supposed to be a manhunt. That's where we can assume these text messages or around this time where Tyler Robinson is signifying he's close to the scene of the crime. That's where we should be able to find more vehicle or Jim's vehicle. Maybe you are a shop along this way, you're that Dairy Queen. You should check your footage to see around this time, 6:38, or else that you saw a Dodge Challenger go by. Source tells me that they saw him dropping, there's a cemetery, and he was dropping clothes into that cemetery. Now, we have not gotten anything from the feds about where the clothing was dropped off, where it's changed, nothing. My question then is, what is going on? My suspicion, is that there are multiple people that are involved, and after receiving this, that suspicion is growing. Okay? Like I said, unless that man is a cold-blooded killer, he just seems to be la-di-da, eating some Dairy Queen, and it's not making sense. Now, there is something that another local told me, that the locals are discussing, that they believe actually took place, and it brings a lot truer to me, a lot truer than anything that I've heard thus far from the feds. I'm going to tell you that in a moment. But first, I started to sort of hyper-focus on the doorbell cam footage, right? Because that mysteriously made its way to TMZ the morning after Charlie's assassination. Actually, what time did that footage make its way? Just so I can take a look. I'm going to go into day 2 here. When did TMZ release the footage? Well, I don't know exactly the exact date it released the footage. I think it was, their footage said that at 8:07 a.m. TMZ is the first on September 10th that tells us that there is doorbell cam footage. But I actually want to see when TMZ released it. So can you just put a note for me, Skylar, that I want to look up when TMZ announced it? I feel like it was in the morning, okay? And so I started asking myself, like, where did that footage come from, right? We should look into that. Let me just say this right away. As a rule, when a tragedy happens, I don't love the people who have the instinct to immediately speak to the press after a tragedy. What I mean to say is that, imagine you're on campus somewhere, a shooting happens, the students are screaming, they're running, somebody is dead. I feel that a normal person's instinct is to make sure their loved ones are okay, they're in the vicinity, make sure they are okay, obviously, and then to call and alert everyone or be concerned that you're okay. You're okay, right? Your mom sent you, like, you're gonna get on the phone first with, like, your mom and dad. You're not gonna get on the phone with TMZ. You're not gonna speak to the press. I don't think so. So it's always a good question when you sense that something is wrong, as I very much sense right now with the Trump assassination, to go back and reflect on who opened up to the press with information. If you've been a long-time listener of the show, the mainstream media has been controlled by the CIA since Operation Mockingbird. And so I addressed that question. Who was making footage to TMZ? stalk that. Okay, we were able, because gratefully the individual, one of the individuals who owned the house, spoke to a local news station the day after Rabbi was assassinated. His name, courtesy, is Irwin Steele. Let's watch that footage of Irwin Steele next door. Kathy Beckel led us to her backyard. She says, search this area for the suspected gunman and his weapon. Just a few streets over, Steele was another neighbor who was met with officers in his front yard.
It's scary. It's I know it's been said many times. This is a safe place. This is a calm place. Right next to the largest university in the state. But at the same time, they're generally good people.
Steele says they're hoping authorities by giving them any footage they have on their outdoor cameras. But he says it's still startling to know the gunman who have been so close to their homes.
We do have students going up and down the street all day long, and it's never been a threat to our safety. And so for something like this to happen, it's shocking. It's really shocking.
Seems like a good guy. I had to meet with him. Immediately, actually, I was wondering why were we ever told that it was doorbell cam footage? Obviously, it's not doorbell cam footage. It's too high. Hence, high footage in general. Secondly, like I said, this clip is from the morning after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So TMZ had already publicized that footage, and that strikes me as a little odd. That would stipulate that either the feds, like I said, collected that footage the night before and then revealed it to TMZ, or this guy himself came to TMZ before he came to the feds. So looking into Irwin, and we find that he doesn't just co-own just that one house on the street with somebody else named Samuel Steele, but Samuel and his wife Carrie are the ones that own the house that gave the footage, not Irwin. Irwin is saying that he lives in that house, but actually we found some other Steeles that live in that house, and I'm wondering, okay, that seems a little bit confusing. Maybe you're all family. You just go, oh, okay, well, we kind of own all of these houses, whatever. That strikes me as a little bit odd. I decided to look a little further to see like, what it was that he was in, what business is your family in. And it turns out that they work for an engineering place, a place that makes called Caldera Engineering. It's a company called Caldera Engineering, and ostensibly they manufacture valves. Okay, and that stood out to me because I just find that the manufacturing of valves keeps coming up when I'm looking into certain people who know all about technology. I can name three people who I got curious about whose family manufactures valves. I don't know if that's a big business out of Utah. Also in Canada, when I was looking into Harley Pasternak, that's exactly what his family did. They were in piping and valves, and went, okay, whatever. A local source told me that virtually everyone on that block works for that company. Steeles are a big family in Durham. Okay, fine. And it's like, yeah, that's something that our source, a very good source, said that whole block is pretty much employees of that engineering company, Caldera. Okay, keep that in the back of my mind. Looking for some other witnesses. I decided witnesses pertaining to Tyler Robbins. We have a second witness, and her account is kind of confusing to me, and I'll tell you why. First and foremost, her last name also happens to be Steele. This one witnessed something 4 hours away. Her name is Sherry Steele, and she spoke to the BBC about how she had witnessed the police swarm the townhouse of Tyler Robinson and Lance while she was walking her dog. Here is what she says. I'm going to read it directly here from the article. This is from the article. It reads, Sherry Steele lives across the street from the residence. Came back from an evening walk to see a large police presence. In a video that she showed the BBC, which the BBC is publishing this video, a loud voice, which she said launched the authorities, can be heard shouting, "Freeze! Come out now!" It just kind of blows your mind. Coming up the street, all of a sudden there are helicopters above her house. Mrs. Steele said, adding that she had never spoken to Mr. Robinson. Okay. A couple of things that don't work about the testimony. First and foremost, it doesn't work with my timeline. I really care about my timeline here. Okay. She said she's walking her dog
Miss Aquarius. How you living, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm phenomenal. My fantasy football team's doing really well. I got a new strategy for getting people in here. We surpassed 2,000 people, Miss Aquarius. That is so big.
Yay!
So I'm absolutely.
That's good.
That's so good. I'm thrilled about that.
That's good. Okay, that's some new people, huh?
Yes, ma'am. And
That's good.
I'm about to play with you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, Miss Aquarius. All righty, ma'am.
Ooh,
Look at you. That's big time.
come on, let's.
Bingo, bango,
Yeah.
bongo. That's what I'm talking about, girl.
No, God, this ain't notification.
Not what I wanted. Got it. That's what I'm talking about. Look at you, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius refused to lose. All right. This is a big shot.
Oh my God, let's go.
That's looking good.
Yay!
That's looking good. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Ooh, tough split. But you got a good one. Got a good score going.
Nope, can't do it. Okay. Come on, you got this. Let's go. Okay. Come on, come on, you got this one. You get this one. You can get this one. You got it. You got it. You got this. You got this. See? Yay!
For sure.
Oh, she might. Nope. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. Wheels off.
What is that?
Let us win. Let us win.
Ew.
Yay! Good job.
I'll take it.
What score are you on, Rabbi? I'm 24. And then you got 30.
What'd you say?
What level are you on play at?
For bowling?
Play, yeah. What level?
Let me see. 29.
No. Oh, okay. Cool. What is up there?
Oh, this is a tough shot.
Let's go. Ooh.
Strike. Beautiful.
Come on.
Tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Almost.
Yeah. No, Rabbi. Got it. Good spin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you got it, Rabbi. Oh, God. No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. No, Rabbi. Get it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yay. All right, you got it. Let's take this one out. You got it, Rabbi.
No doubt. I'll take it. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Nice job,
You-
Rabbi. You win out.
You win, I
And
win.
defeated is
Friendship undefeated in bowling.
yay! I like when you say that, Rabbi.
I like saying it, Miss Aquarius.
Now, when I ever come back, I'm gonna invite. Can I invite her to bowling with me? And you?
All right. Yeah, she's doing her thing.
Okay.
Night, night, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Sweet dreams.
I know. I like to invite her. I only did it one time. Yeah, that's because it was sweet. I like to do it with her. But if you ever see her, say hello and I hope everything is okay, okay?
Will do.
Right, me and you play tomorrow.
God willing.
God's willing. All right, I'm standing here. Talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent.
We're going to go to the dentist tomorrow. Never thought I have to get up at the same time. Get Papa up. So I see you in the morning, okay?
All righty. Sweet dreams.
The baby sleep.
I don't know. He's just doing his thing.
I know. All right. See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Tyler Robinson, they turned himself in. But then we found out from other sources that actually it was more like 7 o'clock p.m. Vets are saying 33 hours, so it's 9 o'clock p.m. Certainly wouldn't describe it as an evening walk with your dog at that time. And by the way, at that time, according to our source, they didn't at all. Okay, we're supposed to believe that it was overnight that they brought in Lance, and then, according to Lance's own family, it was overnight that they, after bringing Lance in around 11 o'clock p.m.-ish, right? And then overnight is when they then swarm the household and then go through everything. So what's going on here? Second thing about Sherry Steele is I can't find her. We stalked, approached the databases, contacted Lance's family to see if there's anything with that name. I cannot find a woman named Sherry Steele that lives in that building complex, nor can I find her alleged footage that the BBC mentions the following morning. I'm just putting it out there. Let's move on. Because there are going to be 2 more steals, this time minor children. We do know, according to the indictment, that there were children that witnessed, that were there for the shooting. And these children, like I said, are going to provide an eyewitness testimony to Charlie Kirk's shooting, and they are with their aunt Tiffany, and they say that they saw what happened up close, and I believe you're going to hear them say that they were a family of 16. So, like I said, my sources, there are a ton of steals that are in around. Here is what these particular steals told Good Morning America in the early hours following Charlie's assassination the next day.
Right now by Tiffany Walker and her nieces Elle Steele and Mia Grant, who were on the audience yesterday. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know it's been a difficult day for all of you right now. Tiffany, let me begin. Can you just tell us what you remember about the scene yesterday?
It was horrific. There was one shot that rang out, and everybody instantly looked around and then fell to the ground. People saw Charlie instantly get shot in the neck, and everybody fell to the ground, and then people started running and they got run over. And I was with my family. There were 16 of us there, so 5 adults and 11 children. And we instantly got separated. We're trying to find everybody, and we had amazing good Samaritans that grabbed kids. One took my niece and took her to her apartment. Somebody grabbed these 2 and my daughter and took them over to the tennis court and stayed with them till I came. It was a super awful tragedy, and they were really good people that stood up and supported each other, and it was actually really powerful to see that.
You said how scary it must have been yesterday. What can you tell us about what you are? Del, you go first.
So I remember hearing this thing. It was hard to know what it was, but then I saw it, and I saw blood everywhere, and it hit his artery, and then I fell to the ground and covered my head with my hands, and then I just started saying a prayer, and then we all ran, we sprinted away, and we ran away and then we met at the tennis courts, and then we couldn't find anyone. It was just me, Mia, and then my other cousin Bella, and then we were calling everyone. We didn't know what to do, and then we finally met up with them, and it was just so scary. I remember that we were 15 feet away, and I thought the shot was a firecracker or something. It just didn't seem real. After that, we went behind where Charlie Kirk was, and then we were meeting up at the tennis courts, trying to find everyone, get everyone together. And Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. I'm gonna miss him so much. I've always watched all of his videos, and everybody's gonna miss Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so I was just interested in the family more broadly speaking. I can tell you the family is very healthy. heavily involved in politics. That woman that you're looking at, her father was a businessman, turned into councilman. Sister ran for lieutenant governor. They're also featured in another incident. She kind of pops in a lot. A mayor, so by all accounts, locally, they're a good family. They're heavily involved in politics, but like the right side of politics, I would say, as somebody who was conservative, I think that was kind of maybe strips there, trying to learn more about these individuals. For me personally, I don't love the idea that this time the killer is still on the loose. Like, they had nothing at this time, and I'm just going like, who would allow their kids back onto that campus that survived a shooting and to go speak to the news the next day when the killer is still on the loose? But I don't even, I guess, judge the actions of his parents. What I do know is we're not getting the full story. Okay, and I reached out to those individuals by the way and asked them to speak with me. I want to learn more about what they witnessed. I want to learn more about what they say that they heard, what they saw, what happened afterwards, what the setup there is at the campus, what time they went there. I want to know everything because just spiritually know that more people are involved. Okay. Now let me tell you something about loopholes or theories. And like I said, it's the first thing that has made sense to us. Okay? They are telling me that something which you recall, the first people that got out the map of everywhere to look, and this is where the shooter walked, and this is what happened, and here's our diagram of where everything took place, and he ran to the woods, he grabbed the gun, but we're not really getting too many details about where he got that gun from. We're just kind of told in the woods. And this person tells me, actually, the gun was found in the backyard. We all know each other. And it was found by a chicken coop. Well, you could describe it as a wooded area, but, it's pretty suburban here. And it was found by a chicken coop. The locals are theorizing, again, proof of this, which is what they are saying, is that they're not being honest about the fact that the house right next door to where the gun was found is a mysteriously vacant home that is owned by the person himself, and that is where they believe that the true shooter ran to following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They think, again, the theory here, that Tyler Robinson was instructed to simply drop off his gun. Okay, he walks onto campus to simply drop off his gun at the chicken coop place. So I'm going to show you that. Do we have a map of that? Vacant property and where the gun location is found. And he says you have to be an insider to know that the general direction that person is running, even though they're very close, similarly, would lead him to the vacant home that we all kind of had questions about. It's kind of vacant for a while. And actually, where the gun is found, it's just two different places. So his theory is that Tyler Robinson, and this would definitely align with our decoy boy, right? I did it. Oh, actually, it turns out that I have child pornography. Is that Tyler and Lance could have gotten mixed up in some deep internet stuff, which makes sense because as we have learned, Lance is deep on the web, and that they were actually instructed to either getting out of the situation. Again, we are in full theory zone. I'm telling you what I'm hearing from locals. This is not Candace Owens' theory, but this would make more sense to me. That these were just guys that said, okay, if we found something weird on your camera, or weird on your laptop, here's what you're gonna have to get out of this. Maybe they're being blackmailed and threatened, or you're gonna go to prison for a very long time. What you're gonna do is you're gonna take this weapon, and then walk this weapon, you're gonna leave this weapon right here, okay, and that's it. Then you're gonna busy yourself elsewhere around, and we will tell you what to do next. That's their theory about Tyler Robinson, okay? And that then the real shooter is an entirely different person who actually went into what they would describe to be a safe house of sorts. Bring it out there. And I can tell you that we are now prodding that narrative and asking if you are a person who has any footage and you have been instructed not to give any footage whatsoever, I don't know. I can't understand it. If you own the property, it's yours. I don't know how they can say it's not yours anymore, since don't forget the concept. It's all wrapped up. It's over. We've got him. Move on. I don't see how you showing us a Dodge Charger that you saw driving by would be problematic. So, yeah. The only thing is email tips@candacefinance.com. You're going to get to don't protest too much in just a moment. First, going to throw it to some of our sponsors. Riverbend Ranch, everyone, like I told you, has wanted to do something to try to heal and remember Charlie Kirk. My friends at Riverbend Ranch put together a following tribute to take a listen.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk and celebrate the tremendous bounty that is life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom that struck their discourse, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagree. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more popular. Message from others at Riverbend Ranch.
I actually met the owners of Riverbend Ranch with Charlie down there, and met them. Fantastic family. Also wanted to tell you guys about American financing, because if you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. So why keep paying that 20% to the worst banks? So you can call my friends at American Financing. They have mortgage rates that are in the fives, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pocket out of the hands of the credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity right now, high interest at no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker: if you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. So do not wait. Call American Financing now, 800-795-1210. That's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Also, tell you guys about Field of Dreams, because we all have 2 ages: our actual age, and then there's our body's eternal biological age. What I didn't know is my likely lower biological age will be and here's the thing: it's because Americans eat so many processed foods, not even fruits and vegetables. Many people, perhaps those 10+ years older on the inside than their actual age. Major university studies suggest how to slow down aging. Participants slowed their aging by drinking Field of Greens. That's all they did. They didn't change their eating, drinking, or their exercise. They just had Field of Greens, because each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for specific health benefits: cell health, heart hormones, kidneys, and metabolism, even healthy as well. And the great note that the greens can slow how quickly aging and encourage you as well to join me. Swap your untested vegetables and drink healthy greens. Check out the university's and get 20% off when you use promo code Candace at fieldofgreens.com, and that's fieldofgreens.com, promo code Candace. I mean, I'm telling you guys, I've been through a lot of media attacks. I have. I've been through it. This is another level. Okay, this is like, it's like, there's a surge there that I've never seen. They are all parroting the same talking points. They're clearly collaborating. I can tell you it's a Zionist attack. I've lived through enough of them to know what they're like, and they all kind of say the same thing, slightly different. And the idea is to pile up and hope that if people keep seeing the same thing, they'll just believe it's true. And of course, Bibi Netanyahu, defending Bibi Netanyahu seems to be at the center of it all. That Zionists control a lot of publications in America. That is just a reality. They can go through that. It's a little weird that I have never said throughout discussing this case, which I can't read much about, that Bibi Netanyahu would control Kirk. Tucker Carlson never said that. Megyn Kelly never said that. Dave Smith never said that. Instead, what we are doing is we are disputing Bibi Netanyahu's narrative that him and Charlie were on great terms, really friendly. He had just invited him out. And here's his love letter Charlie wrote. He heavily implied that, and he was saying way too much, too fast, yet too soon. That didn't feel right. He just wanted the truth to be out there. I don't know who specifically came out and said that he killed Charlie Kirk, but now that he's for the second time denying that he is, people are going, what's actually going on here? This is weird. Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I didn't feel compelled to come out and make 2 videos telling people that I didn't kill him. That would be weird. Like, can't conspiracy. Why do you feel like you need to say that? Tucker Carlson had to make 2 videos saying I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. You would go, that's weird. Like Kelly, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would she do that before she didn't kill Charlie Kirk? But BBS come out, like I said, with the second statement, and you can listen to it. Take a listen.
The Nazi propaganda said that they were alive. Well, somebody's family. Also, if Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk, this is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a child, a once-in-a-century talent, defended freedom, defended America, defended our common good. Charlie loved us. Loved us. Told us to remember that separatist. One of my greatest choices is that any form that forming alliances with the Jews to protect their about how vital was national security. The whole plan is so important to my life. It pains me to see someone like this. Now, John is all here and there. How into that outline? I love it. This is the essence of John. This is the essence of it's exactly what John is talking about. And I knew that this just always came to source from his love for us, from his love for us. I spoke to him. I invited him to big S. Sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling this disgusting, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps from Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie.
I don't know, guys. That Israeli propaganda just ain't hitting the same. It's just not hitting the same. I feel like it was hitting in 2018, but like this is just not hitting. Gaza's not helpful. You're talking about a free country, Gaza, just kind of being bombarded because you want to go beachside place vacation for your friends. It's not feeling good. If you see what you're doing, we do know you are a cold-blooded murderer. It's happening in Gaza. There's no question about that. How many kids have been murdered? Okay, and you're again saying too much. I don't know why you don't seem to be able to get through speech without lying or implying a lie. Specifically, maybe is funded by Qatar. Maybe don't just Qatar. In fact, you are the one. Your administration is the one that's been under investigation for taking money from the Qataris. Actually related to Gaza. So when you bring to Gaza thereafter, so why are you saying that about Americans? If you were to money from Qatar, would it be a problem for your administration and your cronies? So what's this about? I was so hopeful that you would be able to get through that speech without mentioning the Holocaust, but that was kind of the opening liner. Joseph Goebbels said, bro, Joseph Goebbels has nothing on the Zionists in America on the propaganda that they have pushed. I gotta tell you, that's the reality, okay? Let's go for him. Let's go Sigmund Freud. How you guys created this system of propaganda. He's the real father of modern propaganda, okay? It's the Freud family. We're linked to this. We see what you guys are doing. And you're not making people feel comfortable with the fact that you keep coming out to deny something that certainly wasn't asserted by me on this program. And you're doubling down. I told you to publish the full letter that Charlie wrote you, not lines of it. Okay? It's a lie by omission. And to stop mentioning the fact that you invited you to Israel just 2 weeks ago without mentioning the fact that he declined to go. Am I lying? Can anybody actually work and assert that I am lying? You can say my name. You can't just always lie. Charlie said, I'd love to go to Israel. Charlie said, I'd love to have you on my radio show. And for some reason, that seems to be a common theme, that they have sent the hounds out, but they're unable to actually dispute the words that are coming out of my mouth. If Bill Ackman, extraordinarily accepted, publish whatever it is that you say. Hey, Bill, you can come on the program, we can talk about that trip to the Hamptons. He just kind of, which was, by the way, you guys on Instagram are so funny. I didn't even say anything. You guys just saw right through it because we're all awake. He just, I guess, shared text messages with Charlie Kirk to dispel the claims of, you see how it says blackmail in parentheses. They put Israel. I never said Israel blackmailed him. I never said that. Okay? And in fact, somebody that was at the Hamptons published a statement and said that Charlie said he felt morally blackmailed. Okay, so that doesn't help your case. But anyways, Blackman published these private text messages, and I guess that just supposed to dispel the idea that anything happened in the Hamptons. And yeah, actually, what's missing from these messages are like a deed, a context, and they don't dispel anything that I have asserted. Okay, so what's going on here? Then they drop this guy out, Eric Bowling, goes on the PPD podcast, and this should be embarrassing. Like, the amount of lies coming out of this man's mouth was astounding. Okay, but they ran the New York Post, right? Outfit of the Mossad, outfit of the Deep State. Random. And Charlie Kirk had a breakup with Candace Owens as if they were dating. Let's listen actually to what Eric Bowling had to say on the PPD podcast.
Some of my credibility is getting down because she needs some receipts. They're lacking the front receipts. How long was that tweet? It's still going. He was there on the meeting. Andrew Coleman was there in the room. You're on the board, yeah. Okay. When's the last time you saw Candace Owens? In person? Yeah. 2015. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. When's the last time she was at a tournament? I got it. Okay. Well, you know, how you could be invited. There's a question proof that Candace Owens is nothing, has nothing to do. She would be in a perfect world if they didn't have this, what I already know, quiet breakup. She got to grab it over for him. She would be the logical heir to the USA prom, but she's not even invited. Correct. So this is so their divide is what was not invited. She's not even there. She's not there. I don't think she'll get the funeral. No. That's not the funeral. She doesn't speak at the events anymore.
So that's just what you do. It's so good for this to happen because you guys are watching everything that I'm saying. You can watch the live. Eric Bowling, I just don't even get this. How can you say that I have not spoken at a Turning Point USA conference in years when I literally went on tour with Turning Point USA as college campuses last year? Like, that's just incredible. You didn't know that I went on tour with Turning Point USA last year. You don't remember that happening at all. Okay, then I get fired from the Daily Wire. Turning Point USA is the first to issue a crisis gig statement of support. Then I do what was the YWLS conference right after that. So let's just actually bring this in. What you are referring to, which is the type of part of this point I'm telling you, is that the Zionists started circling Charlie and trying to control things. This was actually in the around September or whatever, and I was always very honest that Charlie and I had a conversation, and they were putting pressure on your kids on her. She's talking about Israel. Well, that's Charlie. I am under so much fire right now. Do not even. I'm like radio actually worry about the conference. I have to rebuild my life. I have to figure out how to get my podcast back on the road. I had literally, I'm banned from Australia because I still Zionist. Like, I have so much going on. For me, not to speak at AMFest is nothing. Like, that doesn't even mean anything. Save yourself, okay? It means nothing to me. Tell them whatever you need them to tell them. And I'm going to focus on trying to rebuild my life because they also had me canceled from YouTube. Remember all that stuff in last year? It was insane. And I came back bigger, and I came back stronger. Because at the end of the day, the truth will win against lies. That is the message. So the reality is that they came in for it because that's what Zionists do. And they started putting more pressure on him. This time, they didn't want just Candace Owens to Tucker Carlson because Tucker went to AmFest. And then they said that can't happen again either. And Charlie started realizing which way the wind was blowing. And in fact, in the very week that Charlie was assassinated, he was saying that he wanted to be back on the roster. That's where his mindset was at. You cannot dispute any of this because it's real. This is then suddenly he gets a Shulman guy who is the one that said, I want my name they were squeezing him, trying to control who he was allowed to speak to. And that started in real earnest, I can tell you, in Q4 of last year. And then Charlie had enough. And a lot more was going to come out that would happen at Turning Point. It wasn't just that. They were spiking the ball, where they were spending the money. It was almost like they just wanted to take over the company that he had built and turn it into just another outfit of the facade. Like that's the information that I have, and I want to make sure that I properly vet everything, everything. That's what it looks like, and it's going to come out. Okay, so the little talking points and the lies, look up and research and see this. That's not true. And that's your big LOL point. Like, oh, the proof of this is she's not speaking at Charlie's, honoring Charlie event in Arizona. And then they ask me these questions. So, like, when's the last time you spoke to Erica? Or did have you attended a Charlie Kirk? What's it called? The weird things are all running these talking points. This is what Dr. Daily Mail. Is she planning to attend his memorial service in Arizona? Was she asked to speak? Or did she ask to be a part of the program? Why would I ask to be part of it? Like, this is obviously Erica is in like full control. I would hope she's in full control. I don't know. There's some stories about donors that are pushing things, but let's reopen that. More questions here. Has she attended any of the vigils for him? Is she planning to attend? Does she speak to Erica? When's the last time they spoke? Board member Eric Bolin, by the way, he's not a board member, but the other good fact check for the PPT, said that Charlie Kirk had a quiet breakup with Candace Owens after she got too powerful for him. Has there been any communication between, and there hasn't been any communication between the two for many years? Just let's made up. It's just all made up. Like I said, the reason that they're doing this is because they want us to stop investigating the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm convinced this is a full-blown Fed operation. I'm hearing about the repression that's even happening with planning this event. They're trying to make it seem like, oh my, how dare she? Did you attend a vigil? No, actually, I didn't attend a vigil. And nope, you're right. I was not invited to speak alongside President Trump and J.D. Vance on the stage with Tucker Carlson at a memorial event. What does this have to do with anything? The answer is it has to do nothing. They're working on a narrative like they always do. They're coming in, they're squeezing, and they're trying to pretend that Charlie and I didn't speak for years. It would not be further from the truth. Okay? Charlie and I never for a single second stopped being friends. Ever. Never happened. They can't produce one shred of evidence to that effect. Nope. Just donors. And the donors at Turning Point need to be investigated. Because what I'm hearing, like I said, from Turning Point sources is not good. And guess what? This guy lives. And he lives at equally forever. That's totally fine. On top of that, talk about federal operation out of nowhere. Rasheed Crow just lies. I don't even know how they got to the press. They're just like, no, this is so dumb. Rasheed Crow comes out and says they have offered scientific evidence to the U.S. court to prove that Rasheed is a woman. That's what her lawyer says. The lawyer's a liar because we haven't even started this case yet. So how could you offer scientific proof to a court to prove you're a woman, especially because you're not suing me over the claim that I said you were born a man. You weren't born a man. I guess you were a boy, a male. That's what I should say. You were a male, and you've never sued anybody for making that statement. You sued for things around it. You're suing me because you're saying you said I stole the identity from my sister. I'm not a thief. You've never sued anybody for the claim that you were born male. So I don't know what this is. Just like we're just gonna all hound Candace and try to distract her from looking into Charlie Kirk's murder and assassination, but it's focusing more. This is not normal. Like the amount of lying that's happening right now is because you don't think I'm strong enough to handle it. You're trying to break me. You're not gonna break me, okay? And watch you catch a bullet in the throat, lied to by everybody about who was involved, why it happened, and why you are attacking the people who are in person, rather, who's trying to investigate it. You're not a good friend, they say, if you investigate this. Now they're running up, how dare you get clicks for investigating it? What? This is my show. How dare you get clicks for even talking about me talking about it? You morons. You guys think we're that stupid? How dare Candace get clicks as we get clicks off of Candace getting clicks? It's so asinine. You're so stupid. And the entire world is watching. And that's problematic. Left and right here realizing something more sinister happened. We're not taking the MAGA bait. Dad, MAGA, out why was it your dad? Some of the more MAGA definitely like what happened recently. Like we're in September. What happened when someone believed themselves further than Trump, more MAGA than ever? In fact, it's kind of the opposite. People think we're occupied by Zionists. More MAGA people are going like, it seems like Trump's kind of given up on free speech. And his administration seems to be controlling maybe Netanyahu. So that doesn't ring true either. And then it's like, oh, we're here for trans. Neither. Left to right, we're paying attention. We're looking up and it rolls over us. It's a pretty picture. We had to hear guys' comments about this. There's covered a lot here. First, I'm going to tell you about Tax Network USA because if you are stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, you don't have to wait. The IRS is cracking down. The penalties add up fast. 5% per month, 25% just for not filing. There is help. Tax Network USA. We take the burden off your shoulders. We stop the spiral before it gets any worse. They have helped thousands of Americans. You're an employee, a small business owner, you haven't filed in years. They've seen everything. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to help you win. You'll get a free consultation if you qualify for they'll be able to reduce more than what you owe, or they will help protect you from wage insurance from bank levels. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Kansas. Because you can miss the tax deadline if you have not run your options. Then Tax Network USA help. Again, the number is 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Kansas. Also, tell me about home catalog because if you are home, you should listen to this. The FBI has been warning homeowners about a type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, which is title theft. This type of theft does not happen by breaking down your doors and stealing stuff. It happens with a one-page document with a forged signature that gets filed by the county. If your title, that's the record of ownership, gets transferred out of your name, criminals are using your ownership to drain your equity and sell the property. You don't even know about it until you start getting collection or foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I recommend the home title lock so that you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Candace at HomeTitleLock.com and get a free title history report and a free trial of the triple lock protection, which is 20% of your title coverage. Urgent alerts to make changes, and if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Candace or use the number below. Tell you guys also about Mimi Skincare because for those of you that are wondering, you guys want to know how I keep my skin looking healthy, clear, and glowing. My answer is simple. Mimi Skincare. Your skin is starting to show signs of aging. Fine lines creeping in, skin starting to sag, if you're tired, uneven glow. Also that clean glow. They need to try Mimi's anti-aging skincare line. Their products that work wonders on Mimi's 3-step anti-aging routines packed with powerful, clinically backed ingredients that work. This routine restores your skin barrier, boosts collagen production, reduces fine lines, and rebuilds locks and moisture, and it brightens your healthy glow. Here's one of the most challenging products with results. But it's also proudly American made. Every formula is crafted right here in the USA. Why one of the best Korean skincare brands in quality while staying true to our values of faith, family, and freedom. Right now, it's going to listeners 15% off your order. And check out. But this offer ends this weekend, so don't wait to go to MimiSkincare.com today. Stock up on your free steps anti-aging routine and see the results for yourself. Support a brand that shares your values and take care of your skin at the same time. MimiSkincare.com. Code is Candace15 at checkout. All right, Steve Carrington, thank you for the $20. He writes, this is what he's actively fighting fund. And he's, we won't sue because then he will get cross-examined and he won't risk it to this perjury deal. I don't know, man. The fact that Perjury is suing, this is what they do. I guess it's just what they do. No, they've got people in their back pockets, lawyers, corrupt lawyers doing their bidding. I mean, they created the system and then they mock us for participating in the system. Like I told you, Bill Ackman at this Hamptons retreat, before 20 attendees told them that they shouldn't even aspire to own a home and they should just keep buying stocks. Like, okay, I'm sure you own no homes. They just want to turn us all into slaves. Like, truly, that's what I think about the billionaire class, what they actually want out of us, which is just for us to work forever and to own our absolutely nothing. Krista Young, thank you for the donation. Candace, something is not right, Krista writes. You are going to recover the truth. They messed up, and we are here for it. Charlie said once, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. We don't know what we know, so do not stop asking questions. Yeah, there is a reason they're doing this. They want, like, oh, just not until there's this memorial thing in Arizona, which is not a funeral, it's a memorial event. Okay, that's, by the way, in large part, from what I understand, being controlled by the White House. Trump is controlled by Zionists. So they're like baiting me here. Why would I be invited by anyone in Trump's Zionist administration? As I am speaking about a topic as I'm speaking, it's common sense. They're not going to allow me to share the stage, right? This is Michael Malice, if I get the name right, when he was going on his rant. If you watch the rest of it, he says something's not right. He says people who are close to Trump and the first administration cannot get close to him. He's like surrounded at this moment. Not Michael Savage, pardon. And he's telling the truth. Okay, I feel like we're an occupied nation. And nothing to do with the First Memorial is also an open event, so that is even crazy. But this is their sync line done, right? They're all walking. Are you speaking? Are you going to fight? Let's get this event. No, not. Guess what? It's not going to stop you from listening to this and understanding what exactly is happening. You're trying to keep us alive because you know that you messed up. You know you messed up and it's got something to close. That was the bad mistake, and we're going to keep uncovering things. Lulu, thank you so much for the big donation. She writes, Candace, you stay strong. I believe Charlie is watching in heaven. I do too, and this is why it matters. And know if anyone can figure out the truth that it is you who have been released to Finder's fire. The 12 to 3. However, nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, or nothing concealed that will not be able to come out into the open. It feels that way right now. I really do. I believe that the devil knows him. Charlie assassination, whatever it is, whatever truth we come to, it's going to explode. There's like so many revelations about how this world works. Principalities, dark places, the Bible tells us this, that is correct. John Heichel, thank you. Wow, his donation time was huge. Keep going, Candace. You got this. Christ is king. Christ is true. Cajun Yay writes, praying for you and your family. Stay safe and keep on prayer. Thank you so much for this donation. For you, lots of rights, Candace, you are like a crime-fighting superhero. Something all of the world's political harms to investigate journalism. I believe you will be vindicated and right about the violence. Yeah, I can tell you about that too. They better enjoy this break. Thank you for all of your hard work. Notice that you're like, everyone's attacking her. We're just going to randomly try to lie here. You know, you're lying. You've been lying. Your whole political existence is a lie. And it's all needs to be revealed. Everything needs to come down. Jasmine writes, get justice for our brother in Christ. We are with you and we are listening. God is with you and you're going to keep going. Jasmine, these donations are, I've never had donations this big on YouTube. And I just want to thank all of you guys for that. Three Diglets writes, I support Candace Owens. Thank you. It's just me. Free Palestine and the U.S. I agree. Amy Surly writes, God bless you and keep up the search for truth. Morgan, did you see the book about Charlie's assassination on Amazon that was available the day before it happened? Praying for you and your family's safety. God bless you, Crisis King. Amazon issued a response, apparently, this is my producer's note, blaming it on technical issues for the incorrect name of the publication title. And Amazon made it. That's a weird excuse. It's a weird excuse. Like I said, we do everything. There's also some artists who song. Yeah, this he wants to talk. And it was called like Charlie Kirk 10 at 31. Right? People started going, this guy looks like the person in the photo. Some of the guys that know that probably got him, Scott Robinson. All lies will be revealed. All needs will be pursued. You can keep pursuing your product. Okay? I'm happy with that. I'm very content. It's a lot of people. Trevor Miller writes, something is wrong. It's time to unify as a country and fix this. Yes, I am calling on the left and the right to unify and to support. Okay? All of us, left and right. Gene Machine writes, seriously, our last chance to make a real change. It's not black versus white, it's not me versus straight, it's good versus evil, and truth versus lie. Yes, ma'am. Leslie writes, you are relentless, Candace. Do not let I won't. And I see you guys in the comments. They can put out what they want. I see you guys gang. Like, nope, watched it, lies. I saw you guys, okay, your PBD chat going crazy. Thank you for that. I don't know how they just allowed him to lie like that. It's just something that could have been debunked. But I'm built for this. Like, you get built different when you watch someone you know very well, very close to beside you, when you were nobody, when you watch that person catch a bullet, you are really starting to comprehend the world that they're fighting against. They are only going to help these people. Truth. That's it. Everybody's eyes at the exact same time. Khalid Muhammad writes, good luck with everything. Thank you. Cynthia Martinez writes, Candace, you are divinely protected. More so after this horrifying loss, Charlie smiles beside God's throne of grace. Man, he is. You are wrapped in their protection, wisdom, and triumph. You inspire my family and I. Lena writes, here's some guitar funding for your guys. Oh, Lena, are you a guitar? Wasn't you always praying for you and your family's safety? And Jesus' almighty name, love for Montreal. Oh, Lena, guitar, she's the single guitar individual. You guys know because for you guys, if you need ever sweatshirts and hats and gear on our website, signing up. Just to be clear, the CIA stands for Candace Intelligence Agency, which you see on the back of that, obviously, because we consider ourselves to be decentralized intelligence agency, because we get tips from you guys, and we'll into research. And I wish I had a bigger team, we're tiny, but it's not. We're just going to keep this going and stay locked in. And on the Charlie fought for the truth. Charlie fought for free speech. Charlie is not a fan of manipulation. And I look into why he lost his life and to his mind. So, stay tuned.
I like this song. She's so hot. I don't agree with what she says. She's so hot. What don't you agree with? The thing about the dude being king. This is the king.
All right, you guys, let's take a pause. There is a lot happening right now, okay? Bibi Netanyahu is again
She's got those words. I hate those things.
Murdered Charlie Kirk, despite the fact that no one that I know accused him of doing such a thing. Is that normal? We're staying there, a foreign country, to have to twice deny that on national television. We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press out. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Eric Bolling is just lying through his teeth on PBD podcast to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with. That I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. That is all happening right now, not because of lying, but because we are choosing to stay focused on solving the murder of Charlie Kirk. And what we are covering is much darker than I think any of us could have possibly imagined. So welcome back to Candace.
Because we're back at it again. It's the butter and the kid. Are you proud of Tyreek Hill?
This is really the fight of the kid. Come on now. Come on.
with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. We don't play that music. That's what we gotta start doing on Patreon. Just playing the fucking music. Hit me with your best shot. There's some there too.
You sing that? Fire away.
It's a chick, right?
Yep. Come on.
Hit me with
Now,
your
this is
best
Shane.
shot.
Now, how's that go? Yeah. Hit me with your best shot. Pat Benatar. Pat Benatar.
I would have guessed that with 1,000 tries.
80s. 1980s.
80s.
I was in boarding school. And my friend, my roommate, I remember he came up and he goes, he's just standing there like this, super mad at me. And I'm like, what's wrong? And he goes, you want to tell me what's wrong? And I go, I don't know.
You touched him when he was leaving.
Did you play my album without asking me?
Oh,
And I go, play your album asking me? I go, no. And you weren't playing Love is for Strangers or whatever the fuck it was.
touch my drums.
I was like, no, I didn't. He goes, yes, you did. And I didn't. But he thought I played his stupid fucking record. He should have broken it.
Yeah, but even if
Yeah, how about I break your record? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
also roommates, dude.
Oh, man, I remember, I can't stand people like that are super precious about their shit.
I told that roommate in college I ended up finding where he put labels on everything in the cupboard.
That's the most, no, I'll need all your
And then he couldn't deal with me, so he called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom's like, you gotta quit being this. I'm like, who is this?
call her.
Freshman in college.
That's it. You're out.
You're out, and you're a loser. On all his future game bars, he took everyone individually out and labeled them with a toasty.
What?
He like took them all out and out. You know, they come in the nutrient bars, just come in the box, and then they're each individually.
I hate
He took every single one out and put his name on it.
Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car, and I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it, and they'll drive it once a month. I'm like, listen, and they roll it. I'm like, fucking drive it. Drive it, you precious bitch.
But Brett, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it? Oh yeah. I took the picture. That's a,
I'm halfway through the dry sheet, Doctor.
That's good. It's entertaining, right? Really good. What he calls fantastic. Flip the menu over. Do you regret it? No, it was high. It was fun. He's a wild boy.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I guess his dad and his brother don't talk to him or something.
Really? They're the evolution now. Now, for a while, they did.
It was the interview for
The dad and the brothers in the interview.
yeah, but Emilio
Who was in the interview?
no, it was his other brother. Emilio Estevez declined to participate, so did his dad. See if Charlie Sheen talks to Martin Sheen or Emilio Estevez.
This was the new film.
Okay.
It says at the
All right, but they just didn't want to be part of it.
I mean, listen, fucking documentary film, Jeff Martin. He's not. He's there talking.
Check out, see if Emilio Estevez. I didn't see
He's
it.
watching.
No, I watched the whole thing and it said Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen declined to participate in this documentary. See if Emilio Estevez was in Charlie Sheen.
He has more than one brother.
Scott.
Does he? What's his name? Why is his name Emilio Sheen?
Yeah, like some because his real name was Carlos Estevez, and then he changed it to Martin Sheen. His real name, I think, was Estevez. He changed it.
Why was Emilio not in the Charlie Sheen documentary? So what brother's in it?
That's Emilio Estevez in the 80s was a huge.
Well, yeah, he was huge. So what brother's in it? He seems identical.
I know. He hasn't worked, though. He hasn't worked. Yeah, he looks a lot like me.
Yeah, they look like that's why I thought it was him. You're right. Right.
Ramon.
Oh,
Yeah, they all look very similar.
Ramon's like the wall Luigi.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. It's a good family, man. Martin Sheen, I worked with Martin Sheen.
I want you to tell the dad's a good dad.
Martin Sheen said something I'll never forget. He was such a good guy. I did West Wing. We were sitting there eating lunch, and we were talking about a movie called Guilty, but a story about Robert De Niro played, I can't remember the name of the actor, but he got blackballed by Hollywood. And because he wouldn't give up the names of the people he knew were communists. He said, I'm not turning this, I'm not a rat. And they blackballed him. And he said, have you no decency? Shame on you, shame on you. He said, the senator's trying to throw your
Okay, so it's Charlie Sheen telling you.
And I said, yeah, you never know how you're going to behave in that situation. Because, you know, they're threatening your life with it. And she said, yes, you do. Yes, you do. But when you have to do the right thing or the wrong thing, it actually confirms who you are. I never forgot that. I was like, fuck. Peace.
You see him just as a dad, like you're upset. He's like, no. He said, you just give him love. He was, I never judge him. I just give him love. You always show him. Once you get through the doc, you see the common theme there as a dad. He's just always there for you. Always there. No matter what.
Hey, you know what?
Just shows up.
I mean, that's what we do.
He's just always there.
I'm going to say myself with you. I'm there for my friends. Imagine my son.
Yeah. Dude, how about the Charlie Kirk shooter? His dad was the long-term man. But apparently they had a strained relationship. I can't imagine turning your son in like there was a strain. It's a little different because see, I thought he lived with him. He's a good kid. On the case. But so it makes sense he turn him in if there's a strained relationship. Because he can say you're really close with your son and he did something like that. My word. That would be a tough decision.
He was,
just sliced. Yeah. The kid shoots and obviously he got this harder and all
he's
the shit.
living with his love who was transitioning. You know, right?
Yeah. Did you see the Detective Exchange? Yeah. It's all bullshit.
I think it's
The language in it, there's the sweeping, the stuff. It's a little weird. I think the Detective Exchange is real. I think it's fabricated, not fabricated, but I think it was pre-thought out to get the girl off. The boy, his boyfriend off. That's like she's like, you did what? And he goes, yeah, babe, did you see when I was raping in prison? She's like, what?
okay.
It's to get her off. Yeah, just worry about you. Don't worry about me. I think it was all. It's a little like it. Also, kids that they don't really talk that.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think it was set up to get her off. Does that make sense? That's my conspiracy. Like through our text, like the spelling errors and the way we talk, and also don't get me wrong, they're gay dudes, but they're still dudes. So like, holy shit, no one's talking that clean. What? I'm so sorry, you stay low. What? You're joking? Yeah, baby, you didn't see me breaking the bullets? No.
Wow, you're so right, dude. Now that I'm reading it in that context, that makes sense.
I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. No, fuck,
I don't think
just the word. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, God. Weird, right? Now, back to the death. Can you imagine as a father if there was a strained relationship between your son?
There's a lot of famous stories about commanders that send their sons into war into very dangerous situations. You know, they would during World War II, especially the British.
You actually World War II. Can you imagine?
You had to do it.
Like, can you imagine being a commander and send your son to something which
but the treasures of Pharaoh,
that's different. That's different.
And you know, the aristocrats died just as much as the aristocrats were the officers, and they were in that war. So it was pretty crazy. Everybody participated.
What happens when you're a dad and you're a colonel or whatever, a commander, you send your son in like Vietnam, and you find out it's all bullshit. How mad would you be, dude?
I mean, you could say the same thing about Iraq.
That's what I'm saying. It's all that Afghanistan, all that shit, all the current shit,
All these neocons. It's like, all right, how many kids? You ever done a contact sport? I got this, these neocons talking. I'm like, have you done any military service? Have you done any? Do you know anything about firearms? Or you just hear and talk about it? What else is going on, man?
Must was a game tonight at 8 o'clock. He's fine. He's playing out the game, but still. Oh, yeah,
This is time to attack.
This is baseball. Baseball weekend. And the 8 o'clock game for he's fine. So we're pressing for the 10. It's late for me. It's late for him.
Yeah, it's like.
So what? Yeah, I was like, on the group chat. God damn, it's late game. Like, yeah,
that makes my face. I said, what's your secret? He goes, discipline. It's like, oh shit, yeah. He's so good. And they cast him to straight dime piece. I feel like Charlie Hanneman. Yeah, I can't believe it. You see the shirt off? Oh, dude. Bring up Charlie Hanneman from shirt. Most dudes know from Sons of Anarchy, but my point is, yeah, he's also English or British. Yeah. You're telling me he don't look more like a game than Charlie? I don't know who it is. I mean, look at that. You don't know your dark history. Oh, boy, you missed the boat on that one. You know war history, but you don't know serial killer history. So he's basically the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. So the inspiration behind, Jesus, you name a big serial killer, Texas Chainsaw, all this shit, he's the original, and that's you with a hat on. Wow. You look similar. Let's be honest, you have the same beard. Real psycho. Oh, buddy. So you know how in the Texas Chainsaw that he made, like, he would wear their skin, and would make lamps, or like, Silence of the Lambs? Yeah. You know, he would wear their skin, and like, all that's inspired by him. Like, he's the original. Is that really shit? Yeah. Wait, he would create human suits out of skin. Oh, that is. October 3rd just drops. Your boy cannot wait. Dude, this is my sweet piece. Look at how dark some of I know, I just feel like you would have played such a better Ed game than Charlie. I would, but he played. If this was a guy who wore people's skins, that's where he's from. You know your shit. Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, look at the depravity that he's the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. Dude, he started it all. Wow. Wow. Go to the trailer. Nipple belts and skull bones from corpses. Yeah, anything you know about serial killers, like especially movies, it's all based on true straight up here. Jesus, crazy, right? He was the worst, huh? Watch this. James Evans, yeah, wow, he's a great actor. He's too hot. That game's in that one. I think it was really creepy as you could. I'll tell you what I'm saying. That's him. Mr. Williams, kid. Oh my God. Boy, it was wild. Can you imagine this shit? This is real life, man. Let's take a little break. I want to talk about football and how I make money if I want to play football. I'm talking about real money. I'm talking about pit my game day instincts and scoring real money. You know what I mean? I'm talking about just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats from breakout rookies to elite quarterbacks. I want to unlock the upside. Every snap rings. The better your calls, the bigger your payouts. You know how I can make money using that criteria. Okay? Can I get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on my first pick set? Do you know anywhere I can do that? You have a new customer, so if you're new to DraftKings, you get 15 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. The season you play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app right now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Play 5 to get 50 Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over in age. Eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. October 3rd. Ryan Murphy, Ed Game. Let's go. Going to the murders that Ed's committed. It's bad. It's bad. Change up up here. Now at Zach Baggins Museum, his haunted museum, he has the actual, it's like a big ass pot that he made. George Mills is known as the Butcher of Plainfield. Murdered 2 women, robbed graves, bodyguards of the castle lives and clothing. So also suspected he killed his brother who died in mysterious circumstances. When law enforcement visited his farm, they found Warden's body hanging by her feet in the shed. She had been fatally shot. This was decapitated, and her head was in a box. Authorities also discovered the head of a very
Gained a man to kill the two women, did not not guilty by reason of insanity.
I'm sure he killed one more time. You know? That's how happening.
No, two's pretty lightweight. It's the weight difference. Two's long, too. You get a show off, too. Come on now. Come on now.
Okay.
Two officially suspected. More deaths. His brother. Okay, he keeps bringing up his brother. But he only ever admitted killing two. Okay, like that. But he didn't wear their skin.
Yeah.
Or their tits.
See if he did wear their skin.
No, he did. That's his thing. He made like lambs and shit.
That was the people who he robbed graves.
No, he did to the just the graves. You can't use the skin.
Yes, the rest of it was suit made of human skin. Not a grotesque attitude. I mean, he confessed to graphic
KT was that was all skin. Again, this guy had a bad rap. He's actually,
the more we look into it, he's not that bad. I mean, he killed two people and his brother.
He grounded a female human nipple.
Yes, he was a fucking crazy creep.
Other items include skin gloves and a lampshade made from the skin of a human face.
Yeah. He was as crazy as
he was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Yeah, well, he's definitely insane, but we'll have to kill him anyway because it's just, you can't have that sick a dog running around. That's just, even in a hospital, it's like, we gotta take you out.
He's the original, right? He's the Jackie Robinson of the serial killers.
It was a visual attempt to physically become his mother.
Now, here's the other issues. In order to be classified as a serial killer, it's kind of shit. That was exactly his number.
That was like 50 women.
Just by all, but the definition of a serial killer, you have to kill three the same way. This is true. Okay, so technically, he's not a serial killer.
He did wear dead women's skin.
They're already dead.
Yeah, they are.
Kind of recycling.
Right, it is recycled. And it's actually the mishandling of a corpse. It doesn't even bring jail time. It's just creepy, and it definitely can't be around people.
But he's definitely way worse than this, and he didn't get a Netflix. He's at two, and there's a mysterious death of his brother who we can't prove.
Yeah.
So we're still at two. So technically, I'm a serial killer, and then he was recycling old skin from graves. Okay, some would say he was really human.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I'm a little disappointed in it. I mean, you can't necessarily call yourself a serial killer. You can call yourself an absolute freak and a complete shit. And you killed two women, which is unacceptable, of course, and horrible.
He got off.
But he still was in jail, but he's found guilty. Guilty of insanity.
No, not guilty.
Well, when you were deemed criminally insane, you are now put in a hospital. So that's you get free. But wow. Yeah.
Even though back in the day, I mean, you're talking about the Middle Ages, killing bitches.
Yeah.
Holy shit. We're at least 140 children. I'll tell you what drives me absolutely nuts is they keep labeling Charles Manson a serial killer. He never killed anybody. He's definitely not a serial killer. It's insane.
Jack the Ripper.
Never caught him. They were way worse. You guys have said about the video about the art team.
John Casey.
John Casey talking about $30. He's in the first. John Casey.
When is Halloween? October, right? La 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 la. That's the song. Is that Pat Boys? Is that what it is? That song. That's in the trail. Oh, yeah, that's our house completely transformed from yeah. That's shit. Yeah, I dig it. It's a great thing to have kids. We love it so much. All this motivation. Sugar. My son got two. It's 30 minutes. It's 30 miles. Big whole thing of 5 parts in. Right. You're like, hey, this guy. This guy with the jacket. 3 miles early. The Mendez brothers killed 2, and they made 2. By the way, it's horrible. It's horrible if you got your mom. I mean, it's all horrible. But yeah, we're just used to. That's how fucked up things are. We're used to at least 10. Well, you give me the Jeffrey Dahmer, you give me the Night Stalker, you give me all this shit, and then you probably would have killed a lot more if you had gotten caught. Some of the serial killers start with grave robbing, weird shit, and then they hook up the courage to kill, and then they have to keep up in the ante. It's not the guys who got Charlie's down in that submarine. Oh, I know, and killed her. Killed him. Killed her. Sorry, after I think showing her videos. Yeah. Submarine. They tried to escape. They ran away. You know, you're right there. You got the bushes. There's actually video of you. Is that it? It's so awful. The submarine. This is so because he was a complete crazy. Carrying a pistol-like object is a fake bomb strapped to his abdomen. A day has been serving a life sentence for the sexual assault of journalist reported his only submarine lost his way. Lost his way out of a prison before police were captured. Yeah. Pete Madsen's high-profile case was served international attention on the Swedish journalist Kim Wall. Seen a photo published in the Danish tabloid, sitting in the grass with his hands behind his back as police nearby trained their weapons. This one down. And his confidence goes. He's a fake this from their law. So Madsen was first arrested to tell two people on rescue to seek out somebody design and build use of free models. severed head. Too bad. Then he goes, oh, she died of carbon monoxide. Okay. Because he's a psycho. Just gets off. That's what those people do. Stab 12 times on the genitals. They're just psycho. Some horrible human beings. He said he got her. That's what he wanted to do. God. That's all. That's what he got. Evil human beings out there. Yeah. And like to your point, like he was insane. No, or he was just an evil, piece of shit, evil person. So here's the deal. Should he get into anything for Halloween? Oh, that's so nice. No, just like that. Like charity together or some shit. That's the best person. That's your person. Oh, how you doing for your drinking? How's your heart rate? I've been doing a lot of like, scans. I show better. So I already had like medical scans. Results come in better. Obviously, I'm not the best level. So, yeah, but I don't have hepatitis. It's a test. Oh, okay. What they test you for hepatitis? They test for lunch. Why? Because you're just not feeling well or you're just low energy? Because of my body. My stomach's bloated like multiple months. I wish that was the case. You have a bloated stomach, and your heart is beating fast. The heart stuff, everything else is. You're wondering about congenital like heart. Is it like sort of your heart's not able to pump up the water out of your lungs or something? I don't think we said that. Well, that's what congenital heart failure is. Congested. I think because of all the years of drinking, they're concerned about that. So that's why liver stuff can cause it. All the shit. So that's what they're doing. But that's the area that I want to focus on. Whatever you do. Let's go through some. So last night I posted something on Patreon. This is for like everyone who just asked for like fans for events. So they gave me a few. Oh yeah, fan things. Yeah. Let's see. You might not enjoy some, but they're from fans, so like the shots. So what do you guys think about the whole offer? It's silly. Yeah, so they're asking like wants to box. Yes, they Terrence Crawford. You know what happened? It's Victoria tried to box Terrence Crawford. And then David did an interview doing the press for the Crawford Canelo fight. Like, man, why are you so against MMA superstars fighting boxers? Like, because they get their ass, because they get their legs set. Because so does the boxers ain't coming over to MMA. They're like boxers. No, it's no different than MMA. Victoria actually, he's talking smack. I mean, he believes it, just like the comments that he beat Floyd. Oh man, please try to just go to the gym and see how it don't. I don't know how you did. But if someone said, hey, you can do it, but there's no money involved. All these guys, it's just a money thing. So we get a so Dana's like, take a beating for him. Dana's like, no, it diminishes his problem. So let's say Ilya in his prime, which is right now. Let's say Dana goes, cool, fight Crawford, James, and then he gets fucking started in a minute, and then Ilya has to defend his belt in UFC 6 months later. It just makes us look stupid. I'm with Dana. It's also like, no, it's up taking that break. It sucks. I mean, you're not gonna, don't fuck around with all knock you out. These guys are worried about that brain. It's just Dana is his problem. That's yeah, for $100 million. That's so problem. So and then you can push me into it if you want. Yep. No problem. Hey, how you doing? I'm great. You can't see it. I know. And my ass hurts, but I'm fantastic. Because I have $100 million, so I'm never ready. At the Four Seasons for a month and 482 position. And that was from Mr. Mike. This one is this guy's a hunter. He's a hunter, and he's showing this article about these two hunters that went missing. He's also in Colorado, and these guys are very like they've been hunting all the time. They know exactly what they're doing. Suddenly, all their equipment and then stuff in their truck. So it's making something like this. Something fishy small. There's a question, or what's he? I smell water. Yes, I just take. So I'll just play a little bit.
And Ian Stasko, 25 years old, disappeared while hunting close to the New Mexico state line. Deputies in Caneos County say they tried to make contact with a pair of hunters last Thursday. They say they were reported overdue while out hunting in the San Juan Wilderness area west of Trujillo Meadows Reservoir. They failed to check in with their loved ones. Warner's fiance, Bridget Murphy, says Warner and Stasko have not responded since.
These two boys are very close to us. Andrew is next to be married in a few months. They are very savvy outdoorsmen and have never been. If they're able, they will do everything they can to survive.
The vehicle, which had camping gear and backpacks inside. The sheriff's office says that makes them concerned that Warner and Stasko may have run into bad weather at some point. Crews are searching from the air and the ground.
Well, it was like a big cat, like a mountain or something. There's mountains up there, you can find it. And there's also two of them, so they might want to be able to have
What is
it says in some hunting groups, and people are saying it's kind of fishy that last quarter we're at their truck and no peaks or anything since.
I smell stuff foul, but
Right? That's all I'm
how long have I been missing?
since Thursday. It's kind of, but not from the area, plus storm's not good. And they're seasoned hunters, so it's not like, but out of now, they're lost. They would know what to do. And just leave all your equipment in the truck.
I smell a rat. I smell something.
You think a rat? Like a big rat?
No, man.
Sorry.
Damn it.
Like a big rat.
Terrible storms came in on Thursday night with thunder, lightning, very, very bad fog, rain.
But that doesn't really explain why they're leaving. Yeah, they're still experienced. If you're qualified experience how they're acting, so don't leave that big. Yeah, but if they were, if it was like you and me, you have to be fun with the storm, right? Suck each other out. But these guys are experienced. Then something's right now. You have to. I don't want to.
Dude, that's right. I don't want to use it. No, that's seriously. No, I know. No, please. I just would rather die, please. Please. No.
Give that guy.
God, no. Thirsty.
That was from Angeles. And this one is from, William. This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins. Or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Talk a little bit about Magic Mind. Let's take a break and talk a little bit about Magic Mind.
You've been fired on all cylinders.
I'm talking about MAXX. Okay, we're talking about focused, calm energy. I'm talking about time-release caffeine. Time-release caffeine.
Max is hard to find. It's sold out, dude.
I have people hitting me up on my DMs going, hey, my Magic Mind's taking a while. It's because they are literally so in demand that they have to make it go over. They take a lot of time in how they make it. But you will feel clear. You will feel dialed in without the overstimulation, without feeling jittery. All right?
7 hours without a crash. Stay my money. Get work done without burning out, right?
More productive.
Stay sharp and confident, in control of his Magic Mind.
By the way, I don't have any right now. And I would take one right now. And I will.
There's like 6 cases.
Yeah, there's 6 cases. Yeah. It's all refreshing. I prefer it cold.
I do.
Right?
Magic Mind, man.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Did you see that footage of UFO footage? Hellfire missile?
No, let me see the
It hits
block.
it, and then it hits it, and then it just keeps on keeping on. That's what they said when I saw that.
Oh, yeah, it's called bullshit. Let me just see it.
What do you think it is then, B?
Wait, is it blurry? Oh, it's blurry.
Vision, dude.
saying that Hellfire Vessel should have been able to like.
Might be one of our own drones that has some kind of anti-missile technology.
Yep. That guy says on the top there. It's not from yeah, looks like Corky Bear. Interesting here. There was a scuba diving heist at Disney. This is in Orlando. So someone stole about $10,000 to $20,000 using scuba gear.
Okay.
That's an interesting fan. It's for fans. It's for the fans. So it's like, you know, holy shit, that guy's looks like my son made that scuba uniform. He's trying to spray this, you know, but he got away with it. Like scuba diving to get to that. And what did they get away with? It's $10,000 to $20,000. Just when they're finishing up, you know, capital to put it in the safe, and they just smashed it. So they must have been inside.
Yeah.
Must have been like that. That's at the Paddlefish restaurant. So they got away with $10,000. 20. They said 20, but anywhere from 10 to 20, most likely 20. This is Megan Kelly going off on Jamel. Jamel Hills. Oh, yeah, fucking. So I was on the flight. Oh, shit. Fuck you. Well, I don't know. She's a raging cunt. She's from like Disney or something. She's on HBO. They got fired. Racial and everything, even sport and everything. She's just smart. But dumb.
Play Jamel Hill, speaking of so-called journalists who have it all wrong, here's this jerk, South 15, has it wrong. Wait, Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of discourse from the right. Blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, white uncles raised by two parents, lived in a good home. Dad is a minister, also a sheriff. And checking in on boxing dog body every day. Okay, first of all, a coat of mascara would be your friend. I'm just going to tell this to you, woman to woman on television. You need a little work. And you have to back off the camera a little bit because you are not attractive enough to have an extreme close-up. Push away your laptop, Jamel, and add a filter or two. Honestly, like, we actually don't use any on this show because I do put on makeup so I look presentable, but you need work. Because you can't be ugly on the outside and the inside. You need to choose one. Okay? Choose one. That is disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Fuck her. It's weird how she lost all points about him being a furry, loving, trans dating. I don't even know what this guy's fetishes were, but leftist ideology infected guy who wrote on his bullets anti-fascist catch and notices bulges OXO, etc. Didn't make her little monologue. I do.
She's crushed.
She doesn't take any shoes. She doesn't take any shoes.
I don't hear her talking sports shoes. Yeah, I try to ask them for like some sort of descriptions of whatever. Let's go to Kelly's crush. She's great.
Hilarious. What? That's hard. I would never text her.
No, I wouldn't. No, I like that. Yeah. No, I do. I love it. This is Darren Till. That's the whole daughter. I saw this video and he does this. So the whole video just shows his daughter. That's it. So she so does the relationship with him. I didn't see her. She lives in Brazil.
Yeah, I think that is hard for you.
And I think that's because of the Brazil thing. But it's still like a nice. And Darren's, doing well these days, so that's what I was meant to see. Yeah, it's a great video. I check questions like, you can't see her or what? Yeah.
Man, how much do you love your little kid? Fuck.
2005.
That's an ache that's in your heart when you're not around. When they're in another country. That shit is
presidential. Yeah, the Irish presidential election. I don't know. I don't know. It's like, which one is he more focused on? Polling is saying he's going to win by a landslide. No, really? Oh, hell yes. Polling saying he's going to crush the election. So they're doing everything they can to try to keep him on the ballot. Yeah. 60% say he's more likely to imagine. That's what I mean. I think Trump can prove that anything can happen. But their voter system's different than theirs. So I had an Irish deputy job as he came in. So even if Connor wins, it's not like in the States. He didn't have too much power. He's like, they really, he basically just a celebrity in the face of it, but there's a lot more going on. Like, he's not much power. He's like a real sweeping changes. I think it's a two-party system. Like, I think it's very similar to the Prince. Yeah. Prime Minister is exactly. The royal family. Right. They're basically well, the monarchy's different than the actual Dana Wayne, that interview with Logan too. About Imperial, people were like, yo, he wants to win the relationship with Harry. I watched them, like, what sounds like why? And watch the video, I have like this channel. So Dana White and I also talk about it. Yeah. Dana White's like, how's he doing? So why? Because why is he so mad at you? It's so much. What over the rock measures? Yeah. That's the renewable fence. My take is he's not really supposed to be. And I would love to hear is the guy that's saying, well, they have a superstar problem. Tell me what changes in the business, right? And even these boxing guys that I was arguing with 10 years ago, whether they don't know. I think I heard Ariel Helwani saying this is but where are those boxing guys? Because I'm not trying to start it. And he said, no, we just got on the last one. How's he doing? He's doing good. He's upset. He's upset that the relationship is what it is with UFC. Yeah. And I'm upset about it too. Well, maybe they have to figure this thing out. We should probably look at that. See, it's not happening. That's he was like, next question. Yeah, how's he doing? How's he doing? Yeah, what's up, man? How's he doing? Oh, yeah. Man, you should definitely figure it out, get the band back together. Like, my take on the career is jeez. Let's stay in it. I feel like Dan does forget. He'll do that with fighters. He'll be like, guys, never fight again. They end up fighting. And that would be more important. Makeup. Very different. Yeah. It's making fun. Fight. He's also talking about it's fun. They will come to fight. Not to say it's not that. Yeah, he can be free. He can be persuaded. I think he's
Yo, how are you? What's good? Cardin? Can you hear me? Cardin, how was your day? Yo, Cardin, can you hear me? How was your day? I hope you had a good day.
Francis, right? Francis would be great for that. Absolutely never happened. Like his contract's got the PFL, he can never happen. Let that go. Oh, be good for business. Francis versus John, fuck it. Oh, okay. Okay. He just doesn't really Anybody that talked about fighter pay that he got along with? TOT's
Thomas, a bunch of different people, but yeah, look, Thomas. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but it seems like he's not invited to these.
Look, Thomas himself, Genesis and Cats.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of being a journalist is having to ask a couple of questions.
Of course. The UFC's just gone a different route. It's the right way to do it, or the wrong.
They've been really good at being the only game in town. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. There's so many fight leagues. Why do you think so many fight leagues can't do it in the UFC? Like, what is it about it?
With the UFC is the journalists. It's like now they've turned it into it's like they want the influencers. So like we don't want people pushing fighter pay and then all that shit. We want people huge following and tell us how great it is.
That's another business practice. Works.
The bottom dollars, yeah, they do not. It's down. The States, the views. So
Well, that might be the champions on track.
I don't think it's good to do that. I think it's good to have some people that are.
Are there any American champions?
Okay, are you guys familiar with this piece of shit?
Yeah, soft piece of shit.
I know that we've heard of him before.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, but that's why he's doing it.
Hope I never do.
Well, this is interesting because there's an apology, not even an apology, but so this is a
Yeah, because he's starting to feel what happens when you're a piece of shit.
So I'll play the original clip. This is like the thing like he's doing.
Look at this fucking loser now. What happens? You take some heat, you fucking zero.
Real quick. At no point during yesterday's show was Charlie Clifton celebrating. At no point.
Really?
We celebrate.
Yeah, you did.
I did call him a piece of shit. That much is true. But at no point was it that it was work. If it was, both find me a quote, both find me something that proves that we were celebrating his death.
Yeah. You watched it on song.
Because it didn't happen. What did happen is one reporter that bought a ticket online came with the sole purpose of finding something to report. And after I reported his shit and we played the song, they have written that up as a celebration. Not a celebration.
Yeah, but we saw it. You piece of shit. We saw it. Dirty fuck.
This guy's doing it all wrong. Like if you're gonna be that guy, trying to get the left wing fans, you gotta double down.
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, but he
can't be in the middle.
He's a moron. He's a zero with no character. He's scumbag.
His good looks.
Yeah. It's like
Life's already
man, all a man did was talk and he was killing for those young children. His
Wife's already beating that guy up.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy forever.
The thing is, if you're gonna do it, you gotta stand by it, dude. When you start getting blowback, obviously you're gonna get blowback. If you're this punk Robin, you gotta stand by it.
Yeah, because this is how I feel about people like him, people like AOC, people like Tim Walz. You know what I think about them? I think they're dumb. I just think they're actually not only bad, they're dumb as shit. Some people are just not that bright. There's a video of you.
Yeah, you gotta double down, you fucking idiot. If you're gonna do the move, man, try to get fans.
Well, you're already done. A large one,
because now you're losing the fan base, the far left that supported this fucking.
He never listened to Joe
So they're fucking of course not, but he's doing it for the polarization of it. So if you're gonna do it, you gotta double down. Because you did it. Those people are like, yeah, we got one.
Double down's a piece of shit.
That's one. You do it, polarization, the left goes, all right, we got one. and then you issue this apology, so they're like, oh wait, we're off.
It wasn't even an apology. It was an explanation.
He's backing off. So he's like, no, it's not what you think. So now those people that rode with you, this stupid idea, they're off. Right, ain't you? Life isn't on board, so that makes no fucking sense. Alrighty. And plus the audience like cheering him on, and he says that gives me so much. I assume they're not the same as much either. I use code. I don't know if you guys noticed anything during the broadcast with Canelo versus Crawford, but this is John Anik mixed Mexico and Andre Ward. John Anik just says something. He notices that not really matters.
This was a celebration of boxing right now. I said, oh, you're professional boxing. Right? Final thoughts on everything that transpired.
This is much about nothing, so this is where it's different. So in UFC, in the broadcast, they look at each other and they have interaction. Boxing, they stare at the camera. So if you watch Timothy Bradley, if you watch boxing, whenever they're talking, they're never looking at the other guy sitting up. They're always directly at the camera. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they were smiling when he's like, you two are the greats, blah, blah, and thing. So they're engaging. This is much ado about nothing. Correct. This is people looking for a story. John Anik fucking crushed it. He was the life of the party. He's the best.
It's so hard. I don't even realize how hard it is to do. He just keeps it going.
But no, he's the GOAT as far as that stuff goes. But this is nothing. They're not being disrespectful. In their craft, they stare at the camera, they acknowledge the camera. They don't talk to each other like a conversation. Yeah, which is also what he was. The reason why this thing came in is John Anik is the one that's telling you to look at me if you want. That's because they're used to the boxing, the old school model boxing. It's like, hey dudes, like where I come from, you can look at me, like it's okay. Like you don't have to be disciplined, stare at the camera, like talk. He's like, let's have a conversation, and they're to them like, oh shit, really? And you can tell, like, hey, what's up? You know, that's all that is. It's good to know.
Hey, Brandon, let's take a break. What kind of shirt do you think I'm wearing? Take a wild guess.
You're rocking True Classic.
Yeah.
True Classic.
It shows off my new wrestler bod, you know, and that's what I like about it, because it hugs my arms, it hugs my tits, but it hangs loose in the front, even though I don't need it, because I'm shredded.
If you guys get some True Classic, you'll feel the difference the moment you throw it on, tailored where you want it, relax where you need it, no bunching, no stiff fabrics, no BS. Yes, fabrics, clean essentials that actually work in real life. You can grab them at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fire. Get yourself a discount. Get yourself hooked up.
It's true recovery. Classic. Built to get back.
Yep, trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. Yeah, they're not throwing shit at That's him letting them know. Okay, dude, where I come from, we have a conversation.
You know what I did the other night? I woke up like 4 in the morning, and I watched the Canelo Mayweather fight, and like the speed there.
Oh yeah,
His just ability to not get hit. Canelo did a great job. Just went great. You're like, damn.
You guys watch this fight. This happened. You told me this popped up. Apparently they weren't able to really find him. They found him. He was arrested apparently. But that's like taking money from girls, right? He was flying away. He'd fly away like, and in the beginning he would be like, pay for stuff, and then tell the girls afterwards, like, oh, someone's trying to get me. I need some money to get out of danger, and they would obviously give money, but they finally cut the tickets. He's a real piece of shit. But I mean, these women, it's like, no, I don't know the details of it. I didn't watch that documentary. Oh, you know what? It's fucked up. It's terrible. It's super fucked up. I can't believe this little thing. I thought we got they got him at an airport. And he got away for a hot second. Arrested at the border. Service is currently being held. That's what we do. He's being held in solitary and being assigned to state.
I mean, that was So one of the things that happens for like Americans is a lot of people like this, they get arrested and they're in foreign jail, and what they automatically assume is that their government is going to bail them out. So my buddy, who's an international cop, for lack of a better word, he was stationed in Tahiti, and this dude got caught. He was on his way to Australia from the United States, and he got caught with drugs, taking drugs from the U.S. to Australia to sell them. A lot of Tahitians found him and put him in jail. Now they put him in a jail that was underneath, so there was a jailhouse, and there was an underneath area, and it was basically kind of a dirt floor with windows, hot mosquitoes, flies. And so when my friend got there, he was like, "This is bullshit. Did I give my vitamins, not give my food? Fuck you guys." Like this, right? What my friend said is, "Hey, we are not able to get you out. We're not getting you out. We're in the crime in their country. Yeah, we're not. This is not something that the United States is going to step in and say, hey, you're just some dude." So my friend went back to see him, and the next time he saw him, he was a mess, bit of a mosquito and everything. He goes, "You're all right?" He goes, "Yeah, everything's great. I'm amazing. Things are really, really good." He wouldn't dare say anything. And that's kind of what happens when you're a fucking American and you fucked up like that. This guy, I know, but he's Israeli. You might think the Israeli government's going to step in. They're not going to step in. He's in fucking Georgia. You belong to Georgia right now. That's south of Russia. That's not a good place to be. I'm sure they're not treating them that well. So
There's some ground for since that was part of this extradition. Since when the person we prosecuted or whether there's a risk of torture or inhumane treatment in Israel.
he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I did things. Hopefully do more.
Tom Brady got a facelift.
I think you said that before.
Yeah. See it.
The facelift when he's on Sam making just drinks avocado shakes. So this is obviously in a sense because he's not coming out of town to actually play football. He's coming out to play flag football in Saudi Arabia because that guy turned out he's supposed to be on flag football's huge. Even if you be in the Olympics in Texas, it's massive. It kind of bothers me how many have to play football. It's not real football. But the issue is now, like, guys are going to start making money playing flag football. There's flag football Olympics. There's college flag football.
Are you a D1 flag football player? Will that bother you?
Like this team has Tiger to go, defensive ball, especially his hands. His hands is big. Like, oh, we love that modern travel flag football team. What a big one. Eventually, what's eventually? What do you mean? They gotta find out football sport there. Yeah, I want you to be the best flag.
Yeah, I've been going over. I take we'll do jiu-jitsu and I'll practice moves. And the difference between practicing your moves and putting them to practice when somebody's actually trying to fucking do moves I do in wrestling is literally like night and day. It's like when you put
with flag football though, like flag football is its own thing. Like as far as skill position, like
it actually might require a different kind of athlete.
No. Maybe it's great athletes. Like
I'm saying, but you can sort of get taller, you can be
Well, no, with like Tyreek Hill plays flag football. Like our guys can like DK Metcalf destroy flag football. It's not bad, and it's good for quarterbacks. For the skill position, it's great. But it's like you want, I don't know, like it's worried about TD, so there's no linemen, so they're out. But as far as the skill set, it's good to go skill slots.
Because you're still rushing the quarterback to grab the flag. There are no linemen.
That's 7-on-7. It's only a skill position. Why the fuck would you have linemen?
Because you have people trying to get
rushing football. You have linebackers blitzing.
You need blockers for that.
No, it's flag football, dude.
But you have blockers.
No, there's no blocking in flag football. It's flag football.
Yeah. Yes. Why exists in some forms of flag football? Like, what are you talking about? Why do you have to die on these hills? Like, you're like, no. Like, Bubba, you still have people like trying against the quarterback, so you go block, right? So, am I wrong?
So there's no dedicated lineman. So the center, right, hikes it and runs around, but there's no offensive line. So my kids play flag football. There's no line. So in high level, if they go to flag football, in like the Olympics or like the travel ball, there's not a tackle guard.
Right.
And there's no defensive line.
Block.
No, you're not allowed to block.
Okay, so I see. So
C says rusher roll, single defensive player, which is usually a linebacker.
Okay.
Blitz. Oh, there's not your traditional line.
That's somebody there block.
No, you're not allowed to block. Really? No.
Oh wow. Okay.
So if you block, it's illegal.
Got it.
Yeah. That's so
large block is their bodies, but they cannot make contact with their hands.
See what? There's no line.
Hey, the Brian Jones offensive line is to protect the quarterback by screening and rushing. So you kind of get your body in the way.
That cast, I get around.
Has the block is let me see that. Bring up a high level flag football game. Let's see.
These kids are fucking talented.
Oh yeah.
It's like this. Look like this. You can't put the ball up here and then lower down here like this. Or the drum like this.
Yeah. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So
you see what I'm saying? Like there's.
Wait. So. Let me see. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Wait, what is that?
It's 5 o'clock.
You're still playing. All right, my bad. Completely. Oh wow. Oh, I had no idea. So there's nobody's blocking.
But Brad, when you said it opens doors to other people, I get what you're saying. Because you're saying like the people that could not play and actually tackle, they could actually make it play flag football. Not gonna get destroyed. So
well, it's like he said, it favors the skilled positions, right?
But it's opens doors. It doesn't though. It does like competitive. Like you have real athletes in flag football. So if your son's unathletic and just doesn't like get hit, like you can play at a low level of flag football.
You're not playing high. You still got to jump, catch the ball, faster, color guy. You still got to be a quarterback.
At flag football, dude. If you go to like the top kids, they're insane. They're on ESPN. So and then my thing is, and maybe I'm old school as fuck. I'm like, well, that kid's gonna get a scholarship to Ole Miss or something, right? But does he play tackle football? No, right? But this is what the dads do here. So in the fall, talented kids will play tackle football. Then in spring and summer, we'll play flat. So you develop this kid's still the same skill set. You're just not getting hit. So it builds the skill set. Switch
pads have to play a factor. Getting hit has to play a factor. Getting blocked has to play a factor. Right? It's a little bit like,
but if you're a big guy, like if you're 300 pounds, like MC, people like you do flag football, it's taking off. You're like, fuck. Like there's nothing for you.
Fuck, there's no blocking. Oh, my bad.
Do you see what I was gonna be mean? I was saying like,
you know, I don't know. What do I know? You know your kids play.
Yeah.
What do I know?
It's fucking weird. It's weird.
I've always played with blockers. So when we play like a
like you do this. Yeah, I know. We would.
Yeah.
No, like Tiger plays it. So
they don't have that.
It's just like there's no block. It's getting in the way. And then even Boston, when his touchdowns are at callback, because the kid went to grab his flag and he just hit his hand. Fucking really hard.
Food fight.
Yeah, there's not much behind this. Any honest context. Well, we all love Benny Honest, right? Well, there's nobody honest at Austin. I don't think so. It was a big 38. But you can find something similar by $10 out. But apparently, when I first saw this, I thought it was like just customers, but their employees had fun. There's two more fucking torture. Should they take it? Benny Honest does have an interesting crowd.
That's not good. That's not a good look when your employees freaking out. Yeah, we gotta get you out of there. That's what I was thinking. You just watch because there are a lot of knives around. Everybody's good with knives. Somebody starts getting diced up. Shoot. Like, no, I don't. Stay So there's always a woman that screams. You gotta always have your woman that screams, and you have to have the guy who doesn't act like nothing is going on. There's one guy who's waiting for a bus, and there's a woman screaming.
I'm not getting up leaving my dinner.
No.
I love that it happens.
Yeah.
But you don't want something thrown at you. That would sort of hit me as
Being held down, being held.
by a chef, by the way.
There you go.
And the security.
He's not doing so well.
Oh, he was an employee there.
Yeah, things didn't go well for him.
Right, just freak the fuck out. Do the shrimp toss things. Like, dude, I'm so sick of it. Dude, do the onion volcano things. Like, I'm not doing it, man. I don't ever fucking fun.
Did you chop your onions? Yeah. It's always
I fucking love Benihana's. Kiddos love Benihana's too. That place is weird. You should look it up. Is there any in Austin?
Did you ever read Kitchen Confidential?
Sure as fuck did.
Anthony Bourdain's book?
No.
Oh, it's fucking great. And it's about the insanity of the restaurant.
Oh, I bet.
Drugs. Out of shit.
Those boys are wild.
Oh, wild.
There's a Benihana's in Austin. First of all, it's 1 star. I don't know what's happening.
No, it's not. It's like it's 5 stars.
No, there you would be. This is to the 5s, the other ones highlighted.
That's not good at all.
But isn't it really good? Whoa. You know who started Benihana's?
Yes. Steve Aoki's father.
Right. Well, that's a joke.
He was a genius. He made the chairs just a little uncomfortable so people didn't stay for too long.
The chairs are uncomfortable.
It was like, I'm going to make the chairs a little uncomfortable so that you've had enough after, maybe 50 minutes.
I mean, it does take a hot second there.
Yeah.
Do you know that LeVar Ball had to get his leggings
From diabetes.
with his good spirits with his prosthetic body? I haven't heard from him or his kiddos in a while. I mean, he takes all the shipments and he's way to these things. So
Now, I have nothing but respect for that.
well, for he takes the NBA.
Are you kidding? 2 of them? That's insane. That's insane. Wow. You gotta give a man like that props. What are you talking about?
Okay, this is a little. Just watch it till the end. You'll see what's going on here. This is risky.
If I want to be an eager, I can.
I'm Mexican.
You ain't white.
Yes. I'm Mexican. Mexicana.
You can pass for a white girl in LA, like one of them valley girls.
Yes, I know.
You drink matcha?
Yes.
White girl. Catch up on
Nice to meet you.
yeah, nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah, nigga.
You can pass for a white girl in LA, like one of them valley girls.
Yes, I know.
You drink matcha?
Yes.
White girl. Catch up on
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah, nigga. It's about one lifetime. Okay. So, if I want to be a nigga, I can. I is negro. Not negro. Okay. I thought it was like cholo.
So have some respect.
No sabía que era como una ofensa. So,
You be saying it too? I've heard Mexicans use that word. It's always weird. I've heard Mexicans in Puerto Ricans. Yeah, it's like I think it's the pastors. Yeah, it's weird. KSI meaning KSI. Is KSI on his knees? It looks like the guy's on like raised on a platform, like an Apple Watch. Pretty jacked up, guy. Usually they are though, yeah. Like little people, you don't see a skinny little person ever. They always have insane asses and stuffy. Like you're not gonna see no long arms first. Yeah, he does. And his traps though, down his forearm. If there's any versions of running, please send it. Yeah, you and Brian do that thousand. Yeah, boys, I think that's it. We did it, man. We fucking did it. John, here I'll see you this weekend at the Comedy Zone. Friday, Saturday, September 19th and 20th in Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 3rd and 4th. What's the club in Albuquerque? Hiatus. Oh, nice. It's been around, but it's a great club. And there we are. There we have it, kids. Our kids, we love you. For the Patreon, go to patreon.com/TFATK. You get 2 shows ad-free, all the shows ad-free. You also get 2 extended shows, say 20, 30 minutes additional. Twice a month we get fan questions, behind-the-scenes content. It's only $5 freaking bucks. Ditch that Star Wars for a day. Join the TFATK Patreon. It's patreon.com/TFATK. We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the fighter that can. Come on now. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Play that music. What's that? That's what we gotta start doing on Patreon. Shit is playing fucking music. Hit me with your best shot. New song there too. Who sings that? Fire away. It's a chick, right? Yep. Now, how's that go? Hit me with your best shot. Pat Benatar. Pat Benatar. I would have guessed that with 1,000 tries. 80s. 1980s. 80s. I was in boarding school. And my friend, my roommate at the time, I remember he came up and he goes, he's standing there like this. He's super mad at me. I was like, what's wrong? And he goes, you want to tell me what's wrong? I go, I don't know. You touched me. Did you play my album without asking me? And I go, play your album without asking me? I go, no. You weren't playing Love is for Strangers or whatever the fuck it was. Touch my drums out. I was like, no, I didn't. He goes, yes, you did. And I didn't. But he thought I played his stupid fucking record. He should have broken it. Yeah, but even how about I break your record? Shut up. Shut up. So roommates, dude. Oh man, I remember. I can't stand people that are super precious about their shit. I told you I met roommate in college. I ended up finding where he put labels on everything in the cupboard. That's the most annoying. I'll need all your things. And then he couldn't deal with me, so he called his mom. And then I got a random call. His mom was like, "You gotta quit eating something." Who is this? Freshman in college. That's it. You're out. You're out. And you're a loser. On all his future game bars, he took everyone individually out. They both roasting. What? He took them all out. They come in the future game bars, just come in a box. And then they're each individually out. He took every single one out and wrote his name on it. Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car. And I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it. They'll drive it. Why
Driving. Precious bitch.
But Brett, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it? Oh yeah. I took that picture. That's
I'm halfway through the Charlie Sheen documentary.
It's entertaining, right? Really good. Recall's fantastic. Oh yeah. Flip the menu over. Do you regret it? No, it was high. It was fun. He's a wild boy.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I guess his dad and his brother don't talk to him.
Really? They really shouldn't out for a while. They did.
They wouldn't be interviewed for the
dad went. The brothers in the interview.
Yeah, but Emilio wouldn't.
He was in the interview.
No, he wouldn't. His other brother was not. Emilio Estevez declined to participate, so did his dad. See if Charlie Sheen talks to Martin Sheen or Emilio Estevez.
This one. Emilio.
Okay.
He says that the
they just didn't want to be part of it.
Emilio's in the fucking documentary. You haven't got part of it. He's not. Yeah, he is, dude. He's there talking.
Check it out. See if Emilio Estevez.
I didn't see it much.
No, I watched the whole thing and it said Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen declined to participate in this documentary. See if Emilio Estevez was in the Charlie Sheen documentary.
He has more than one brother?
He's got one.
Does he? Hey, what's his name? What? Why is his name Emilio Sheen? Yeah, like something.
Because his real name was Carlos Estevez, and he changed it to Martin Sheen. His real name, I think, was Estevez, and he changed it.
Why was he not in the Charlie Sheen? So what brother is it?
That's Emilio Estevez, the Asian huge.
So what brother is in it? I haven't seen him. He's identical to him.
I know. He doesn't work, though. He doesn't work. Yeah, he does a lot like
Yeah, that's like
they all look very similar.
Looks like the
Yeah, I don't know what they do. It's a good family, man. Martin Sheen, I worked with Martin. Martin Sheen says something I'll never forget. He's such a good guy. I did once we were sitting there eating lunch, and we were talking about a movie called Guilty by Suspicion. And it was when it was a story about Robert De Niro played, I can't remember the name of the actor, but he got blackballed by Hollywood. And because he wouldn't give up the names of the communists, he said, I'm not trying to get a rat. And they blackballed him. And he said, have you noticed shame on the senators during the drug era?
Zeus. Good, how are you? What's good, big dog?
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Should I believe you?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Second
Yes, you
minute.
do.
Years. Years.
I never forgot that. I was like, well,
But everyone else gets
Yeah, tons of people. Are you ready to lose?
Did you see when I was she's like, what? It's to get her off. I'm sure about it. That's what it's so. I'm like, listen, you try texting, precious bitch, and it's also this stuff they're like, holy shit, no one's talking that.
Fucking finally.
I'm so sorry, you stay low. What? You're joking? Yeah, babe, you didn't see me breaking the bullets? No. Wow, you're so right, dude. Now that I'm reading it in that context, that makes sense. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated. The fuck context? His age of 40 now, you're right. Yeah, it's all weird. God. Weird, right? But yeah, after the day, can you imagine as a father, if there was a straight relationship between yourself? A lot of famous stories about committing offense and some into war, into very dangerous situations. Now we know it during World War II, especially the British. You after World War I too. You had to do it. Can you imagine being a commander and send your son to something different? But the trenches of Pharaoh, that's different. That's different. And the aristocrats died just as much as the aristocrats were the officers, and they were in that war. So it was pretty crazy. Everybody participated. How about your dad and your colonel, whatever, commander, you send your son to like Vietnam, and you find out it's all bullshit. How mad would you be? You can say the same thing about Iraq. That's what I'm saying. It's all that, all that shit, all the current shit, all these neocons. It's like, all right, you have any kids? You ever done a contact sport? I got this, these neocons talking. I'm like, have you done any military service? Have you done any? You know anything about violence? Or you just hear it talk about it? What else do you want? Not much about it. Lost news it came tonight at 8 o'clock. He's fine. He's playing up. But still. This is tag. This is baseball. It's like for me. It's like for him. Yeah, it's like. So what? Yeah, I was like, the group chat. God damn, it's late game. Like, yeah, it was late at night. I'm like, oh, my son's a cool spot. Are you upset that you missed your call to be in a Ryan Murphy show? Decades. Or I feel like you look like decades. Well, I met Ryan Murphy, but he doesn't miss. And his show is so good. It's the best. I said, what's your secret? He goes, discipline. I was like, oh shit, yeah. He's so good. Now they cast him to straight 90s. I feel like Charlie Hunnam. I can't believe it. Is he with the shirt off? No, dude. Bring up Charlie Hunnam for sure. Most dude know from Sons of Anarchy, but my point is, he's also English or British. You're telling me you don't look more like a gay than Charlie? I don't know what it is. I mean, look at that. You don't know your dark history. It's like, oh boy, you missed the boat on that. You know war history, but you don't know serial killer history. So he's basically Jackie Robinson in serial killers. So the inspiration behind Jesus, you name a big serial killer, Texas, Jigsaw, all this shit. He's using to now catch you with a hat on. Wow. He said you were the same psycho. Oh, buddy, you know how it's the Texas Jigsaw he made, like he would wear their skin, and would make lamps or like, signs of the lamps, they wear their skin, and like, all that's inspired by him. He's the original. Yeah. He create human suits of skin. Got it. Don't you learn this drop
to even think something like that, let alone say it and act like you're fucking serious.
Belts and skull bones.
Yeah, but you mentioned
Bones from corpses.
Yeah.
all the if you think
all
based on true
did
story.
not make weight, and Hamza shows up and her hands are all pissed off and stuff. He's gonna do this.
Yeah, he was about
Anything about Bob is the guy that was actually in the story. Training and fighting and everything else. Catholics like that. It's fucking
creepy.
holy shit. I have to send him out to the fucking clinic here, the brain clinic. Get him fucking checked out.
So where there's skin. Oh my god.
It was what?
Wow. Can you imagine the shit that you. This is real life.
I apologize for that. That makes sense.
See, Frank, I want to talk about football and how I make money if I want to play football. I'm talking about real money. I'm talking about pitting my game day instincts and scoring real money. You know what I mean? I'm talking about just pick more or less on 2 player stats or breakout rookies to elite quarterbacks. I want to unlock the upside every snap rings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Do you know how I can make money using that criteria?
Yeah, I told you I had that roommate.
Can I get $50 for bonus picks with just a $5 hit on my first pick set? You know anywhere I can do that?
And he can have the so he calls mom and
Just a $5 hit on your first pick set. You play your freshman calls now. That's it. You're out of town right now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Play 5 to get 50 Big 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings. Big 6, the crib is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age. Eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Big 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Big 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at big6.draftkings.com/promo. Promos. October 3rd, Ryan Murphy head game. Let's go. Going to the murders that head's committed to. It's bad. It's bad. You're talking about pure evil. Now at Zach Baggins Museum, his haunted museum, he has the actual, it's like a big ass pot that he was George Jones is his butcher of Plainfield, murdered 2 women. Rob Graves, being the life of the castle lied into clothing. So also suspected he killed his brother and died in similar circumstances. When law enforcement visited his farm, they found Morgan's body hanging by her feet in the shed. She had been fatally shot. This was decapitated. Her head was in a box. Authorities also discovered the head of Mary Elgin. Jada made to kill the 2-year-old, but ended up pled not guilty by insanity. I'm sure he fell off with that. Yeah, that's not happening. No, 2's not. 2's pretty lightweight. It's the way you get it. You get a show off too. Come on now. Yeah. 2 officially suspected. More deaths to his brother. He keeps bringing his brother. But he only ever admitted to 2. Okay, like that. But he didn't wear their skin. Yeah, see if he did wear their skin. No, he didn't. That's just like, that was people who robbed the grave. Yes, sorry, it's going to
Just stay with me. Stay with me. Keep me honest. Keep me personal.
Come on, we look into it. He's not that bad. I mean, he killed 2 people. His brother, dropped in a female human. Yes, he was a fucking crazy creep. Other items include skin clothes and a lampshade made from the skin of a human face. Yeah. He was as crazy as he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Yeah, but he's definitely insane, but we'll have to kill him anyway because it's just, you can't have that sick a dog running around. That's just, even in a hospital, it's like, we gotta take you out. But
He's the original, right? He's the Jackie Robinson of the serial killers.
was an original attempt to physically become his mother.
Now, here's the other issue. In order to be classified as a serial killer, it's kind of shit on my whole scene. So I was excited now.
You thought it was like 50 women.
Just by all, but the definition to be a serial killer, you got to kill 3 the same way. This is 2. Okay, so technically, he's not a serial killer.
He did wear dead people, dead women's skin.
They're already dead.
Yeah, they are.
Kind of recycling.
Right, it is recycling. It's actually the mishandling of a corpse. It doesn't even bring us in it. But I have to see what's like 10 minutes. He's around work. Yeah, he looks close.
Then this, he did a Netflix.
Shortly, yes, Joe. Dude, the Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is so good. His recall for all his memories is so good. And they talk about, clearly an addict. He gets out rehab, he relapses again, he's in all the shit. And then, like, it's up to him, the NFL season's fun.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I'm a little disappointed in it. I mean, you can't necessarily call yourself a serial killer. You can call yourself an absolute freak and a complete shithead. You killed 2 women, which is unacceptable, of course, and horrible. He got off. But he's still in jail. He's found guilty of everything. Insanity. So,
Not guilty.
well, when you were deemed criminally insane, you are now put in a hospital. So that's what I'm saying. But wow. Yeah.
No, back in the day, after you talk about the Middle Ages, it was killing bitches.
Yeah.
Holy shit. There are at least 140 children. I'll tell you what drives me absolutely nuts is they keep labeling Charles Manson a serial killer. He never killed anybody. Strictly not a serial killer. It's insane.
Jack the Ripper.
Well, God. You guys can tell about any of the PR team.
John Casey.
John Casey talking about the $30. He's on the list. John Casey. Yeah. And Kane, though, the better PR team, too.
Gotta put him in.
I'll watch it now. Can't wait. Halloween live. Man, that's so creepy. Around Halloween, Texas. LA's a big Halloween. Big Halloween. Yeah, big Halloween. Can't remember the party.
When is Halloween? October
31st. Right?
La 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 la. That's the song. That voice. Is that what it is? That song is playing. That's in the trailer. Oh God, I wanna be.
Yo, how are you?
Yeah, that's
Our house.
Hello? Can you hear me? How was your day?
My son, God,
and I was excited for what series 2 is around. It's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. These are the 5-part series.
right? You're like, hey, this guy with the Jackie Robinson. 3 miles.
Really. The Mendez bros killed 2, and then they made 2.
By the way, it's horrible.
Horrible if you got your mom.
I mean, it's all horrible. I mean, yeah, we're just used to. That's how fucked up these are. We're used to at least 10.
You give me the Jeffrey Dahmer, you give me the Night Stalker, you give me all this shit, and then useless, man.
You probably would have killed a lot more if you had gotten caught. Some of the serial killers start with grave robbing and weird shit, and then they work up the courage to kill, and then they have after I think showing her videos of summary. They tried to escape when they caught him. He ran away. Dude, you're right there behind the bushes. There's actually video of him being caught. Is that it? It's so awful. The submarine. This is so because he was a complete crazy. Carrying a pistol-like object in a fake mouth strapped to his abdomen. A dude has been serving a life sentence for the sexual assault of journalists toward his homemade submarine bumped his way out of a prison before police were captured. Yeah. Pete Madsen's high-profile difference in international attempts on the Swedish journalist Kim Wall. Seen in a photo published in the Danish tabloid, sitting in the grass with his head behind his back as police nearby trained their weapons. So down. And his confidence comes. He's a fake disarmed government of marijuana.
So Madsen was first arrested in 2017 upon arresting him to the CJO submarine design and build UC-3 Nautilus. There's a story about his victims last seen alive on the vessel. Her torso washed up the shore of Copenhagen. She was later found out with a dozen stab wounds. Holding around her genitals. He tried to take her beer and see after a heavy patch fell on her neck. It's just a legit cataract.
No, that scared the shit out of me.
Sounds like bullshit.
I know, but first sound.
Divers later found Wall's severed heads. Too bad. Then he was all she got in common with an outside update. Keep going down the image. Why the fuck did he kill him?
Because he's a psycho who just gets off on it. That's what those people do. Stab her 12 times with the genitals. They're just psychos. Some horrible human being. Just hey, he got her in his submarine. That's what he wanted to do.
God, he's already dead.
That's all.
Nowhere to go.
That's where you go. Evil human beings out there.
Yeah, bad people.
And like to your point, like he was insane. No, or he was just a complete piece of shit, evil person.
So he was mentally ill.
Here, treated him. 30 years old or whatever.
Shouldn't he get to do anything for a Halloween club?
Oh, that's so nice.
No. Just like that, like chair together or some shit.
I still got some trouble. That's your person.
Okay. Oh,
How you doing for your drinking? How's your heart?
I've been doing a lot of what do you say? Scans. I show better. So I already have like multiple scans. Results been better, but obviously I'm not the best health. So
Yeah,
but I don't have hepatitis. It's a test.
Oh, okay. Did they test you for hepatitis?
You test for a bunch of shit.
Why? Because you stop feeling well or just no energy?
My stomach's been bloated for like 2 months. It's just 4. I wish that was the case.
So you have a bloated stomach, and your heart is beating really fast.
The heart stuff, everything else is
They're wondering about congenital like heart. Is it like sort of your heart's not able to pump up the water out of your lungs or something?
I don't think they said that.
Well, that's what congenital heart is. Congested.
I think because of all the years of drinking, they're really concerned about like, liver stuff. So that's why liver stuff can cause all the shit. So that's what they're looking at. But that's the area I don't want to focus on. They'll figure it out. Yeah.
Whatever you do.
Let's go through some. So last night I posted something on Patreon. This is for like everyone who's just asked for like fan credits. So they gave me a few.
oh yeah? Fan say something?
Yeah. Patreon. Let's see. You might not enjoy some, but they're from the fans, so I want to give it a shot. What do you guys think about the whole Crawford Billions of Portugal?
Because they're asking like,
Florida wants to box.
yes,
Terrence Crawford, you know what happened? Florida tried to box Terrence Crawford.
and then Dana did an interview with the president of Crawford and Canelo fight. Like, man, why are you so against, MMA superstars fighting boxers? Like, because they get their ass beat, because they get their legs sacked. So does the boxers ain't coming over to MMA. Dude, they're like, no, it's no different than
Actually, he's
talking smack. I mean, he believes it, just like the Thomas thought he'd beat Floyd.
Please try to just go to the gym and see.
But don't. Okay, I don't know how you do. But if someone said, hey, you can do it, but there's no money for all these guys, it's just a money thing. That's what you get on. So Dana's like, take a beating for him. Dana's like, no, it diminishes his problem. So let's say Ilya is prime, which is right now. Let's say Dana goes, cool, fight Crawford in January. And then he gets fucking starved to a minute. And then Ilya has to defend his belt in UFC 6 months later. It just makes us look stupid. I'm with Dana.
It's also like, no, it's okay taking that brain down. It too sucks. I mean, you're not gonna don't fuck around with it. Knock you out.
You guys don't worry about that brain down. It's just Dana didn't want to do his problem. It's a bad one.
Yeah, for $100 million, I'll see. So on, so on. And then you can put me in fence whatever you want. Yep. No problem. Hey, how you doing? I'm great. You can't see out of one eye. I know. And my asshole hurts, but I'm fantastic. Because I have $100 million, so I'm in a real break at the Four Seasons for a month and for a make to.
What else are you doing? That was from Mr. Mike. This one is. This guy's a fellow hunter. Most guys are hunter, but he's a hunter. And he showed this article about these two hunters that went missing randomly. So I saw in Colorado. And the thing is, these guys are very like, they've been hunting all the time. They know exactly what they're doing. Suddenly, all their equipment, everything's stuck in their truck. They can take anything with them. Their phones are and suddenly they're gone. So they're thinking something like, something fishy's going on. Is there a question or what's he? I thought this
I smell.
I stay. So I just play with him.
And Ian Stasko, 25 years old, disappeared while hunting close to the New Mexico state line. Deputies in Conejos County say they tried to make contact with a pair of hunters last Thursday. They say they were reported overdue while out hunting in the San Juan Wilderness area west of Trujillo Meadows Reservoir. They failed to check in with their loved ones. Porter's fiance, Bridget Murphy, says Porter and Stasko have not responded since.
These two boys are very special to us. Andrew and Mexico's been married in a few months. They're very savvy outdoorsmen and marksmen. If they're able, they will do everything they can to survive.
I bet the vehicle, which had camping gear and backpacks inside. The sheriff's office says that makes them concerned that Porter and Stasko may have run into bad weather at some point. Crews are searching from the air and the ground.
And so I was trying to find the body because it was like a big cat, like an outline or something. There's outlines out there and you can find it. And there's also two of them, so an outline would be able to handle it.
What is
So it says in some hunting groups, and people are saying it's kind of fishy that the last quarter tore out their truck and no paints or anything since.
Yeah, I smell something foul, right?
That's all about it.
How long have I been missing?
It's Thursday. This guy, but not from the area, plus storm's not good. And they're seasoned hunters, so it's not like, they're not out now, but they're lost, they don't know what to do. And just leave all your equipment in the truck.
It's very weird. I smell a rat. I smell something.
Have you rat? Like a big rat?
No, I meant.
Sorry.
Damn it.
Like a big rat.
Terrible storms came in on Thursday night with thunder, lightning, very bad fog and rain.
But that doesn't really explain what they're still experienced. If you're going by experienced out there, I can say don't use that big company right now. Yeah, but if it was like you and me, yeah, we'd be fucking in the storm, right? We'd suck each other off. But these guys are experienced, then something's over it. You have to. I don't want to.
Dude, I'm trying to. I don't want to be you. No, that's no. I know. No, please. I just would rather die, please. You gotta that come. Oh, no. You gotta come. Oh, God, no.
That was from Angela's, and then this one is from William, which is
This September, CBS hits are streaming-free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Talk a little bit about Magic Minds. Take a break and talk a little bit about Magic Minds.
We've been fired on all cylinders.
We're talking about MAXX. Okay, we're talking about focused, calm energy. I'm talking about time release caffeine. Time release caffeine.
That feels hard to find. It's sold out, dude.
I have people hitting me up on my DMs going, hey, my Magic Mind's taking a while. It's because they are literally so in demand that they have to make it go over. They take a lot of time in how they make it. But you will feel clear. You will feel dialed in without the overstimulation, without feeling jittery. All right?
6 to 7 hours without a crash. Take my money. Get more done without burning out. Right? More productive. Stay sharp, confident, in control. It's Magic Mind.
By the way, I don't have any right now, and I would take one right now. And I will.
There's like 6 cases.
Yeah, there's 6 cases.
Yeah, you got it.
And it's all refrigerated. I prefer it cold.
I do it.
Right?
Magic Mind.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that footage of UFO footage? How fire missile?
No, let me see it on the
Hits
line.
it, and then hits it, and then she keeps on keeping up. And that's what they said, but I saw kind of,
Yeah, it's called bullshit, but I'm just saying it.
what do you think it is then, B?
Oh, wait, is it blurry? It's blurry attention, dude.
It's military drone shooting a missile at an unidentified object just off the coast.
Could that be another big drone that just gets keeps going?
Could it be palm? It could be anything. That could be anything.
No, but don't you think most more than likely it's a drone we're not familiar with?
Reaper drone shows a glowing orb off the coast of Yemen. Suddenly, on the left side of your screen, you see a Hellfire missile zip in, strike that unidentified object, and bounce right off it. When we slow the video down, you see the Hellfire missile continue to travel on its path. That trajectory becoming clearer from this zoomed out angle. Not shown is a second Reaper drone that launched the missile. Congressman Eric Carlson shared the video.
Yeah, so the Reaper drones are the ones that shot the Hellfire missiles. But then, I think it's just some fancy drone from China or some shit we're not familiar with.
Yeah.
Like, they're saying the Hellfire missile should have been able to, like,
Might be one of our own drones that has some kind of anti-missile technology.
Yep. Whatever that guy says, I'm not believing it. It's not believing it. Yeah, it looks like Corky big. Got some interesting ears. Let's keep going. There was a scuba diving heist at Disney. This is in Orlando. So someone stole about $10,000 to $20,000 using scuba gear. Okay. That's interesting. For a fan, that's for the fans, so it's like, you know, holy shit, that guy's. Looks like my son made that scuba gear. He tried to spread it. And I'm like, well, you got away with it. That's scuba diving to get to that. And what did they get away with? $10,000 to $20,000. Just when they're finishing up, you know, calculating to put it in the safe, and they just smashed it. So they must have been inside. Yeah, must have been like. And that's at the Paddlefish restaurant. So they got away with that, right? 20. They said 20, but he wants 10 to 20. It's up to 20. This is Megan Kelly going off on Jamel. So I was on a live with her. Oh shit, I'm telling you. She's from like this or something. But got interviewed on flyer. Okay, let's do everything's racial with the name of human sports and everything. She's just not smart. What dumb.
Play Jamel Hill. Speaking of so-called journalists who have it all wrong, here's this jerk, South 15. Wake Charlie's murder. There was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying you're of the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, my dear old white mothers raised by two parents, lived in a good home, dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Did you get any of the boxes y'all thought it was like, okay, first of all, a good Mexican would be your friend. I'm just going to tell this to woman to woman on television. You need a little work. You have to back off the camera a little bit because you are not attractive enough to have an extreme close-up. Push away your laptop, Jamel, and add a filter or two. Honestly, like, we actually don't use any on this show because I do put on makeup so I look presentable, but you need work. Because you can't be ugly on the outside and the inside. You need to choose one. Okay? Choose one. That is disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Fuck her. It's weird how she lost all my about him being a furry, loving, trans dating. I don't even know what this guy's fetishes were, but leftist ideology infected guy who wrote on his bullets anti-fascist catch and notices bulges OXO, etc. Did make a little monologue. I do.
She's like a savage. She's crushed. She definitely has the worst shoes. She doesn't take any shit. I don't hear doing sport shoes. Yeah, I try to ask them for like some sort of descriptions of whatever. Let's go to the record. Kelly's production. She's great. Great. Hilarious. What? That's harsh. I would never text me. No, I wouldn't. No, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I love it. This is Darren telling me you guys know about her. I saw this video and he saw the whole video just hugs his daughter. That's it. It's just you. So does he have a relationship with her? Did not see her? She lives in Brazil. Yeah. And it's hard to read. I think that's it. Because of the Brazil thing. Yeah, but it was still like a nice. And Darren's, doing well these days, so that's always good to see. Yeah, it's a great video. I just had questions like, he can't see her or what? Yeah. Man, how much do you love your little kid? Fuck. That's an ache that's in your heart when you're not around them. When they're in another country, that shit is. And he must be a hero to her. Alright, this is from Happy Bunch, but it's from the Impulsive Podcast. This is according to the Impulsive Podcast, he was foreshadowing Conor Rivera dropping out of the Irish Steps on race. Conor says this is coming back. He's in the pool. He's doing his thing. All kinds of footage of him training. He wants to fight on this White House card. That's a big card. And then when's the election? Yeah, the Irish presidential election. I don't know. So I was like, which one is the more which one is he more focused on? Polling is saying he's going to win by a landslide. No, really? Oh, hell yes. The polling saying he's going to crush the election. So they're doing everything they can to try to keep him on the ballot. Yeah. 60% say imagine. That's correct. I think Trump could have proved that anything happened. But their political system is different than theirs. So adding Irish dad to jobs came in. So even if Conor wins, it's not like in the States. He didn't have as much power. They're basically just a celebrity, the face of it, but there's a lot more going on. Like, he doesn't have much power. He's like a real swing changes. I think it's a two-party system. Like I think it's very similar to the Brits. Yes. Yeah. Prime Minister is exactly like the royal thing. Right. They're basically well, the monarchy is different than the actual Dana White in that interview with Logan too. People were like, yo, he wants to win the relationship with Ariel. I watched them. It sounds like never happened. Why? Dana, watch the video. I have a clip channel. So Dana White and I will also talk about it. Yeah. Dana White's like, how's he doing?
So why? Because why is he so mad at you? What over the Brock Lesnar? Yeah, but that's the unforgivable. That's
My take is he's not really supposed to be.
And I would love to hear the guy that's saying, well, they have a superstar concept. Tell me what can change us in the business, right? And even these boxing guys that I was arguing with 10 years ago, what they all know.
I think I heard Ario Lawani say this is good numbers.
But where are these top boxing guys not doing it? I'm not trying to start it.
And he said, no, we just got a little last week.
How's he doing?
He's doing well.
Good. Well,
He's upset that the relationship is what it is with you.
yeah. And I'm upset too.
Well, maybe they have their engine figuring this thing out. We should probably look at that.
See, it's not happening.
that's he was like next question.
Yeah, next topic. He was like, how's he doing? Yeah, what's up, man? How's he doing? Oh, yeah. They should definitely figure it out, get the band back together. Like, my take on the career is that, jeez, that's the state of it.
I feel like Dan does forget it. Yes. He's like, he'll do that with fighters. Like, guys never fight again. They end up fighting. He did that when they were working. Because they got popped.
They're very different.
Yeah.
They make money. Fight. We're also talking about top one of the neighbor girls.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's not for the kid. He can be persuaded.
I think you're stupid.
Really?
Yeah, that's not his thing. No, really, no. God bless you. You're so horrible. Francis been great. Absolutely never happened. Like his contract's with the PFL, he can never happen. Okay, good. Wow, that'll be good for business. Francis was done. Fuck him. Okay. Okay. He's just a
Anybody who talked about fighter pay that he got along with? Tito Ortiz is out. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of people that were talking about fighter pay. Is there anybody that was kind of leading the charge with it?
As familiar with
this piece of shit. Yeah, soft piece of shit.
I know that we were fuck that Peter by yeah, but that's why he's doing I never did. Well, this is interesting because he's an apology, not even an apology. So this is a
Yeah, because he's trying to feel what happens when you're a piece of shit.
So I'll play the original clip. It's just like the punk thing and what he's doing.
Look at this fucking loser, man. What happened? You take speed, you fucking zero.
Real quick. At no point during yesterday's show was Charlie Clifton celebrating. At no point.
Really?
So what an idiot. We celebrate.
Yeah, you did.
I did call him a piece of shit. That much is true. But at no point was it that it was working. If it was, go find me a quote, go find me something that proves that we were celebrating his death.
Yeah.
Because it didn't happen. What did happen is one reporter brought their ticket online, came with the sole purpose of finding something to report, and after I reported a piece of shit, and we played songs, they written that up as a celebration. Not a celebration.
Yeah, but we saw it.
Celebration.
You piece of shit. We saw it. You dirty fuck.
This guy's doing it all wrong. Like if you're gonna be that guy trying to build left-leaning fans, you gotta tell them that.
Yeah,
fucking.
Yeah, but he's
can't be in the middle.
He's a moron. He's a zero with no character. Scumbag. Scumbag.
His drugs.
Yeah.
Life's already beaten.
Yeah, man. All a man did was talk. He was killed in front of his young children.
Life's already beaten that guy.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy forever.
The thing is, if you're gonna do it, you gotta stand by it, dude. You start getting blowback. Obviously, you're gonna get blowback. If you're this punk rocker, you gotta stand by it.
Yeah, because this is how I feel about people like him, people like AOC, people like Tim Walz. You know what I think about them? I think they're dumb. I just think they're actually not only bad, they're dumb as shit. Some people are just not that bright. There's a video of you.
Yeah, you gotta double down. If you're gonna do the movement, try to get fans.
Well, you're already done. A large group,
because now you're losing the fan base. The far left that supported this fucking.
He never listened to Charlie Kirk. He's a fucking
zero stop, but he's doing it for the polarization of it. So if you're gonna do it, you gotta double down. Because you did it. There's people like, yeah, we got one.
Double down's a piece of shit.
Double one. You do it, you get the polarization, the left goes, all right, we got one. And then you issue this apology. So then like a late over off.
It wasn't even an apology. It was an explanation.
He's backing off. So he's like, no, it's not what you think. So now those people that wrote stupid idea, they're off. The right hates you. The left isn't on board. So that makes no fucking sense. Alright, plus the audience like cheering on everyone. He says that back criticism so much. I'm talking about what I assume they're not this much in the Biden's comments. Alright, let's go here. I don't know if you guys noticed anything during the broadcast with Canelo versus Crawford, but this is John Anik next to Matt Scott and Andre Ward. John Anik just says something. What he notices that that
This was a celebration of boxing. I kept watching boxing. Professional boxing. Final thoughts on everything that transpired.
This is much about nothing. So UFC is a broadcast. They look at each other, they have interaction. In boxing, they stare at the camera. So if you watch Timothy Bradley, if you watch boxing, whenever they're talking, they're never looking at the guy sitting up. They're always directly at the camera. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they were smiling. It's like, you two are the greats, blah, blah, blah. So they're engaging. This is much of a movie about stuff. Right. This is people looking for a story. John Anik fucking crushed it. He was the life of the party. He's the best. It's so hard. I don't think people realize how hard it is. He's just keep it going. But no, he's the GOAT as far as that stuff goes. But this is they're not being disrespectful in their craft. They stare at the camera, they acknowledge the camera. They don't talk to each other like a conversation. Yeah, which is also why they use these best. The reason why this thing became a thing is because John Anik is the one that's telling you can look at me if you want. That's because they're used to the boxing, the old school model boxing. They can't do this. Like where I come from, you can look at me. Like it's okay. Like you don't have to be disciplined. Stare at the camera when you talk. He's like, let's have a conversation, and they're not to them like, oh shit, really? And you can tell like, hey, what's up? That's all that is. Let's get to that.
Hey, Brendan, let's take a break. What kind of shirt do you think I'm wearing? It'll take a while to get it.
You're rocking True Classic. Yeah. True Classic.
It shows off my new wrestler vibe, and that's what I like about it. It hugs my arms, it hugs my tits, but it hangs loosely in the front, even though I don't need it because I'm up and shredded.
If you guys get some True Classic, you'll feel the difference the moment you throw it on, tailored where you want it, relax where you need it, no bunching, no stiff fabrics, no BS fabrics, clean essentials that actually work in real life. Grab them at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get yourself a discount, get yourself hooked up. It's True Recover Classic.
Built to get back.
Yep, trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. Yeah, they're not throwing shit at John Anik. That's him letting them know. Okay, dude, where I come from, we have a conversation.
You know what I did the other night? Because I couldn't sleep. I woke up like 4 in the morning, and I rewatched the Canelo Mayweather fight. And like the speed Mayweather had. Oh yeah, his ability to not get hit. Okay, Canelo did a great job at 23 at the time. But damn,
you guys watch this right? This happened. Yeah, told you. It's popping up. Apparently they were able to find him. So they found him. Yeah, he was arrested apparently. There's like taking money from girls, right? He was finding a way. He would find a way to like. In the beginning, he would be like, paying for stuff, and then he'd tell the girls afterwards, like, oh, someone's trying to get me. I need some money to get out of danger. And they would walk out.
Yeah, what up, Wink?
Hey, Rabbi, how you doing, man?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How are you?
Doing good. I downloaded Oblivion Remastered that I played more than one time. I played in the original, so I've just been kind of stuck around that.
Are you gonna stream it?
No, I'm not a big streamer. I'm not even really playing right now.
Okay. How is it?
Have you played it?
No, I don't know what the. I haven't played it.
Okay.
Is it good?
I mean, the original is amazing, and the remaster is just the same, but better graphics again.
All right. What's good with you?
Nothing much. Just doing my thing. Like I said, I downloaded that game. Not too much. Let me tell you, not too much.
All right. Do you like sports?
What?
Do you like sports?
No.
Why not?
I just don't. I used to say my favorite sport is Quidditch. Like a nerd.
Yeah, from Harry Potter. That's a real sport, though.
Well, not. It was more referring to like the mythical Harry Potter, or not the actual Quidditch. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You watch, though, in like 100 years, they'll have brooms and shit that can fly.
Most likely, yeah. Or something, some way to fly, right?
Right.
Just play Quidditch and whatever.
And then it'll be like the most popular game ever.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, once you get those flying sticks, it's over.
walk someplace and some shit goes down in emergency, I'm like, my boy. What's my boy? You know what I mean? And you want to be like that, you know. And you got to go over there first and be like, okay, does anybody have any weapons? No. Those are real.
Friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. It's that show you used to love. Just rebranded enough. It's bigger, better, bigger, power. That's what it's the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
Eric, you're looking skinnier, big dog. That shirt's getting baggy and baggier. Let's get that shirt down.
I'm trying. So, you know, I just got to listen to your shirt off, bro.
I'd be like, man, crazy.
Taking that magic word.
And Chris's shoulders are looking bigger too. Look at you guys.
Bro, yesterday was leg day, and I just kind of went crazy, bro. So I also did trap bar, so my shoulders are fucking looking pretty tough right now, bro.
Every day leg day. I'm feeling like testosterone crazy.
I always do. Even here in the studio. I always incorporate my legs. I usually incorporate my legs into every workout.
Yeah, and it doesn't work, right? It's a complete waste of time because you have legs up there.
No, I get stronger. So.
Yeah, but who cares though, right? Because there's no growth.
No, there is. I see it. And if I see it, it's happening.
I've known you forever. You always had those stupid stored legs.
So I'm looking at my legs, bro, especially the upper part of it near where my dick is, because that's really what's growing. And I'll tell you, I can tell they're growing because my dick looks slightly smaller than it only. But yeah, and then my calves, they're always gonna kind of struggle. So, but we talk about calves, okay, forget it. But I'm talking about quads. I got a whole teardrop. I got a whole teardrop.
A couple raindrops.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, fellas, did you watch the Charlie Sheen doc?
No.
I haven't started.
How the fuck do you two miss that?
Well, I
There's so much stuff on that boys.
I can see it now if I wanted to.
He was on Bill Maher's show. It was like they were talking about it. It made me want to watch it. I just haven't got to it.
Sucker.
And I was like, yeah, I get it. Like, I like Charlie Sheen. I'm the biggest fan of my wife the other night. We're just in bed. I'm like, fuck it, we'll fall asleep to it. Neither one of us could sleep. It was so good. His recall on his shit from when he was like 14 till now is wild.
Well, what's good about it? What was the tiger blood thing? What was that thing? It was like,
Since he has tiger blood, he doesn't really talk about that though. But you guys understand this? He talks about how he was sober for like 8 years, and then someone started doing some crack. He was like, all right, let me show you how to do it. So he relapsed. But when he was going through his horrible episode, like complete psycho addict, he said Live Nation reached out and was like, man, you should do a tour. And he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just got out of rehab. Like, yeah, you should do a tour. And he's like, I need the money. Fuck it. And he was like, what am I going to do? He's like, just tell stories. Dude, they show the fans reaction to his show way worse than mine. Dude, a fan goes, she gets out of there, and it's like, is this lady? And she goes, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel sorry for anybody that's bought tickets to the next city. He literally gets up there and mumble for an hour. I have no fucking clue what he's saying. And then they go to Charlie Sheen, and he's like, yeah, I should have been up there, man. I was just taking the
And Mike Tyson did that.
you know what they should have done is had it clipped them all and put up for reels and Charlie Sheen's crowd work and stuff. Could you imagine if he was on TikTok with those mumbles? Just mumbling and shit.
crush.
Yeah, right.
I just want to check that out. Just like sometimes I won't know.
It's worth the watch, especially when he talks about he's fucking so many women, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing dope, and then sometimes I'm gonna get the menu, and I like to flip it over, and the director's just him, he goes, what do you mean flip it over? He goes, it's fucking dudes.
I'll watch it. So he's admitting to fucking dudes.
Yeah, but he refers to it as flipping the menu.
Wow, see, to me that just means anal. You know what I mean? Not dudes.
He did so much drugs. Tell you what, he's gonna make this documentary is gonna start a comeback for him. I guarantee you he'll be on a sitcom or something within a year. Maybe it'll be like some kind of like Larry David type of show where it's like, maybe it's just him. You know what I mean? He's gonna be back.
Hey, hold on a second. Does he have HIV?
Okay.
Yeah, he does. But now it's shit now. That's what he talks about. He talks about that. And dude, he was married to Denise Richards in her heyday.
Yeah, she was one of the hottest people of all time.
Hottest creatures of all time.
Did you see the thing where her husband is talking about how dirty his house is, or their house is? It's so funny.
I missed that episode.
I don't know. It was all viral yesterday or something. But dude, I'm so confused by it. See if you can find. He's complaining about how Denise Richards is so messy, and she's not in the house, but he is, and he's like, look at this room, look at that room, and then he goes downstairs, and he's like, and look at this, and the husband's family is living there. His mom, his dad, his brother. There's 7 of you.
One of the 6 of you clean.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
He also adopted like a special.
Yeah. Right. But like,
they also have two girls, and then his other wife is also hot now, an ex-wife. She's a crackhead, but they have 2 twin boys.
The reason I know anything about her is she was on Housewives or something that Rachel watches. And I think she was Richard was. Yeah.
There's the messy
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying
the messy house now. The messy house features piles of clothes everywhere. Like it's a song. I mean that's why that's disgusting. But like
shit on the floor.
I think what's said, clean it up.
This is crazy.
Just clean it up.
Why are they releasing this?
I don't know. They're still married. Like what?
This is what I don't know.
What's he trying to do? I don't get what's the game plan.
Well, this must be. I think they're on a reality show. Is the reason why.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
That's the only reason why. But like she's still on TV. Yeah, she's a billionaire. You got your whole family there. Fucking clean up, bro. Yeah. Right?
Life's been tough on her though. Her face aged like fruit.
Well, I think that's what happens once you get a lot of fucking work done.
Yeah, I think
not fear of fucking Caitlyn Jenner.
Get some, but
I think all the Botox stuff is going to start coming out.
You get some,
Start to look crazy.
and you get some work done. I just don't think you can get too much. It's just looking bad.
At a certain point, you find out somebody's age, you're kind of like, well, you should look this
No,
up.
I know. It's like when you see a really cool guy with jet black hair done.
What are you doing? That shit looks crazy.
Yeah, but if I'm Denise Richards, I'm looking at fucking Kim Kardashian's mom, and I have her money, and I'm going, give me the name of that doctor.
Sure, I understand.
So I know you like fucking Tales from the
I
Crypt.
guess so, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand that, except for doesn't it take differently to different people take it differently? Because like,
Nah, skin.
no, that's not true.
Well, some guys, look, whatever J-Lo's doing, get that done. Whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Call her doctor. She soaks in baby blood, but yeah, it's tough.
It's also what do you call it? Upkeep. And it's like you can't get it all done at once. You can't, you know what I mean? It's like J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever.
Right. Yeah, but some people just like maybe some people with therapy. Like it's not good. What I'm just saying is like, it's not just like you're saying. Sometimes you just this is what you look like. Yeah. And I think some people lean into it.
You know what fucks you? The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends. Grew up together in Malibu, like they're some rich area. Like they shoot Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10-8. He's close. It's 10-8.
I don't think how old is Adam? That's what an old guy looks like.
I'm sorry, is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
Go to how old he is. Good for him.
Because I Unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like that.
He might live on a farm or something. He's always getting in the sun. He just looks like he got a lot of sun damage. But that looks good for sun. That does it to you. That looks good for 65. I mean, there's people like,
oh no, that he has makeup on. No, do this bullshit. Go to him in the Charlie Sheen doc when he has no makeup. He's chilling in his backyard. You're like, hurt you. If I mean you, I mean your skin.
Yeah, it does look like he's sexy.
No, there you go.
Oh wow. Well, I don't agree, bro. Yeah. I don't think he's ever looked good. Like, even looking at him, he was young, bro.
Sean Penn, how dare you?
I don't think he
used to be a dime.
Nice.
Is it gay?
I think he's always looked good. God, but that tiger blood thing, that moment, whatever that was so winning, monumental. Normalize it. Unreal, bro.
He says he can't even go back and watch like those clips and videos because he's like, dude, I was high up my ass, I'm so embarrassed. And the one thing you learn in the doc, his dad is awesome. He has such a good dad, such a good dad.
I met Charlie Sheen once, but I saw Emilio Estevez. Oh yeah, really cool. I remember I saw Emilio Estevez the other day at a coffee shop in West End. Working behind the counter. No. It's actually funny. But you're looking at him and it's just like, this fucking guy, Emilio Estevez.
Why isn't his name Emilio Sheen?
Moms and dads and they were fighting.
Let's take a little break, kids, because football is back. Thank God. And so is your shot at big wins with DraftKings Big Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get 50 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Alright? This season, play your player instincts. You guys know the game. Why not make a little money? Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN. Play just $5 to get 50 Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6, the crowd is yours.
Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpga.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age, and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Oh, hey, Brendan, are you going to be ready for the, what's it called? The Eds, the Ed Games series coming out?
Oh, I watched the trailer this morning. You guys know about Ed Games?
Yes, and I saw the trailer 2 days ago. But I didn't know about him. And then I looked it up, and I was like mortified. Like, my dark. That's a dark motherfucker right there, man. This guy was...
And the director of it's Ryan Murphy.
Yeah, he's great.
Dahmer.
Yeah.
But someone's getting fucked.
It needs the musical, I'm gonna kill you! The weirdest part about that, to me, is the casting. That's super off casting choice. Charlie Hunnam.
It's just like, you know where they missed out on it? Bro, hey, you know where they dropped the ball on this? By far they dropped the ball on the casting. How the fuck Ryan Callen is in Ed Game? Yeah, Ryan looks identical to the real life Ed Game.
Yeah. No, this guy looks like Ed Game. Look up Ed Game. Nothing like Ed Game.
No, he looks like Brian Callen.
That doesn't look like Brian. That's what he was. Oh, look at this young picture of him right there. They're gonna put the makeup on him. Yeah, to the right of there. I think the casting is crazy. Disagree. He looks enough like him. What do they do? They play Dahmer is 6 inches shorter than the real Jeffrey. No. I think that I don't even necessarily mean the look. I mean, Charlie Hunnam is a weird
Just take it down a notch, bro.
I'm interested to see this. I don't know if we're going to find another one of these guys, but this guy.
Our fight is like 100 years old.
But that's true. But it is so stupid how they're promoting it like
Before there was Dahmer.
no, it's serial killing, dude. I know. It's not like but I didn't even realize how many originals inspired. He inspired so much.
He's the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. He's the Jackie Robinson of he's the Rosa Parks of serial killers. Show a little fucking respect, both of them.
What are you talking about? No, I want to see it.
I can't fucking wait. Ryan Murphy don't miss.
He misses. But
On what?
He misses.
American Horror Story? Shut your fucking face.
Yeah, every other season of American Horror Story, I'm like, I'm out. I actually haven't watched it all. Ryan Murphy. Which one was good?
I love
Ryan Murphy. But don't say he doesn't mix. That's crazy.
What's he done best?
The OJ one was terrible. The OJ one.
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. OJ one was awesome.
Bad. Talk about bad cast. All bad.
Versace?
Versace was amazing. Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me. I think Versace. And
Did you do the Hernandez one?
I didn't see that one, no.
I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad.
Versace and the Monsters one was great too. Twins.
Oh, you're talking about the Mendes one.
Yeah.
That one was super good. You're telling me that's not brilliant.
I think the Gayers are better. The Gayers are better. Make it super good. Make BTK and make him fucking man and make it mostly about not civilians. Brought to you by Brian Murphy. Dude, so I don't know that one. When's that coming out?
October 3rd.
Oh, soon. That's going to be, yeah. That's when I go here. That's when I go here and get your tickets at chrisley.com. I'll be in London. I'll be in a bunch of different areas. I'll be in Pensacola, Florida also before I go. And after I go, I'll be coming to Sweet McAllen, Texas and Waco, Texas. But go to chrisley.com and get your tickets. That's 2 weeks.
Chris, when you're in England, you should go on the Jack the Ripper tour.
Oh, maybe I will. Yeah, I'm going to London, but I think I'll be in London for like 1 day. I'll be in Amsterdam for a few shows. I'm selling tickets in Amsterdam and stuff. But yeah, chrisley.com and then Syracuse, I'll be there. Who even knows? Kansas City, Missouri. Syracuse
in November.
Maybe that's and Detroit for December.
Detroit in December. Jesus Christ.
Bro, I mean, you gotta go somewhere, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna go Florida. I'm not gonna go to Miami, go to Florida. Jacksonville, right there, right before it. I'm watching 90 Day Fiancé. Yeah, you guess right. You watch it. I'm married. I gotta watch it. I used to. Did you see how the girl? She finally told Jasmine told Gino that she was pregnant on the show. Yeah, she wanted to know. else is gonna happen. No, but I think you know what? We don't really know what's going on with the cameras or not on because the dude wouldn't have sex with his wife, right? Like I don't, because she was so mean. She's addicted to porn. So mean. Yeah, but he was like with that other girl. Girl, it looked like he's gonna be having. You should follow him. Start a podcast. You should follow him on Instagram. He's like he's doing good.
Do you guys think that?
Oh, the other guy's the worst. That bald guy, he's out kicking his coverage. Of course he's cheating.
What do you guys think about watching porn and what it does to people? What do you guys think about that? What does it do? Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so do you think it's ruining society like a lot of people think it is?
No, because
it's society. It's like alcohol.
Society was good.
What the fuck you doing?
I feel like it came out last week.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm just.
It's also the least of our problems.
No, I understand, and I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just, you see a lot of stuff online where it's like, oh, the degradation of, you know what I mean, of mankind is awful because of OnlyFans, whatever. Obviously, that's the extreme.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is like porn's been around for so long. I've been jacking it forever. If it's gonna ruin society, it would have done it already. And actually, now we just leveled up. You know, so now
no, but it is way more accessible.
No, I understand, but I'm saying I think it's always been accessible.
Not this
20 years.
No, not like now.
Not like,
come on, Eric.
Come on, Eric. It's just as accessible.
it's Eric, it has been.
And then now you have OnlyFans. So now anybody can make their own porn. And then we're going to go into the AI where anybody can literally make their own porn and make it whatever you want.
So there will be people. Advent is an advent. There will be, there literally will be people who just live in that, you know, hedonistic world with the goggles on, just getting sucked all the time.
Yeah, they're called losers.
Well, no, I understand that. But there will
touch your ass, touch tits.
So I just wonder if it'll create some sort of like thing where that will be the world for them, and there will also be the real world, and maybe we won't even have to deal with those people.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Yeah. Right now, you do have to deal with people who are just like, you know, pervy and fucking wanting to look at porn all the time because they gotta go out and get
called mass shooters.
But nowadays, or when that happens, you may not be the mass shooters.
I don't think it was too busy.
They watch porn. They still have girls. That's why they're upset.
What if you like the pervert things like AI? So what you do is you have the countdown counter on your AI, underaged AI that you make. And it's like you wait, and you make her like, she's gonna be 18. That's how weird it's gonna be.
It's weird when, you know, like, I think you see, like, there's OnlyFans people that, like, they just can't do OnlyFans until you're of age, right? So there are girls that are like, oh, hey, today's the day I can do it. And, oh, yeah, the day I can do it. Yeah, like, whatever.
No, she did that.
Right.
She did that, but there's another girl that's just like, you know, and then it's like, oh my God. I saw this video. It's a podcast. I don't know who this girl is, but she always has these like OnlyFans girls on. And she hit the phone. She goes, how much did you make that? $60,000, whatever it is. And then she looks at the camera. You all are perverts. You guys. And I'm like, what?
Wait, you know, they can be, the guys who do that can be perverts if you just, but then do not blink when someone goes wrong.
It would be like, you know, you have a drug dealer on the podcast. You don't need you. He goes, yeah, what's how much money I made from selling drugs? And he looks at the camera and he goes, all of you drug users are terrible.
Yeah.
What? This person has no responsibility in this at all?
No. Yeah, no, of course not.
They keep talking about how much these OnlyFans girls make. Is it still popping like that, or is it only about like 5?
No, it's just like, no, it's really like, I saw an article about this. The average OnlyFans is $1,300 a year. This is a very small percentage of the girls that are making all this money. And it's like, you know, so it's not even really like, you know, a lot. You know what I mean? It's not a lot.
bad as fuck. Maybe if you promote it, you're bad as fuck. Some of the ones that you see making the most. Sometimes I don't even get it. Like,
let's see the top 5 just for research purposes. Who's the top 5?
Yeah, this stuff's never right though. Like, okay, so
dude, all of them are awesome.
Go up. So Sophie Rain. That is what you know. You guys are saying that? No, I know Bella Sophie Rain. Sophie Rain, she's all over the internet. Really, all they talk about is all this money that she makes. Oh, that's that one. Yes, I did see that. Yes. That's what I said. I know you know who that is. Yes. What did it say? Yeah, go down. I don't know what this is. The guy Avocado be fucked it? He is. Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, but this is my whole point. Look at this list. Yeah. This ain't bad. This ain't regular chicks. This ain't a girl from Coffee Bean. Sophie Rain girl, right? I know, but still, she bad. Yeah, okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know, but that's just the one. The rest of them are like Bella Thorne, super famous actress. Iggy Azalea, famous rapper. Is she bad, Sophie Rain? And then Sophie Rain, what does she do? It's only $3 million. Well, that's the one I'm pretty sure that's the one that I was texting with my buddy about. He was there and he saw her die. And he said, it's true. So I was like, come on, it can't be true. He's like, dude, I promise you. Let me see. She looks like she can't be fake. Well, no, I mean, I guess it could, but not. I mean, at that point, oh. Hey, this is strictly for research. Well, she just made $1,003,000. So that's, yeah, $3 million. She's cool. Yeah, I'm saying she's cool. What does she do besides being made out of angels? Go down. See all like the. See like this. What's a bad? I always use. What's a bad? She do on her OnlyFans. I think it's the. I don't know. I said she just fucked Choppa. Oh, I just fucked Nelly Choppa. That's right. The left one. That can't be. Down. Look, use your eyes. There you go. Oh, these are all. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, you're making that kind of money. Does anyone subscribe to her shit that we know of? Like, what is she sucking dick on? Because I hate to see them. I think like a billionaire probably hit her up. From what I understand, it's the. I mean, there's no way. 0% chance. If you had to bet your house that she's fucked some rich guy on the lot, you would make that bet. Oh yeah, you know what I mean? But whatever. Anyways, the point though is that she's not making $50 million showing her feet and making this fucking eggs. I don't know. She has to be doing the dirty dirt. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. But I will say this: she's the one. I do think that people. What? Yeah. I mean, this is porn. You know, it's not porn. Okay, so why? Because I don't think she's getting fucked on that OnlyFans. So she's taking tasteful pictures. Porn. You're still showing your titties, right? Right. Because I think most of this comes from chatting. What did Jeff say? What did Jeff say? No, he said no. He's not. She's not getting fucked.
Yeah, what up, Caden?
She's an artist.
I thought Twitter got banned. Why did it get banned so quick?
Because they consider what I do to be spam when you just repost things of people.
Okay, that's fair enough. I suppose it kind of is in a way. I mean, depending on how much you do it, I guess.
Yeah, I just wish they gave you the limits, though. Because why is it that they can literally have bots okayed on Twitter, automated accounts, and that's okay. But when I automate it, it's not okay. If they just said you can't do more than 100 follows in an hour, okay, that's fine. but they don't give you the numbers. So I just feel it's kind of unfair.
Honestly, I get where you're going with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just like
Right, I just wanted to check because like you showed up and then I got banned like 10 minutes later. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Did he already get microwaved or what happened?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm making more accounts, so it's just a matter of time until I repost something that you put up. But if they were just honest about it and they didn't shadow ban people or what they call silencing notifications, and they just told the truth basically, and we're like, okay, you can tweet 100 times a day, you can follow 100 people a day, you can repost 100 people a day, and you can favorite 100 things a day. Okay, then I understand what the rules are, but they don't do that. They let some people.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, just tell us what your as a user base, tell us what your standards are, because what ends up happening is it gets confusing for people, and then people don't want to use the website because it's like, well, am I going to get banned for spam? I don't know, because it's this dark abyss that you walk into when you get some accounts that tweet. I think you can tweet 2,400 times a day, which is fine if you want to do that. But then you get other people who repost 60 times and get banned. So it's just, to me, just make the characteristics clear, and I think everybody would benefit from that.
Yeah, I agree with you. That makes sense.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Just wanted to check on you, make sure you didn't get microwaved already.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm creating more accounts, so you'll see me around there.
Okay. Do you live in Tel Aviv, by the way?
No, I don't. I'm based out of Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I see. Yeah, okay. Anyway, just wanted to check in you. Thanks for the chat.
Absolutely, Cadence. Thanks for caring about me. Come by whenever you're bored.
All right. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Peace, buddy.
That chick, she's like 5 foot. You know what I mean? She's enough work when she break when I saw her break. Yeah, that's the girl. That is her girl. That's not the way. And the color of her sad girl, bro. Yeah, she's like another one that's like, her Twitter was just all pornography. But she's fucking her boyfriend. You know what I mean? So they told her, whatever. But I'm just saying, that counts. What I'm just saying is like, look, whatever. But the point is, this is the market now. People are trying to do this. You know what I mean? This is like guys trying to like get into the NBA or something, and there's like so many of them they don't make it. I mean, that's OnlyFans, but they're all there. You can see this 14 million or something. I saw a stat. Take her up my screen. Take her up my screen. It's like 14 million, like whatever girl was trying to. That's the girl, right? Yeah, I saw this right there. Yeah, what's her? This is OnlyFans girl. OnlyFans girl. Yeah. Does she shit on the car? She just writes it. Who the fuck would pay to watch this? She's tiny. I think this is just the Instagram. Is she a small person? Yes. No, but she does a lot of like. That's an STO. Why'd you jump on a fucking STO? That's a carbon fiber. That's her car. I think she's making so much money that she doesn't give a fuck. It's a marketing. Yeah. She's like, fuck this. I'm gonna kill them anyway. Who is that? Who is that? Jelly Beans or something. She makes a lot of money on OnlyFans. Yeah. But she does. You think I'll make money if I start jumping on cars? You think my boy ads start breaking the windows? After you flip them, then you jump on them? Does my dick have the flap? That's what, like in the car, in the GoPro camera, it's just we his dick and his flap. And just say, roll another one. That's just like that dick. And then it just ends with like your asshole on the screen, like class. Yeah, Take a little break here. We'll jump right back in with the boys. Cooler temps are rolling in. They are, dude. It's getting chilly. It's not chilly, but it's not a hundo. You know what I'm saying? The cooler temps are everywhere. As always,
Quince is where I'm turning for fall staples. That's right, Quince has all your fall needs that actually last. From cashmere to denim boots, the quality holds up and the price still blows me hard. Alright? Quince has the kind of fall staples you wear non-stop, like super soft, 100% Wiggling cashmere sweaters. Dude, get a Wiggling cashmere sweater right now. Start at just $60. Pick it up for you and the boys at your next barbecue outside. Their denim is durable, fits right, and their real leather jackets bring the clean, classic edge without the elevated price tag. What makes Quince different? Well, they partner directly with the factories and skip the middlemen, so you guys get all the benefits, right? Keep it classic and cool this fall with long-lasting staples from Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/golden. Free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden. Back to the program.
What do you think? How much do you think you get if you
No notes.
and Rachel started an OnlyFans? You don't think you make money? No, it would just it would be for
A lot of bucks.
you think it'd be like, you know how there's comics, there'd be like OnlyFans for that. Like the real OnlyFans. This is true artist. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I'd support you. It would just be like, it would just be, you know, it would just make it fun. That's what the whole thing would be. You think about those couples that are, like I said, a lot of these like orgies now because they control their own thing. You know, they're fucking their right. That's that. I mean, when you're gonna
Chris, hold on. You tell me, fellas. You tell me. Let's say Kev start or Mark or Casey start fucking their girls on OnlyFans, and in the group chat, dude, look what I found. And you would click on the link and watch it.
But absolutely just so we can come on here and be like this. Of course I'm happy. What do you mean? Your game is trash.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. I'm just making sure we're all on the same boat here. I watch any of you guys fucking, bro. See how angry Casey does it. You know what I mean? He's furious. He's sweating. Casey, he's sweating. Just fucking. Don't look at me. He's a mask. Don't look at me. To the person he's fucking. I'm getting my stool. If I had an OnlyFans, I think that it could pop up except for you would not have staying card if you do like this. We do anything. He just kind of stays there. He basically soaks. He basically is this head fish. That's it. I don't think that I think I would great first month, you know. And then it would be like, we can't even really see it. He's just kind of like starfishing on his wife. We can just kind of see his back. It's too easy. Yeah. It looks like she might be having fun, but we can't really see. And he won't turn over. They don't do anything, but he's just on top of them. And why is it only once a month? We're not getting our money's worth. That's what people want to unsubscribe. Oh, wait, hold on. Drop the dick pic. No, I'm kidding. But I don't know. You know how they take those Instagrams where it's like a dog and they dress it up in a scene? You know? Yeah. That's what you put it in. It's just with your dick, but it would be like, a scene from the Penguin.
Yeah, that's what I want to do with Ryan's balls.
You know what I mean? Like, you would
just his balls. Like at the Eiffel Tower, like at a fucking BLM march.
You just show your dick and then you play the sound from the gun.
Yes.
Yeah. Good idea. Good. I like that idea. Something I'm going to bring that to my home. Okay. Yeah, but to answer your original question, I don't know if society's better or worse. Who knows? I just think it's one of those things. Like, what do you think? Okay, how about this? What do you think is more detrimental to society, porn or social media? Well, there's social media because social media is
not even close to social media.
And porn's been around way longer. Yeah. And porn gets exacerbated with social media. Everything gets exacerbated with social media. social media fucks everything. But I know, but social media is so bad. There are now countries banning it, which they turn until you're 16. So what I'm saying is like, it is what it is. I just like I remember watching porn on my black and white TV. There used to be like a channel, and then it was like between the two channels, and it would be like you had to get like a jerking off to a green bitch. I know, but sometimes you would get like a good like there it is. And it would be pretty impressive. So I'm just saying, I think that this has been around for like, I don't know, 30 years. Porn's been pretty accessible, is what I'm trying to say. No, that's crazy to say that is accessible. But I'm not saying as it is now. What I'm saying is, I know what I'm saying. I'm just saying that still was pretty, you used to have magazines. You go to the store, you can see Hot Rods magazine, and then you have one covered in a bag, in a paper, and you're like, oh, that's the one that's fantastic. Yeah, but it's not the same, bro. It's not close to the same. I'm starting to get this off. Good. I'm getting this off.
Baby King.
Different type of accessibility. Anyway, the point is, social media is way more detrimental to society, and you can see the effects, and then here we are. It's like some stuff happens, now that you put down information and all of it's false. Yeah, I know. And at that point, it's too late.
Yeah, but it's compromised. But then people are believing it, and then they're like, oh, they're mentally ill. It's like, well, no, they fucking, you told them.
Well, like, look, I've heard with the phone company, so I just take the port out of it, whatever. Just like, I heard, like, so we all shit, but like, I heard many different things about this incident that were all opposite of what people were saying. And each person, well, like I've heard that the shooter was in the transit meeting, and then I heard people say like, no, it wasn't, right? Okay, I understand, but I've also seen people online being like, this is false, this is bullshit. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying there are people who will believe one side and then the other side. And so
that's the problem.
No, I understand. Like, the truth is,
that's why he got compromised, because he got indoctrinated in some weird fucking anti-trans movement that he thought Charlie was, and then his fucking significant others going through the transition of being trans. So he's like, here's this big hit. So he got compromised with all this negativity, and then he does this wild shit.
No, I understand. But the point you're making too is like, I think just the shooter, the stuff about the shooter that came out right away, and then it turns out a lot of he didn't donate to Trump. His father wasn't a sheriff.
Both have been in the game too long. And we're also older. So I don't believe anything for like 2 to 3 days after.
Right.
Like when stuff first comes out, I'm like, nope, not happening. Even the video, the actual close-up video, the close-up one, that's fake. That one's AI.
Well, whatever it is, I don't believe any of it, dude. I just don't, because you never know, You read things like, you see people at rallies that are like, white men need to, this happened, and they go, white men need to fight back, and it's like, a white guy shot a white guy, so it's just confusing on its face. Just when you look at it, you go,
here's a different kind of white, though.
I understand. I do understand that. I get it's nuanced. It's the same white to me. Look the same way. It's just very confusing. The shooter was a white guy. He shot a white guy. And whatever they believe.
Yeah, but these are woke white guys.
I know.
Pasty white.
I know. 400 meters away, he looks like a white guy. But you know what this thing was? This one made me think of. That's right. This is what made me think of. If the JFK type of assassination happened today in the same way with cell phones, CT video, and all the resources, you know what? We still wouldn't know anything. I realize that. Like we just got lucky that this guy was there, and he was with the JFK video, but I think today we would still be like, people would be like, like everything we're missing.
Yeah. That's
Like, I mean, they say, I saw, Charlie Kirk was compromised by Israel. And they say, oh, no, he was. You just see both sides of everything. And it's, and whether, who knows what's true, you know? And you can read both sides and be in that echo chamber and be like, I see how this makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem. That's a terrible problem.
Well, also, it would be great if you had one news source that didn't partake in any of the gossip and only give you the facts. Name one outlet that does that. I can't find it.
Well, you can't because once they started this 24-hour news cycle, and you had to sell ads, and then it turned into what it's turned into. When I was a kid, you thought that the news was like almost a fourth branch of government, to checks and balances. But now I look back, they bullshit back then. So it's like you don't know what's going on. But I don't know, man. I saw that as long as someone's making money off shit, but here's the real fucking part. Nobody's going to talk about it. I don't know. I disagree. I might disagree with you on that.
You've seen the millions of people marching and shit. Now it's not going to be sensationalized like it is right now. People are making money off of it, but it's a big deal. Big deal.
And to be honest, I haven't seen one clip of him being, race or hateful, I guess I should say. Whatever you want to say politically, like whoever shot him, they're gonna make a whole bunch. I think you said there's gonna make a whole bunch of other Trump shirts. There's gonna be more Trump shirts because
I don't know. That guy was kind of one of a kind, man. The only thing I know,
he was a star. Yes.
The only thing I know is like the videos I would see of him would be like he's just sitting across from like or at some rally and he would go up to the microphone and be like, let me finish. He would just like he was about the open debate. But the thing that's getting me is like I have seen a lot of videos of what is it? If they're real or not, who knows? It just no, I know. But a lot of I've seen a couple videos of him being like, it doesn't matter what your race is, what your sexual orientation, you should just be happy and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, where's all this stuff they're talking about? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like, well, where is this?
Listen, I'll be glad. I followed Charlie, subscriber, listen to all his shows. Eric, he was such a good dude. There'd be like he's super religious. So there'd be like a transfers that come up, and you could tell they were doing well, and they'd be attacking him. You're like, hold on. You don't look like you need a hug. You don't look like you're doing okay. And he's like, forget this debate. Are you okay? And they'd be like, well, I'm having a tough time. He was like, I can tell you're having a tough time. He's like, we can talk after the show. He was that good.
So it's like, listen, I'm fine with having whatever their opinion is on game. Yeah, if you don't like me, I get it. And then by the way, when somebody says religious, that doesn't always make me go, well, that must be a good person. More harm has been done to society because of in the name of religion. So, but we talk about just him as a person, how he was. That's who knows? You know what I mean? That's what's the sucky part about this is like, is it a low nut? Because now this is what I'm trying to say about conspiracies. We don't know nothing, right? Because I've seen shit online where there's like army people talking about that's not a hard job.
Well, I understand what I'm saying. So what do you mean we do that?
Like I mean, there's a Discord with over 20 people involved.
On what?
Assassination.
You're talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. No, I thought
that was already wrong. He just means Discord already came out. I was like,
no, but he's no shooter. But people are aware of it. It was planned. Like there's a lot more people involved. That's what they're dealing with.
And I hope that fucking everybody gets.
The leader of the FBI also said,
I know.
Nothing to Epstein.
Exactly. And it's the thing, you can't believe anything. It's such a
so you can't.
That's horrible.
Yeah. He didn't go on Fox. He didn't go on MSNBC. He didn't go on CNN. He went on the Joe Rogan podcast to tell the world there's nothing. But now we get to believe that there's something with this. I don't know. I would say, Brandon, I can't believe when you say, well, the FBI, I go, okay, yeah, I know.
That FBI, it sucks. I just wish there was a way to know what the fuck was going on, and that's
my point. It really doesn't matter. A guy was shot. It's like you bring it's terrible. It's like even if 20 people are involved, it's like okay, there's more than 20 fucking terrible people on the left. Like okay, does it matter at the end of the day? Does it matter?
I think it does matter in a way that I hope it does shake people up in the sense of we can't have political violence like this. I mean, this was what was happening in the 60s. It's it should be okay for people to disagree. It should be okay for people to be across the aisle, being I disagree with you. Or, you know what I mean?
I think it gets worse. I think it gets worse. A lot of that's worse.
A lot of that is the media, though. If people make someone a villain, crazy people are going to
refer to him as Hitler. That's what happened.
Well, I saw
psychos that you believe is
Daily News guy, Jewish dude, Ben Shapiro. I saw Ben Shapiro. He was on the Bill Barr show. And he was Daily Wire, and he was saying he was shocked because he was man, I've had private security for 10 years. It was and then I saw another thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but Charlie Kirk, a bodyguard in his circle, was saying yo, we shouldn't go do this. It's just imagine still having the courage, though, to be I'm still gonna go out here and do this. You're getting death threats all the time. But you're okay, we're gonna go to college all the time.
I don't know how I gotta be honest, I don't know how it just got reported. Trump has had 2 Russian too. That's it? With how much? Check this out.
When you say
that's in that about.
Yeah. Sure. No, I understand that.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
So you say that? I looked up, I said, how many times somebody shot at Obama? 0. But 0. And there was one plot that they uncovered in 2017.
Those things are happening.
I know, but I'm saying this idea that you have this idea in your head of what society tells you who's the good guys and the bad guys are, right? So the first black president in a country that has a lot of racism going on doesn't get shot at.
What I'm saying is the
Republican president gets shot at.
What I'm saying is the media. Look at how the media portrays Barack Obama. Look how the media portrays Donald Trump. Whether you like him or not, that's you know what I mean. And the social media.
The left aren't going to shoot their own. The right don't shoot. So of course it's
I mean, they both shoot, but yeah,
not true.
No, that's not true. Everybody shoots. You can't blame it on a side. I understand the left, the yellow hair, and I hate that way left shit just much. I do. It's just, it's just, I
hate the way. Let's call it that. You know what I mean?
It's all fucking shitty, man. It's so sad.
It's a bummer all the way around.
Everyone's doing social media is the problem, bro. It's not because of porn.
It's not because of that. It's my point.
No, social media is what got all these motherfuckers shot.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're using it as a platform. But, and then I hate that when you can fan the flames of a conspiracy just by putting certain things together, So it's that big video that's out about him. It's he's like, you know, he's being on like, you know, Epstein was there's a blackmail plot, and, you know, yeah. You know, it's like,
I just saw the thing about Netanyahu and how he turned him up from 150 million, and he said no.
I came from Candace Owens.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
but then there's even a thing that they're just saying that it could be, you know, not even, you know, they have this leftist whatever guy, but it could have been an even far righter than him who was mad at him for what he was doing, you know. So it's like he's like, you're going away from the party now or whatever. It's like you know what I mean? Like if you're planning a conspiracy, you know, how do you hide? You know, like let's say conspiracy theories, you know, you're going, okay, so how do you hide a conspiracy? You know, can you put be a left? Right. Well, let's make it a guy in the trans community. That sounds ridiculous. It sounds so it's either a lone nut or there's like something grander going on. But if you're on the left planning this, you go, who should we pin this on? Let's pin it on somebody who's dating a trans person.
right.
It's so stupid.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? You know
What's wild is his own dad turned him in. His own dad turned him in as the sheriff, and then his dad turned down the 1.5 million reward. His dad said no, donated to Charlie's family.
Wow. I mean, damn. What did you guys think when you heard that? I thought to myself, oh my God, what did his dad turn down? Yeah, no. Turn this kid in. It's the right thing. This guy. It's so easy to use him. That's why you're saying that. I know. I'm saying this like.
Listen to me, Jeffrey Dahmer, and I'm hiding that.
It's tough. This is one of these things.
It's tough.
This is one of these theoretical things that it's like until you're in it,
You're saying
you don't know what you're
shit
going to do.
that you have to turn it in.
You don't know what you're going to do. It's all, you know what I mean? People talk big on the internet on what they're going to do. It's like that, you know, that trend when the lady was getting beat up on the Ukrainian lady. And everybody's on the trend. She got stabbed. Did we talk about that? No. This is my thing, though. Everybody thinks they're Captain America when they're talking about it after. But if I was sitting there on that train with my wife and my kid, and this is happening, I don't know what I would do. You know what I'm saying? I promise you I would do something. I know what I would do. That's in your DNA, man. You're benching 225. You know what I'm saying? I get that. You're a trained fighter. I get what you're saying. There's a courage.
I would just start doing crowd work. It's kind of a knife.
You know what I'm trying to say, though? It's like, I just think it's all theoretical until it actually happens. You know?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You don't know what you're going to do.
Yes.
Here's an awful subject example. Something I think that like they have all this stuff about cancer research and shit like that. I think the moment if cancer can be cured and you're not giving that away, you're a piece of shit.
No, you deserve help. HE double hockey.
You know what I'm saying? You're a piece of shit. What if? Let me put that to you.
HE double hockey.
Let me put you in. Okay, let's say like you have like you have some kind of mixture or some fine salt or whatever, and you go get a blood test and they tell you, oh my God, yeah, you're blood. Sure. No. And then a pharmaceutical company comes and goes, no, pharmaceutical company goes, no, they come and they tell you, pharmaceutical company comes and goes, we're going to give you $1 billion, and you'll have 15% of profit from what we're going to do. What are you going to do then?
I understand it.
You know what I mean? Like everybody can say, no, I'm giving it away.
Because you could rationalize me like, humanity's fucking awful. They're probably fucking up anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, you knows what you're going to do, but it's like, you know what? I thought of this question about the Ukraine. There's no way humanity could handle this. When I thought about the Ukraine question, I tell you something right now, I know 100% certain that Brendan would say what he said was. And he would have done something.
Oh, yeah.
And in my mind, I'd be like, this is the kind of guy you want when you're right, in those situations.
Yeah. I mean, look, dude,
I'm going to be in a bar someplace and some shit goes down and Brendan's here. And I'm like, my boy. Watch my boy. You know what I mean? And you want to be like that, you know. He's going to go over there first and be like, does anybody have any weapons? No. Oh, okay.
Jose Reed. I get my cock ring just in case I get kicked in the nuts. And you go for it. Like, that's your thing, you know? My shit is like, I'm talking my way out of that shit.
That was horrific. That thing.
I know. But then all the talk is like, everybody on like, well,
Well, you don't know what you do, but I mean, look, you know, if you're a heavyweight UFC, if you have that, you better do something. Otherwise, people are gonna be like, what the fuck? You did all that for nothing? You worked so hard.
somebody should just make that video.
But it's not even about that. I know guys who are black belts or are 240 pounds in a big day, and they would still do it. Like, I'll tell you right now, Brian's tiny and he's super fragile. Brian would have done something. Callens has that type of personality. He would have not stood for that.
Yeah.
Most society shouldn't. I would be willing to bet Aaron you would do something. Told you guys, I guarantee it.
It's tough. It all, I think it, you know,
you guys are bitches and you know what's right and wrong. Yeah. You see the ass slapping a girl.
You have a sense of like, that's tough. You know what I mean?
God,
it's like, oh damn it, it's like, I hate that there are people. That's why, remember that shit that happened in Florida? They changed the law in Florida because of it, you know? They had everything all on the beach. And then people were filming this girl getting raped, and then they changed the law. They were like, no, you can't do that. You gotta do something. Whatever that law is called. So you have to act on law.
What's this next? Some girl farted?
Yeah, this is a question about what we could do. Somebody broke in your house. This is a lady testing her reactions to palate cleanser.
Is Nick not with us? Did Nick pass away?
Yeah, Nick passed away.
I can't hear anything.
You don't need to.
Oh man, it was a big old
She would be shot. No, she didn't fart, but she would be shot.
This guy, the thief would be going like this, watching her, putting all her shit in the bag. You know what I mean? He's just like, what are you doing?
Wow, that is
dude, they're building in my area, so I'm in the build area, so there's just a lot of building, you know. But they had like, we had like a break-in, you know, because of the gates are open, all this kind of shit, right? But then I talked to my neighbor yesterday, and he was saying like, man, they closed one of the gates here because somebody stole one of the tractors.
What? How did that happen? That had to be a broad daylight.
It's just, I don't know. I was like, you're telling me
Was it Brandon? He wasn't in it.
So somebody stole one of the tractors they're using to clear the air, you know?
Yeah, Brandon, okay, we got a giveaway.
They're trying to. All gas, drive fast.
Definitely a white guy stealing a tractor. That'd be my first company.
Pretty young black man, but yeah. When you have all this, you have all the people that are probably not needed in that bill. You know, they're calling their cousin. He's calling their cousin. Yes.
Yeah, who did that though? Like, man, I see this tractor, they slipped it, man. They slipped it, it was a tractor.
Everybody. Also, the police chase with the tractor. The police chase.
Shameless.
Yeah.
But how do you even sell that?
Yeah, I know.
How do you, are you just keeping it? Is it just in your garage? Like, yo, homie, check out
Marketplace. I see all sorts of shit on
the white market. Yeah, I don't know.
Facebook.
Market. Have you ever sold anything or bought anything on Facebook Marketplace?
All the time. I mean, literally once a week.
No, once a week. But you're buying car shit, huh?
Yeah.
So how do you pick it up?
I drive up and pick it up.
I don't want to do that shit.
I thought I was going to get robbed the other day. I went to a super seedy part of Austin, into some like bunker garage or some wheels.
Yeah, I don't.
I leave my tracking on my phone.
Right. That'll make the guy not get you. Look at Brandon. You look like that would be worse shit. Wow,
I can guarantee the tractor didn't look like that though.
Yeah. Bill's probably one of the builder
Yeah, the yellow ones.
Yeah.
It's just
Paint that shit red. Like, oh, I got so many cameras on my house. Yeah, dude, I have cards. I have cards on somewhere else.
Dude, we don't have criminals out here in Texas, but I did have 6 deer on my lawn this morning.
Where you live, you don't think there's no, learn how to ride them. Teach your kids how to ride them. Deer.
They're so fast. They're so fast.
Yeah, I saw 3 deer on my property a week ago, and I was just watching them, and they were just like looking at me, and bro, and it's like this. And
Yeah, they're so fast.
It's crazy. So, yeah, are you gonna hunt? Have you ever been hunting?
No, man. I've never been hunting. Everyone keeps asking me to go, especially out here. I guess I kind of got to do it. I like animals, though.
Yeah. Hunt Brian. That's what Rogan.
That's too easy.
Rogan says to Ronnie Random, we're gonna go hunting. He said, we hunt. You just hear ding dong.
You know, then they open up a cage. Give me 3 minutes. It's time to put Brian out of his misery.
Yeah, that kind of shit was real. There's always a movie like that. I know.
Really reached to it.
We're on an island.
Somewhere in the world that happens. Somewhere in the world that happens.
Somewhere in the world that has happened, yes. For sure. Not when
That's real.
you like the elite. They're like, you think they're really. Well, bro, you saw this thing about, I talked about this on congratulations, but you saw the thing about Sam Altman and fucking Tucker Carlson, what they were talking about. Did you see this? No, like, your friend, the guy who was threatening to expose your company, ended up dying, and they're holding it as a suicide. And Tucker Carlson is like, it certainly does not seem like suicide. And he's basically like, did you do it? And Sam Altman was like, and then Tucker Carlson is just like, oh, no, I'm not going to shoot you. And you're like, yay, you are. Hysterical. I'll send it to you guys. So good. Yeah, I will. Well, check me out. I'm going to be, probably already sold out, because I'm going to be with Rife. No, don't put that. I got nothing on there. Take that down. But I got some other stuff coming up in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be in San Antonio and Austin with I'm still waiting for this movie to get announced. It's not announced yet. No, it's so annoying. I didn't say open. That's what it is out there. Yeah, you told me. Is it Home Alone 4? No, it's a Wish. No, it's a gay. It's the first HIV case.
What if they're just like, yeah, I'm that bandit on Home Alone 4?
It's called Patient Zero. Yeah, I'll hear it. So I'm going to send it to you guys. I'll send it to you guys. You can watch it on your own time.
Yeah. Is that it, dudes?
Yeah.
Later, fellas. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'll be in,
Peace. that shirt's getting baggier and baggier. Let's get it shirt. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, I just gotta listen to it up, bro. I'd be like, this. Oh, okay. Taking a match march. And Kurtz's shoulders are looking bigger too. Look at you guys.
Bro, yesterday was leg day, and I just kind of went crazy, bro. So I also did trap bar, so my shoulders are probably looking pretty tough right now, bro.
Every day, like you fell into my testosterone cream.
I always do. I always incorporate my legs. I usually incorporate my legs in every workout.
Yeah, and it doesn't work, right? It's a complete waste of time because you have legs up there.
No, I get stronger. So.
Yeah, but who cares though, right? Because there's no growth.
No, there is. I see it. And if I see it, it's happening.
I've known you forever. You always had those stupid legs.
So I'm looking at my legs, bro, especially the upper part of it here where my dick is, because that's really what's growing. And I'll tell you, I can tell they're growing because my dick looks slightly smaller than it could open. But, yeah, and then my calves, they're always going to kind of do it. So, but you talk about calves, okay, forget it. When I'm talking about quads, you know, I got a teardrop.
Couple raindrops.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Phil, did you watch the Charlie Sheen doc?
No. I haven't seen it.
How the fuck do you two miss that?
Well, I
There's so much stuff on that boy.
I can see it now if I wanted to. He was on Bill Maher's show, and it was like, they were talking about it, and it made me want to watch it. I just haven't got to it. Sucker.
Oh, I was like, yeah, I get it. Like, I like Charlie Sheen. I'm the biggest fan of my wife, the other night, we're just in bed. I'm like, fucking fall asleep to it. Neither one of us could sleep. It was so good. His recall on his shit from when he was like 14 till now is wild.
Well, what's good about it? What was the tiger blood thing? What was that thing? He was like,
Since he has tiger blood, he doesn't really talk about that though. But you guys understand this. He talks about how, he was sober for like 8 years, and then someone started doing some crack. He was like, all right, let me show you how to do it. So he relapsed. But when he was going through his horrible episode, like complete psycho addict, he said Live Nation reached out. He was like, man, you should do a tour. He was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just got out of rehab. Like, yeah, you should do a tour. He's like, I need the money. Fuck it. He's like, what am I going to do? They're like, just tell stories. Dude, they show the fans' reaction to his show way worse than mine. Dude, a fan goes, she gets out there and it's like, this lady, she goes, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel sorry for anybody that's bought tickets to the next city. He literally gets up there and mumble for an hour. I have no fucking clue what he's saying. And then you go to Charlie Sheen, he's like, yeah, I should have been up there. I was just taking the ticket.
and Mike Tyson's had it. You know what they should have done is had it clipped them all and put up the reels of Charlie Sheen's crowd work and stuff. Could you imagine if he was on TikTok with those mumbles? Just mumbling and shit.
Crush.
Yeah, Crush. I want to check that out. Sometimes I won't know.
It's worth a watch, especially when he talks about, he's fucking so many women, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing dope, and then sometimes I'm gonna get the menu, and I like to flip it over, and the director's just him, he goes, what do you mean flip it over? He goes, fucking dudes.
I'll watch him. So he's admitting to fucking dudes.
Yeah, but he refers to it as flipping the menu.
Wow, see, to me that just means angel. You know what I mean? Not dudes.
He did so much drugs and stuff.
Yeah, it's just like he's one of the lucky ones that survived. When you get to I mean, that guy's been famous for too long, too drugged up for too long that he's fucked guys. That's just what's happening.
Well, I tell you what, who's going to make this documentary is going to start to come back for him. I guarantee you he'll be on a sitcom or something within a year. Maybe it'll be like some kind of like Larry David type of show where it's like, maybe it's just him. You know what I mean? But, he's gonna be back.
And hold on a second. Does he have HIV?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he does. But now it's shit now. That's what he talks about. He talks about that. And dude, he was married to Denise Richards in her heyday.
Yeah, she was in her heyday. She was one of the hottest people of all time. Hottest creatures. Did you see the thing where her husband is talking about how dirty his house is, or their house is. It's so funny.
I missed that episode.
No. It was on viral yesterday or something. But dude, I'm so confused by it. See if you can find it. Because he's complaining about how Denise Richards is so messy, and she's not in the house, but he is, and he's like, look at this room, look at that room, and then he goes downstairs, and he's like, and look at this room, and the husband's family is living there, his mom, his dad, his brother, and you're like, okay, well, yeah. There's 7 of you.
One of the 6 of you clean.
It doesn't make any sense.
He also adopted like a special needs, and then
Right. But like,
they also have two girls, and then his other wife is also hot now, his ex-wife. She was a crackhead, but they have 2 twin boys.
I know anything about her. She was on Housewives or something that Rachel watching.
And I think Denise Richards was.
Yeah. Look at this, the messy.
You saw Starship Troopers?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. The messy house. The messy house features clothes everywhere. Like it's a song. I mean, that's disgusting. But like,
they were shit on the floor.
Hold on, they would send. Clean it up. This is crazy. Just clean it up. Why are they releasing theirs? I don't know. They're still married. Like, this is what I don't know. What's he trying to do? This is what I don't get. What's the game plan here?
Well, this must be I think there were reality shows. Why? Oh, that makes sense. They showed the filthy house.
Yeah. That's the only reason. But like, she's still on TV. Yeah, she's a millionaire. You got your whole family there. Fucking clean up, bro. Yeah. Right?
Life's been tough on her, though. Her face, age like.
Well, I think that's what happens. You get a lot of fucking work done.
Yeah, I think not if you're fucking Caitlyn Jenner.
Get some. What? I think all the Botox stuff is going to start coming out. You get some start to look crazy. You get some work done. I just don't think you get too much. It's just looking bad. At a certain point, you find out somebody's age. You kind of like, well, you should look this up. No, I know. It's like when you see a really old guy with jet black hair dye. You're like, what are you doing? That shit looks crazy.
Yeah, but if I'm doing structures, I'm looking at fucking Kim Kardashian's mom, and I have her money, and I'm going, give me the name of that doctor.
Sure, I understand.
So I don't look like the fucking Tales from the Crypt.
I guess so, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand that, except for doesn't it take differently to different people take it differently? Because, like, you know,
skin, bro. Skin.
No, that's not true. Well, some people is skin, but some people, I mean, you know, whatever J-Lo's doing, get that dude, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but call her doctor. She soaks in baby blood. Yeah, it's tough.
It's also what do you call it? Upkeep. It's like you can't get it all done at once. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever. Right, probably. Yeah, but some people just like we see people with dermis. Like it's like it's not good. What I'm just saying is it's like you're saying. Sometimes you just this is what you look like. Yeah. And I think some people lean into it.
You know what fucks you? The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends, grew up together, and all like their some criteria. And they show Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy, he's losing this fight 10-8. Well, then he's fighting Holmes is 10-8.
I don't think. I mean, how old is that? That's what an old guy looks like.
Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
Go to how old he is. For him.
Because unless your face is always in the wind, you don't look like that.
He might live on a farm or something. He's always getting in the sun. He just looks like he got a lot of sun damage. And that looks good for
some that does it to them.
That looks good for 65. I mean, there's people like,
oh no, that he has makeup on. No, do this bullshit. Go to him and the Charlie Sheen dog when he has no makeup. He's chilling in his backyard. You're like, hurt you. It might be you, I mean your skin.
Yeah, it does look like he's sexy.
No. There you go.
Wow. Well, I don't agree, bro. Yeah. I don't think he's ever looked good.
millionaires. And the one thing you learn in the doc is dad is awesome. He's had such a good dad, such a good dad.
I met Charlie once, but I saw Emilio Estevez. Oh yeah, really cool, really cool. I saw Emilio Estevez the other day at a coffee shop in Westlake Village. Working behind the counter. No, that's no money. But you look at him and it's just like, this fucking guy Emilio Estevez.
Why is it his name Emilio She?
Because, you know, dude, it's moms and dads and shit. If people fight, it was worse.
Listen, let's take a little break, kids, because football is back. Thank God. So is your shot at big wins with DraftKings Pick Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to lead QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. Here's the kickoff bonus. New to DraftKings customers get 50 bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Right? This season, play your player instincts. You guys know the game. Why not make a little money? Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN. Play just $5 to get 15 Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. Partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Oh, hey, Brendan, are you ready for the, what's it called? The Eds, the Ed Games.
Ed Games coming out. Oh, I watched the trailer this morning. Yes. You guys know about Ed Games?
Yes, and I saw the trailer 2 days ago. You know what? I did know about him. And then I looked it up, and I was like mortified. Like, my God. That's a dark motherfucker right there, man. This guy was... And the director of it's Ryan Murphy. Yeah, he's great. Dominant. Yeah. But someone can fly. It makes the musical, I'm gonna kill you. The weirdest part about that to me is the casting. That's super bomb casting. Charlie Hunnam. It's just like, you know where they missed out on it? Bro, you know where they dropped the ball on this? By far they dropped the ball on the casting. How the fuck Brian Callen is in Ed Game? Yeah, Brian looks identical to the real life Ed Game. Yeah. No, this guy looks like Ed Game. Charlie Hunnam looks like Ed Game. Nothing like Ed Game. No, he looks like Brian Callen. That doesn't look interesting. That's what he was. Oh, look at this young picture of him right there. They could have put the makeup on him. I don't. Yeah, to the right of him. I think the casting is crazy. I disagree. He looks enough like him. The dude that played Tom Ernst is that game take that 6 inches shorter than the real Jump. No. I think that I don't even necessarily mean the look. I mean, Charlie Hunnam is a weird choice all around. Like that game to me is like a squirrely. That guy, he looks like a man. This guy, and it feels like a man. It feels great. That game doesn't. You're really gay today, Chris. You're really gay. Take it down a notch, bud. This guy, I just take it down a notch, bud. I'm interested to see this. You know, I don't know if we're going to find another one of these guys, but you know, this guy's glorified. It's like 100 years ago. But it's, yeah, that's true. But it is so stupid how they're promoting it like before there was before no, it's serial killing. I know it's not like that, but I didn't even realize how much the original inspired. He inspired so much. He's the Jackie Robinson of serial killers. He's the Jackie Robinson of Rosa Parks of serial killers. Show a little fucking respect. Both of them. What are you talking about? No, I want to see it. I can't fucking wait. Ryan Murphy don't. He misses. What? On what? He misses American Horror Story? Shut your fucking face. Yeah, every other season of American Horror Story, I'm like, I'm out. I actually haven't watched it. No. Ryan Murphy. Which one was good? I love Ryan Murphy. But don't say he doesn't mix. That's
anything
The
about
OJ one was terrible. The OJ one.
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
OJ one was
The OJ one was awesome.
really bad. Bad. Talk about bad casting. All bad.
Versace. Did you see the Versace one?
Amazing. Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me. I think Versace
Oh,
and
Rachel did the Hernandez one?
I didn't see that one, no.
I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad.
Versace and Skinny Pop was the other one. The Monsters one was pretty good. The Twins. That one was pretty good.
Oh, you're talking about the Memphis Brothers. Oh, super good, dude. They can tell me that's not great.
The gayer the better. That's true. The gayer the better. Make it super gay. Make BTK and make him fucking man and make it mostly about Nazi killing on the fucking
Brought to you by Brian Murphy.
dude.
Yes, I don't know. That was when's that coming out? When's that coming out?
October 3rd. October 3rd.
Oh, shit. That's good.
That's when I go to Europe. That's when I go to Europe. Get your tickets at chrisley.com. I'll be in London. I'll be in a bunch of different areas. I'll be in Pensacola, Florida also before I go. And after I go, I'll be coming to Sweet McAllen, Texas and Waco, Texas. But go to chrisley.com and get your tickets. That's 2 weeks.
Chris, when you're in England, you should go on the Jack the Ripper tour.
Oh, maybe I will. Yeah, I'm going to London, but I think I'll be in London for like 1 day. I'll be in Amsterdam for a few shows. I'm selling tickets in Amsterdam and stuff. But yeah, I'm in Syracuse over there. I don't even know. Kansas City, Missouri. Jackson,
Syracuse in November.
It's gonna be nice. Detroit in December.
Detroit in December. Jesus Christ.
Bro, I mean, you gotta go somewhere, right? I'm not gonna go to Miami. I'm going to Florida. Jacksonville, right there, right before it. Yeah, you guys right.
Watch it.
I'm married. I gotta watch it.
Did you see how the girl that she finally told Jasmine told Gino that she was pregnant on the show?
She wanted to open marriage.
They have a Chris. They have a. She wants an open marriage, okay? And then he doesn't. She gets pregnant from the other guy. Part of the rules of the marriage, everyone knows it's gonna happen. No, but I think you know what? We don't really know what's going on when the cameras are not on. Because the dude wouldn't have sex with his wife, right? He's like, I don't. She was so mean. Well, he's addicted. So mean. Yeah, but he was like with that other girl. It was like he was gonna be happy. You should follow.
Just start a podcast.
You should follow him on Instagram. He's like, he's doing good.
Do you guys think that?
Oh, the other guy's the worst. That bald guy, he's out kicking his coverage. But of course, he's cheating.
What do you guys think about watching porn and what it does to people? What do you guys think about that? What does it do? Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so do you think it's ruining society like a lot of people think? No, because
it's society. It's like alcohol.
Society was good.
What the fuck you doing?
Like it came out last week.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm just.
It's also the least of our problems.
No, I understand, and I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just, you see a lot of stuff online where it's like, oh, the degradation of, you know what I mean, of mankind is awful because of OnlyFans, whatever. Obviously, that's extreme.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like, porn's been around for so long.
I've been jacking it forever.
If it's gonna ruin society, you would have done it already. And actually, now we just leveled up. You know, so now
No, but it is way more accessible.
No, I understand what I'm saying. I think it's always been accessible.
Not less
last 20
accessible.
years. The last 20 years.
No, not like now.
Not like this. Come on, Eric. The last 20 years. It's just as accessible.
It's arrogant, has been.
And then now you have OnlyFans. So now anybody can make their own. And then we're gonna go into the AI where anybody can literally make their own porn and make it whatever you want. So there will be people
Count down the days.
Advent kids and Advent companies. There literally will be people just live in that, you know, hedonistic world with the goggles on, just getting sucked all the time.
Yeah, they're called
Well,
No, I understand that. But there will
Touch your ass, touch tits.
So I just wonder if it'll create some sort of like thing where that will be the world for them, and there will also be the real world, and maybe we won't even have to deal with those people.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Right now, you do have to deal with those people. You have to deal with people who are just like, pervy and fucking wanting to look at porn all the time because they gotta go out and get
They
samples.
call mass shooters.
But nowadays, or when that happens, you may not be mass shooters. I don't think they watch porn.
No, they watch porn because they have girls. That's why they're upset.
What if you like pervert things like an AI countdown counter on your AI underaged AI that you make? And it's like you wait, but you wait, like she's gonna be 18. That's how weird it's gonna get. It's weird when you see it like there's OnlyFans people that like they just can't do OnlyFans until you're of age, right? So there are girls that are like, oh hey, today's the day I can do it. And, oh yeah, and they want to, yeah, like yeah, it's like whatever. No, she did it. She did that, but there's another girl that's just like, and it's like, oh my god, I saw this video. It's a podcast. I don't know who this girl is, but she always has these like OnlyFans girls on, and she hit the phone. She goes, "How much did you make?" That's $60,000, whatever it is. And then she looks at the camera. You all are perverts, you guys. And I'm like, what? Wait, that's wait. They can be the guys who do that can be perverts. But then do not blink when someone goes wrong. It would be like you have a drug dealer on the podcast. He goes, yeah, what's so much money it makes with selling drugs? And he looks at the camera and he goes, oh, drug users are terrible. Yeah. What? This person has no responsibility in this at all? No, of course not. They keep talking about how much these OnlyFans girls make. Is it still popping like that, or is it only about like 5 million? It's just like, no, it's really like, I saw an article about this. The average OnlyFans is $1,300 a year. This is a very small percentage of the girls that are making all this money, and it's like, so it's not even really like, a lot. You know what I mean? It's not a lot. It's in the top 1%. Yeah. But I mean, there's girls in there making like, whatever. But I'm just saying, this is like, what I mean, they're bad as fuck. Maybe if you promote it, bad as fuck. Some of the ones that you see making the most money, that's just bad as fuck. Sometimes I don't even get it. Like, let's see the top 5 just for research purposes. Who's the top 5? This stuff's never right though. Like, okay, so dude, all of them are awesome. Go up there. So Sophia Ray. You guys have seen that? No, I know Bella's already there. Sophie Ray, she's all over the internet. All they talk about is all this money that she goes down. Oh, that's that one. Yes, I did see that. Yes. That's what I said. I know you know who that is. Yes. What is this list? Yeah, go down. I don't know what this is. What is this? Mention the list. The guy Auto be fucking. Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, but this is my whole point. Look at this list. Yeah. This ain't bad. This ain't regular chicks. This ain't the girl from Coffee Bean. Sophie Ray girl, right? I know, but still, she bad. Yeah, okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know, but that's just the one. The rest of them are like Bella Thorne, super famous actress. Iggy Azalea, famous rapper. Is she bad, Sophie Ray? And then Cardi B, what does she do? It's $43 million. That's the one I'm pretty sure that's the one that I was texting with my buddy about. He was there and he saw her die. And he said, it's true. Because I was like, come on, it can't be true. And he's like, dude, I promise you. Let me see. I looked at you, fake. Well, no, I mean, I guess it could, but not. I mean, at that point, you can't see. Oh. Hey, this is strictly for research. Well, she just made $1,003,000 because I'm happy. So that's, $3 million. $3
She's cool. Yeah, she's cool. What does she do besides being made out of angel skin?
Go down. See all like this. What's a bad? I always what does she do on her OnlyFans? I think it's the I don't know. I said she just fucked Choppa. I just fucked Nelly Choppa. Is that cute? Right? Down. Look, use your eyes. There you go. Oh, these are all. But what I'm saying is,
does anyone subscribe to her shit that we know of? Like, what is she sucking dick on there? Because I hate to see that.
Slightly behind on the 8-minute daf, we're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do daf lamed daled, and hopefully daf lamed ches, and the same thing for tomorrow. We'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community, and he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took trumasim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the tumah there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took turmeric and he spread them around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can't walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He said, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai was Matayr, a base of Kfaris, a graveyard. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect. She'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says he must say it in Yichusei, he should say it calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, did you make an Eruv Techumen? That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're kind of shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Tum is L'Oraisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Tum is L'Oraisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah. There's a mutar in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, Hadliku is on there, light the Shabbos candles for Shalom Bayis. Beina Shmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be the day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain tevel fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over issa deraisa. However, you're allowed to take a meiser from demai. That's fruit that you buy from an amaretz. That it's only a chumrah derabara that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do eruv chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chatzeres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together, and they can carry their own shots. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered devashal. The Gemara says that the same person, a person, does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmashas as two different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmashas, a dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmashas is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmashis, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say no, Ben Hashmashis is considered Friday, and it goes into nighttime, and then it's dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmashis is Friday and Ben Hashmashis is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmashis is a suffix, and since this is Erev D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough. You might light the fire. But Ben Hashmashis, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmashis. Because Ben Hashmashis, the derech cloud, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. We're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmashis is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmashis. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that come? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Ben Hashmashis lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmashis is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not Keri, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of Keri, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes tar at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission, Ben Hashmashis, Sunday night? And then he sees another emission, Monday night, Ben Hashmashis. Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmashis is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmashis is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyas, because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmashis is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Ben Hashmashis is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Ben Hashmashis. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah which lasted from Sunday to Monday, and he's also Zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. Have a wonderful day.
Dress it up in a scene, I would. That's what you would do. It's just weird things, though. But it would be like, a scene from the Penguin.
Yeah, that's what I do with Ryan's balls.
You know what I mean? Like, you just like
Just his balls.
you just show your naked and play a scene. The sound from the
Yes.
Godfather.
Yeah.
Good idea. I like that. So, I'm going to bring that to Yeah, but to answer your original question,
Shabbos, Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eina Grufa Ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rabbi says that a person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both asur? In fact, it's a machlokes. Rabbi and Rav Yosef said he meant that both shogig and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mezid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mezid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. You're leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brisa that differentiates between shogig and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also for you to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi reviews. Nachman Bar Yitzchak on the other hand says that what Rabbi meant is that both shogig and mezid are usher to eat if you left it on the flame from before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So they said, even when it's by accident, usher to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat, and the answer is there were two periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's usher to eat food that was left on the flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Meir, Beis Hillel hold you could do shehiyah, you could leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi Meir, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. We need to explain that on daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what could I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's day. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel, you could do shehiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa tuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said, we're talking about there are coals in the queue. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chachamim and was over and he did shehiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shehiyah is awesome. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat it. Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, let's say you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chont off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Basil, you let him put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there is a machlokes what Abai says. According to one lashon, Abai says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Abai is that Abai said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. The Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're not allowed to put that pot back on the flame or not? Take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that as a kira, if you use kashu b'vava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanner, you cannot, because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanner, I could place food up against the wall of the tanner. I can't put the food inside the tanner or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanner is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanner. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also to be soima on the tanner. A kuba. It's in between a kira and a tanner. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pan. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanner. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives, their pits, it's also fuel. Halacha is always in tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tough. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, but if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tumah. Whereas a kupa only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner.
He was about the ultimate debate. But the thing that's getting me is that I have seen a lot of videos of kids put it together. If they're real or not, who knows? It doesn't matter what your race is, what your sexual orientation, you should just be happy and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, where's all this stuff they're talking about? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like, well, where is this? Listen, I follow Charlie, subscribe.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa D'Oraisa and he's Chai B'Chatas. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemar Malacha, even though it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're chayav. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ein bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter, because that's not the derech bishul, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's asur d'oraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun, we said, is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing that was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, to confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzeira. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzeira. Rabbi Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes with coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and your chayfer guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa D'Oraisa. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand? like beach sand. There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern here. According to the Ran, we're not talking about sand. We're talking about something very soft like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. So Brisa says you let a boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's also. L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. You might understand that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi Yosef, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no raya from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Mosef Hevel, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is Asur even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says Rav Nachman, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yantif for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have a mayor that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's asur to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. Or if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. The halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, we go like that man Omar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brayso. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta, the kuli matlani. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, the halacha is not like Rabbi Kiva because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Elazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the halacha is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
There's a black male fly, it's like I just saw the thing about Netanyahu and how he tried to look for 150 million and he said no. And
I came from Candace Owens.
That's what I'm saying. It could be, not even, they have this leftist whatever guy, but it could have been an even far righter than him who was mad at him for what he was doing.
You know? So it's like he's like, you're going away from the party now or whatever. So you never
Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is to wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain that the Bryce just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two Bryces seem to contradict Rabbi, because those Bryces say the only way to bathe yourself is Hanav Yodav Raglav, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Bar Nachmani, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, use Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb? Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. We had it in the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Chanukah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav Paskin like Reb Shimon Begreira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says I don't hold it. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halach is not like Rav. The halach is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. The Furush of Bryce is just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav Yodav Raglav. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another pshat is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trapped the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the sauna part, that you could do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like you said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Chacham say you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeirah that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Shami explains, they added extra cold before Shabbos, so there's a problem of chitui. So he said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Abaryonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, we were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamit Tefera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Gzeirah. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamit Tefera, when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamit Tefera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand the Gzeirahs, they weren't able to accept the Gzeirah. So they said, Chamit Tefera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Gzeirah. And you see from here that a person who's over on a derabana, on this Gzeirah, is considered an Avarion. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avarion. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, to pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem. That if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanna Kamma says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and from Zaman Arba says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? The Tanna Kamma doesn't mention oil. So Rabbi and Rav Yosef say that according to the Tanna Kamma, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mavashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another two shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatsi Ledes is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it in your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? They're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even to lachar yah with the side of your hand. But according to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi ledes, it's also to warm up, and if it's not yatsi ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does a reason why Avdimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse at Chamei Tveria, and warm it up." And Rabbi said, "You're not allowed to do that. You can take kli sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from it. You learn that you could cook oil, like the shita that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into kli sheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He was in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing an issue, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir in the bathhouse, and he wanted to mop the floor for him, and Rameir said that is usher, that's the Shri Gumas, that's considered baina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah. But how do you even sell that? Yeah, I know. How do you just keep it? Is it just in your garage? You're like, yo, homie, check out Marketplace. I see all sorts of shit on the white market. Yeah, I don't know. Facebook. Market. Have you ever sold anything or bought anything on Facebook Marketplace? All the time. I mean, literally once a week. No, once a week. But you're buying car shit, huh? Yeah. So how do you pick it up? I drive up and pick it up. I don't want to finish. I thought I was going to the other day to source it. Just Longer Rogers. Yeah, I leave my tracking on my phone. Right. That'll make the guy not. Look out like a Reddit.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them have to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which he said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of Chavesh Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has Gidudei, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool. They're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat in Rashi, Yidudei, it has a lip. It looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his private parts. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says touching is usher. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Releshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. So there's no concern. So too over here. Rabbi was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirurim. The third story about Reb Zera is, Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Yisrael, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about Klei Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a gzera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. But he said, let me hear one last bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda. And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchatz. Beis HaMerchatz, you're not allowed to talk and learning. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchatz. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my neser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchatz and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not halacha, but advice. He says, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, it doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchatz. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchatz, you have to make sure that the body is hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchatz itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchatz, you need to let it penetrate with the oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of nikaveh. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyar, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did grufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One pshat in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. It would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a carte. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another pshat is, it's a double-decker dud, similar to the muliyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. So also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Mas in the pshat of the Mishnah is, that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from it, and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. Put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that Dovashenim Skaven is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it. Your intent was just to warm it with the water. We hold like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Rabbi, the pshat is you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be also because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, the Shein Miskaven is also. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed to not be inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halacha, in a malacha shein tzricha legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha shein tzricha legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's also. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Dav Shein Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see a thorn, or let's say in our days a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk again less than 4 amas. That's Midrabanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
Just tell stories. Dude, they show the fans reaction to the show way worse than mine. Dude, a fan goes. She gets out there and she's like, this is lame. And she goes, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I feel so great. Tickets to the city. He literally gets out there and mumble for an hour. I don't know what he's saying. And then they go to Charlie Sheen. He's like, yeah, I should have been out there, man. I'm just taking them. And Mike Tyson's dad. You know what they should have done is,
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. Yishamai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter because you're not cooking the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is asur, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Reb Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also asur. But there was a havamina that Reb Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between Beis Hillel and Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admit that you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, you need really hot water. It doesn't have a halacha like an ampatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at yatsi ledus, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like Chazanish or 114.8 degrees like some Zaman Oyerbach, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom hot water and it won't cook it, and that's mutter. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to Kisheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says ma'ara kitan, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into Kisheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now a kli rishon removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Rabbi Yehuda is more maker. He says spices don't cook typically in a Kli Rishon. The only way a spice can cook in a Kli Rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spice. It will cook even in a cliche. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees to Rabbi Chia in the second lashon. And that's why Teza says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a Kli Rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a Kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being mevata klima yechana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been mevata the kli yechana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says, though, the only time you're allowed to do that, if it's hatzalah mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not hatzalah mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we'd have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzalah mitzuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do trumas and maasros on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another kli, another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. To say that it's talking about hatzalah mitzuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break, by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzalah mitzuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
It's also what do you call it, upkeep. It's like you can't get it all done at once. You know what I mean? It's like, J-Lo's been taking care of her skin forever. Right, probably. Yeah, but it's just like what I'm just saying is like you're saying, sometimes this is what you look like. Yeah. I think some people lean into it. Fuck you. The people that are smoking, like Sean Penn and Charlie Sheen were best friends, grew up together in Malibu, where the fuck they're from some rich area. But they show Sean Penn now. Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10 to 8.
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost stuff that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had a sheet of Rav Chizda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rav Yosef says because you're mevata klima yechana. You're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and smoked it. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So the Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took trumas and maasros from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah, because wine that's tevel, l'chayr, is muktzah. Says Gemara, it's not muktzah, because if somebody was over and took trumas and maasros on Shabbos, he'd be yaitza. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah Daf Mem Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks have no mamashas. They're not visible. So the kli never becomes muktzah. You learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShmashos, where then we say Migdis Katsoy. In HaShmashos, it's Katsoy the Kuliyayim. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Rav and he says not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. You must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with tzorech mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chicks. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. They could carry a lot of force, a lot of pounding. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with a kli that you started carrying with a heter of the tzarech mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelis, or reed, and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelis and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not mostly, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelis? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. The Gemara understood that's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'im iskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring an oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the zayin mace. The first eitzah is to use kikar v'tinai, to use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tiltum and atzad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar or a tinot, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a manda omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is bo'al al mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the iraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do tiltum in the rabbanon and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Rabbi Shimon says, final halacha for today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rabbi Shimon, it doesn't hold Midas Katsoy Ben Hashmoshes, it's Katsoy the Kuli Yom, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Talk about bad gas springs. All bad. Versace was amazing. No, Versace was the best one, I think. To me, I think Versace. And I didn't see that one, no.
But I don't think he did the Hernandez. That one was bad. The casting was bad.
Versace
Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda hold of the concept called Muksa Machmas Mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue, it's disgusting. And therefore, people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. If it's brand new in the box, it's not disgusting. So you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muksa Machmas Mius, and therefore, he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's usher to move. Rashi explains the Havamina of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that he might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar usher. It supports a flame. The flame is mukta, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also mukta. Remeir doesn't either hold of mukta machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called mukta machmas isur. Since a flame is usher, therefore, Miglu diskatsoy ben hashmasha is diskatsoy l'kuliyah. We have the concept. Since it becomes mukta during ben hashmasha, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that issue remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was mukta for that moment of ben hashmasha. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept migidus katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyama, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol, a small candle is also avol, even a big one is. It should say small, large. There's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Mar Zutra prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept migidus katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyama. But in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case, migidus katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyama. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, holds like his father, Rabbi Shimon, in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur, migidus katsoy ben hashmashos, katsoy the kuliyama. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Zer says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not moles, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because katsoy ben hashmashos is katsoy l'kuliyah. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashos, then according to them, it's mutter to be metaltal. Mar talks about a bed, similar to a table. One wants to put money on a bed. So Mar says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, "I want this bed to put money on," all in his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even usher to move with sort of gufay mekaymek. Typically, a muktzah klish malachti l'isur, for instance, a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufa. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Bein Hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp,
That's not
even
real.
if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, they see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during Bein Hashmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rav, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha: if a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel Tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a base of cars over a cable. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, and that's halacha that the Gemara brings as a question, if there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the kula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, you can however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
And then you take it and you're kind of shocked at first. It just goes from 2 to 11 so quick. That's fun. But yeah, it's the best workout. We have a gym so we worked out together. Yeah, he gets after it. He does. He pushes. I mean, even when we shot American Primeval, he was his little garage setup, cold plunge, steam room, he's got it.
Shabbos daf mem hey. Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda and muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Chanukah in the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim will catch him, after Bein Hashmashos, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. B'shas Chag, it's a special halacha. The famous saying goes, "Kedayu Rabbi Shimon lismoich olav b'shas Chag." When it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and groigros, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions: the chiyuv b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, "I don't want to use this anymore," and that it's not roy lachila, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're setting it
what's going on, Pam?
Rabbi Yochanan says when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah
You having
called
lasagna?
machmas mitzvah.
That's not what I said. I'm back again.
Oh, okay, how are you?
Are you sleeping? I don't want to bother you.
No, baby, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style. You want to hear what I'm doing? Do you want to hear what I'm doing?
Yeah, I do.
I'm taking over the world, baby. All right, so you got it. All right. Okay, so I'm going to give you, like, the backstory, so pay attention. I've been trying to go viral for, like, 4 years, and I thought it would take me, like, 90 days. I figured somebody streaming their life 24/7, that's got to be attractive to the internet. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of the pandemic, and I didn't realize a few things. One, it's very difficult to get an audience if you start with nothing. Two, you get banned for things, and when you get banned, you have to start all over. And three, there's just so much competition. So I started by like just spamming on YouTube, and I lost a bunch of YouTube accounts. Then I started spamming like a little while later, like years later, basically on Twitch or on Twitter. I created 2,000 Twitter accounts, and just I have this strategy that I would just follow people, just follow. But I didn't have them going anywhere because I hadn't created the Discord yet. And people had told me, you should start a Discord, but it's very difficult. I don't know if you've ever started a Discord, but like you don't have anybody to have in there. And it's really difficult to convince like random individuals, hey, join my Discord. It's got 4 people. It's very, 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 very difficult. So then I started spamming Kick last year and made some traction with that. But Kick isn't that big. It's like 1/10 the size of Twitch. And then I started spamming this platform known as Blue Sky. And Blue Sky, like on every platform I've been on that I spam, I get pretty well known, but it's just hard to get. I mean, that's how I've gotten 2,000 people in here. I mean, that's really good. And I've gotten some bigger influencers, people with 60,000 followers, or their Kick partners or Twitch partners or whatever. But I ran into an issue with Blue Sky, and they basically like shut me down. Then I went back to Kick, and I was just spamming there. Then I went back to Twitch, and it was just like I wasn't getting the momentum that I wanted. To give you an idea, on an average day, I get like maybe 1 or 2 people to join the Discord, maybe 3 or 4, but 1 or 2 of them leave. That's just how Discord is. But then I developed this strategy recently that has changed the game. That got me like 15 people in the Discord, 13 people in like 24 hours. And the way that I did it, now I've gotten more than that over the course of time, but usually it means it's somebody bringing all their friends in, and it's from multiple routes. This one has basically just been from Twitter. And what I did, so I make these robots, and the thing about the robot is all the timing has to be really perfect, or else it doesn't work. And also, Twitter had this, you know what captchas are? They're like the anti-bot.
I do.
Yeah, and they're a pain in the ass on me. But I have realized that Twitter hasn't shut off their captchas, but have reduced them very much so that I can automate what I do. Now, they don't tell you how what their weaknesses are. So if you go in and you just with an account just press the like button on everything that you see, you'll be able to do that for like 100 times, and then it says whoa, cool down. Okay, and if you have a brand new account and you comment under someone, they just do what's called notification silencing, basically shadow banning. Nobody's gonna ever see what you ever wrote, even though it looks like it works to you. To the other side and to the general public, they won't be able to see it. However, there's a strategy that I realized that's known as it used to be known as retweeting, but it's reposting now. And you can basically repost, I don't want to say unlimited, but like until they ban your account. Now, what would happen to me previously is I would like someone, I would repost them, I would comment on them, and my accounts would get banned. And I didn't know how to program the robot. Well, I knew how to program it to like be cyclical so that it just created a new account all over again. But then I would have to do a captcha, and I always got stuck on the captcha because the captcha is very difficult, if not, it's very difficult to solve in an automated fashion. You basically need a human to do it. That's why they have them. But and in addition, Twitter's captcha is by far the hardest captcha ever. And the reason why isn't because the one or two puzzles are so difficult, but if you do it a lot, they make you do 20 captchas, and that takes like 20 minutes to do. I mean, it takes a long time, and you have to get them all right. And if you get one wrong, you have to do it all over again. So it just became like, I'm just forget Twitter. But recently, I started back up again, and I found a way that Twitter is not forcing me to do captchas, which is absolutely fantastic. Which is how I got, I don't know, 13 people in here without really even trying. And so I have programmed the bots get programmed, but they're not like 100% complete. There's a lot of quality assurance I have to do on them to make sure that they work, or that like Twitter still puts things in there that can cause issues. Like they'll make you do a Cloudflare, like you got to click a box or show that you're a human. So there are some, but I can get past those thus far. So I just am sharing with you that I think I really do. I say this a lot, but I think this is the strategy that I'm going to use to go viral. It's gotten me some really great people in here. It's not just people have joined the server; they've joined the server and talked to me, and they're like, "I'm like, how'd you find out about me?" And they're like, you reposted my post on Twitter. What is this all about?" And that's key for me. And since I've only been doing it 24 hours, I don't know what potential it has, but that's just this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm really thrilled about that. What's new in your neck of the woods? Wink.
Oh, nothing at all. You know me, just kind of laying on my couch.
Yeah, I get that.
Nothing exciting here.
I understand. Well, in the future, I'm gonna buy you. They make this couch that's like a tank that has wheels on the bottom. Welcome, Zoot. How are you, pimp?
Obama doesn't care about black people.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't care about anyone who's not giving him money.
He's freaking fuck black people. Black people don't give me money.
Told you. How have you been, Zoot?
Nothing's much changed in the last 2 3 hours.
Oh, well, remember you said you'll be right back, and then you were gone for 3 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So you're not going to do stand-up comedy on Monday, right? A week from Monday?
I'm taking Monday.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to do that too.
Right. So what are you gonna what's your bit gonna be, or what's your joke gonna be for a week from Monday? Have you?
No. I just thought something funny.
Did it involve Bitcoin Obama?
Yes.
There you go. I got your mental state back. All right, so it involved Bitcoin Obama, and what about him specifically? Big dog.
Oh, the time that he was asking me for if I would to send him money, so he would send me a video back of him sucking his midget's dick.
Oh, and you paid for this?
No, but I was thinking about it.
Okay. And do you think he would have done it? Do you think he would have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to hear my interactions with Bitcoin Obama? All right. So he and I get along pretty well, and I mean, I've never sent him any money, but I have helped him with his Twitter account. One time, Twitter banned him, or it didn't. Somebody hacked his account, and then um, he was unable to get into it. And I spent like an hour trying to help him one time, and he was very nice, and he likes to come into uh, my Twitter video spaces, and he just likes to show himself and all his bullshit, and so that's cool. And he, we did this night. We'll do trivia nights, and we haven't done one recently because they're frankly a lot of work. Um, just organizing them, getting people to come, advertising them, making sure that the right people are there, and then I have to I mean, like all of the work is in the lead up, the preparation. All I have to do is just read questions for an hour, and then people guess and whatever. But he would come to those. We did karaoke night a few months ago, and he came to that. Um, I can tell you my initial experience with him. I mean, I didn't really know who he was. I don't think anybody did. But, I asked, like, who's this guy? And they're like, oh, he's like this guy from Nigeria who's always shilling projects. I'm like, oh, okay. And I was in this really big space. Like, there were thousands of people in this space. And Bitcoin Obama asked if they, like, let him up. And they're like, oh, this is that Bitcoin Obama guy. What are you going to do for us? And he's like, I'm going to sing. And they're like, oh, okay. And, I like his music. I think he's talented from that perspective. And people loved it. People fucking went nuts in there. They were talking about it in like spaces for days afterward. So then um, I was streaming, like I streamed in the the Telegram, and he was doing the same at points because he has a cell phone store, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was just streaming live in his cell phone store, and people would come in and buy cell phones or whatever, and he was just doing his thing. And I think that cell phone store is going to be massive someday. I know that sounds strange, but well, it's how you always say Elon Musk says the least likely or the funniest outcome is the most likely.
Yeah.
It's like a perfect thing that like this guy who I'm sure has had his wallet drained a bunch, but like you said, if he would have sold at all the highs, he'd be a millionaire by now. And he's in Nigeria, which he's still pretty wealthy in comparison to a lot of other people. just based on cryptocurrency, having nothing to do with him being a business owner. And he basically is pretty well known on Twitter. And I think that will carry value in the future. And especially because he's just like a caricature of a person. And when he eventually, some project, perhaps our project, will blow up. And when it does, he's going to be like the mascot of it, or one of them. And he will have this random cell phone store that people will be like, wait, you have a cell phone store? And he'd be like, yes, best cell phone store in all of Lagos, or whatever he says. And then it'll end up, somebody will invest in it, and it'll be really nice. And then they'll make it like an Apple store. It's guaranteed to happen. So, Zoot, did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
You went to the gym today already?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
It's 7 p.m. What do you mean already?
Okay. So you already went to the gym?
Yeah, I went to the gym, but I kind of just walked in and out.
Okay. There you go. That's okay.
That's why I was a bit hesitant to get out your question.
That's what.
Was at the gym. I was at the gym picking up lost property. I left some clothes behind there.
Oh, did they call you and tell you?
Oh, no, I realized.
Oh, okay. And they have like a lost and found?
Yep.
Okay, and the reason why I thought you weren't being truthful is because of that hesitancy. Normally you'll be like, yeah, I went to the gym and it was really good. Whatever, body fat and whatever. But when you said that, it was like, he's not answering in the way he normally does. All right, are you ready to lose?
Well, I think the gym, I'm just exercising.
No, I know. You told the truth. That's completely understandable. Are you ready to lose, though, is my question.
Yep. I did walk a fucking lot today, though.
Well, I was going to say that, too, is I know that the gym is, like, far away, and so that's exercise in itself. One time you told me it was, like, 3 miles of walking one way or something.
6.
6 miles one way?
Whatever 9 kilometers is, which I think 9 kilometers is about 5 miles.
Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi.
What, Zoot?
The invite didn't go through. The invite popped up.
Okay.
You sent another invite, but can we try and do a turn-based game instead of a live game?
Yeah. Let's see how to do that.
I want to see what happens.
I do too. That's a good idea. Dude, Zoot, I played Riser yesterday in Literati, and I was down. You know, I'm like never down in that game. I was down by like 40 points. Maybe it was at least 30 points, to the point where Riser was like, I'm when I win, I'm going to take a screenshot, and I got a J, a Z, and a Q, and I ended up winning by 10. But it was the best.
Did you play JV?
Did I punk Jay-Z?
Did you play JV?
No, I played Joe and Za and QI. I mean, I had to play all the like cheapest letters to win. And then I had to play I had to play another word. He played so well, and he had me up against the wall. I've never.
Did you put it on turn base?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I thought it was turn-based anyway. Oh, maybe it means there's no timer?
That would be.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Dude, go.
There's no timer though. I got no rush.
Dog, we're never playing turn-based again. This sucks.
You know what would be good, bro? I played a different game mode where there wasn't turns and you just played it all well.
It played like at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be cool too. Almost like Tetris. Dude, are you proud of that heel leaf? You're at max hit points. You're at max hit points, son. Oh, this is a good move. This is a smart move, I think. It allowed me to heal. And... Alright, let's see here. I could go... There's a lot to do. I don't really know. There's a lot that could happen. Oh, wow, that fucked you. That fucked you, dude. That fucked you. That fucked you.
You know what the worst part is? Yeah, unfreezes next game, so it's gonna be Rabbi, you basically won.
No, it's just the next turn for you. So you just have to move anything that's not a red. But the reds are all in key spots. See? It's still your turn.
Yeah, the annoying part is I would have made it. I've got 2 ways to go to Sunday.
Oh, that helped.
I made a mistake.
That helped me.
Gave you an extra move.
You gave me an extra move, son. Are you proud of that move? Look at this move.
Human being.
Zoot, look at this move. Zoot. I'm at max hit points, son. Oh, you've got a really good opportunity here. Really good. Zoot, can I just help you for a second? If you... Hold on. No, don't touch anything. No, if you move the... Just shut up for a second. If you move the far left, the yellow one that's in the far left column to the right, you'll get 5 extra points. Right? And an extra move. If you make it like an L, you'll get 5 extra points. Yeah, there you go. See? And you get 5 extra points.
It would have done that regardless.
No, it wouldn't have. You would have only gotten 4. And no points.
By the way, Rabbi.
What's that, Zoot? Dude, this version sucks.
Why?
Because you take too long.
I need 40 berries.
No one knows what that means. Go. Are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot,
Yep.
go.
The annoying part is I now have 5. Now, why did I choose to evolve into bonsai? Why?
Why not, baby?
Yeah, but why wouldn't I choose to evolve into Turtles?
You're up, big dog.
How long do you think it would take me to learn every Pokemon? In order.
Dog, I don't even know. Aren't there like 160 originals or something?
151 originals. 8 generations.
Oh, fuck.
I think I can. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
after this game, look up Gen 1 Pokedex, and I'm going to try and name all the Pokemon from the first gen. Without looking.
Zoot, did you see your boy Robert Irwin on Dancing with the Stars?
No?
He came in like in like a Jeep.
Oh yeah, I did say that.
Were you proud of him?
You think he'll win?
Yeah.
Why do you think he'll win?
He's young, he's good looking, and they want to make him like a superstar.
Yeah. And they want to make women desire Australia men, so they'll travel to Australia.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Is Steve Owen the most famous Australian?
Margot Robbie.
Steve Owen's more famous.
Not today. She's not, or not today. He's not.
Margot Robbie. Yeah, Margot.
She's very popular in Hollywood. Look at this move, Zoot.
Is she the only? Is there any other Australian actresses out there?
Nicole Kidman. You know what song is going to be really big for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know Men Without Hats? They sing the song Land Down Under.
That's not what.
You're right. Apologies. Do you know Men at Work?
Yes.
Do you know that's gonna be like your fucking theme song?
That should be the national anthem.
Do you really think so?
I mean, I'd have to let anthems fucking shit.
I'll tell you this. I think that in the future, countries will change their national anthems. I think that the United States will change its national anthem. The current national anthem is the Star Spangled Banner, and it was written by a guy who owned slaves, and that's like not very cool. And so I think they'll change it to a more modern song.
It's very similar thing in Australia. It's all about stealing the indigenous land.
There you go, big dog. Zoot, did you know that you left me without any good moves?
Yeah.
Are you proud of that fact? Dude. Oh, I'm fucked.
We've discussed this before, Rabbi, but I don't think any of the mental health diagnoses that they're currently giving out today will exist in like 50 years from now. They will change when people realize how much of it was influenced by pharmaceutical companies.
You don't think Tourette's syndrome is going to exist? To me, that's a pretty obvious one. That's like the most obvious mental health issue I think that like you can have. Maybe it's not the most, but it's like the most easily diagnosed.
Recognizable?
Recognized, yeah.
That and schizophrenia is pretty old. Well, some people.
No, that one can be really difficult. No, it's not like they're just like barking. Like that's easier to diagnose.
I've met some schizophrenic people and it was pretty obvious to me that they had schizophrenia.
Okay, but I mean, that's a whole mishmash of things. That could be bipolar disorder. That could be post-traumatic stress disorder. There could be a lot of things to that. But it's not as easy to be able to say to someone, hey, you just made a noise or you just had a tick. Why did you do that? And the person would say, I don't know. It's just involuntary. That's very easy to diagnose. Oh, look at this move. 5 plus 8. Oh, zoot. 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 Look at this move. Zoot, what did you just say, big dog? Oh, I just gave you like the best move ever. Like the best move ever, Zoot. Zoot.
My phone just turned off.
How are you still talking? How are you still talking to me?
I'm actually gonna say something different that you're not gonna expect.
Are you gonna go?
I'm actually about to do something different. You're gonna be like, why would you do that?
Okay. Oh, that just fucked you. Yeah, that was not a good move. That was not.
That wasn't a good move.
That was not a good move at all. You fucked up, son.
That wasn't a good move.
I don't think it was good. Oh, what? Zoot, you're fucking me, dog.
Look again what I did.
Zoot, I don't want to look what you did. All I want you to know is that you are on the ropes, son.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
You up? Ready?
Am I ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Go. Are you proud of that move?
Yep.
So you know that I have a 45-point lead on you, don't you?
Yep. I saw my friend from school drive past my house and she knows where I live. Funny.
Is she down to fuck?
Right. Right.
What?
That's the first thing you think about?
100%. If some chick I knew from school drove by my house, I'd be like, is this bitch down to fuck?
I've known her 20 years, maybe longer.
Zoot, that was really good. Dude, Zoot, you might fucking have one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go?
She has 2 kids.
Oh, okay. So
She had them really young. She was like 17 when she had her first kid.
So she's definitely down to fuck.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna go? You're up, pimp. Oh, what a move.
I worked in 2. I fucked up and
Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, what are you going to do?
How do you cure Tourette's?
They make a medication that you're gonna ask for from your doctor when you see them on Wednesday. and if anything, they'll recommend you to go to a place. But Wednesday at 2:30, I want you to tell me how it went. I'm going to hold you to that.
I don't think medication works for Tourette's.
Yeah, it does, dude.
Why doesn't everyone name them?
I read it to you. There are 3 different kinds.
How common is Tourette's, by the way?
Not common at all, man. I mean, maybe. Wow, look at all that. What the fuck just happened? You're only the second person I've ever known. You're the first person I've ever known. Second person I've ever witnessed.
I met someone yesterday who had Tourette's, but I told them they had Tourette's, and they didn't believe me. They're just like, just take a bite. And just like, no, the way you're barking and like ticking, you definitely got it.
They barked?
Yeah, but she was an ex-crackhead, and she didn't really understand. I don't think she could understand. Like, she had like every fucking, like listening to things that I never fucking heard of. So like, if I told her she had Tourette's, she's not gonna fucking believe me.
Okay. Zoot, we're back to me having a 45-point lead. Are you gonna go?
Yeah. Like, she probably had.
Zoot, that was
I told her she had simple autism, she would have probably listened.
Oh yeah, that bitch definitely had super autism, Zoot. No doubt. No doubt. I could sense it from here. I was gonna ask you, did that bitch have super autism? Now here's my question for you. Are you gonna go?
I am only one move away from losing.
You've got that right, son.